We're into round number 5.
Wow.
Could possibly be into round number 6 later. We're going to keep an eye on that sea breeze. I think that will be the telling factor come,
Yeah.
right at midday or so to see if it'll be able to hold that sea breeze off, or if the land heats up too much and starts drawing it in, we'll make that call when it's time. But for now, we know that heat number 5 is going to be on very soon. We got Brother Ezra Rodriguez on the beach mic, letting all of our surfers know we'll be starting in just a moment.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful Mount
Beautiful
Kaala,
morning.
majestic in the distance. I mean, that looks like we're in a studio with a painting in the back.
Right. So in the background, so you have two mountain ranges on Oahu. You have the Ko'olau mountain range, and then you have the Waianae mountain range. So that's the beginning of the Waianae mountain range. And even though the Ko'olau mountain range is longer, the Waianae mountain range has the highest peak.
Taller, yeah.
So Mount Kaala. So Oahu, its elevation not as high as say Maui or Big Island, but we definitely have those beautiful mountains. You can see all the ridges from years of rain carving out those beautiful ridges in our mountains. And so Oahu and Kauai are definitely known for having those ridges. In fact, the area where I live in Ko'olauloa, the Hau'ula and Punalu'u, a lot of legends about those ridges in the mountains. Stories of giant dogs that would scratch the hills to make those grooves. Also, there's a great legend of Kamapua'a.
Yeah.
Kamapua'a from Hau'ula is a half man, half pig. Actually, real quickly, the story of Kamapua'a before we get started. His father was always leery of his son's origins, or in other words, his father thought that maybe his younger brother was actually Kamapua'a's father. So there's some jealousy there. Oh, looks like we have a rider. Right at the horn. I don't know if they're going to count this one for JOB.
Ooh.
Oh, going back door. This is live action.
Billy Kemper.
Billy Kemper.
Oh, wow.
That's a good sign, Rocky. Right when the horn blows, two guys on the waves. Now, Jamie stood up, I think, a little before the horn, so I don't know if that's going to count or not. Although this is the backdoor shootout, and so we're a little more flexible on things here.
Yeah, that was in progress while the horn had blown, as Brother Brandon picks up Brother Billy. Hawaii Water Patrol, very integral part of not only this event, but all of our events here on the North Shore, but especially here when we allow that ride service back to the lineup as to not miss any of the action and get as much waves as we can for our surfers.
Well, we'll hopefully be able to watch that on the replay, but Billy on that backdoor wave, great way to start the heat. There we go. Backdoor is it, little out of the screen, in the barrel, comes out.
That one had some backwash, and when it does that, it kind of expands and contracts, kind of almost breathing, if you will, and Jamie O'Brien doing good to stay in the pocket right there.
Oh, here's live action. Riders paddling. Woo, Rocky, look at that.
Had that little pinching clamshell on the end, but beautiful takeoff point on that wave.
Please move down, you're getting too close to backdoor.
Wow, beautiful morning. Great way to start the heat, right at the horn, two rides. completed barrel rides.
Tasty bungalows, the Hui Backdoor Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, awesome, body armor drinks, Kona Brewing, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii.
There's Kala Grace with the helmet, with Jamie O out there.
So in this event, if you're just joining us, this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and this is day 4 of competition, but round 5. So that's a good sign, Rocky, because oftentimes, you know, when you have a window for a surf event, you're lucky if you have 2 or 3 really good days.
Yep.
We had 4.
Yep. There's our beach setup with Ezra Rodriguez up there doing beach announcing. Our judges are just to the left of him that are scoring these rides. Legendary judging crew. There's got Barton Lynch up there, Flynn Novak, also Dean Morrison. So those 3 guys spent a lot of hours here at Pipe over the years and are well qualified and credible judges.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of families in this event.
Yeah,
got the
we
whole
have.
family, we got the Florence family, and many other families. And so, you know, Star is talking about with Kamupua actually as a message about families, and particularly a message about the relationship between a father and a son. So we're talking about the mountains this morning, how beautiful they are, and how a lot of our mo'olelo or legends are remembered, or those stories are embedded within the landscape. So in Hawaii, a lot of our stories are remembered and preserved through, first of all, we talk about petroglyphs. The Hui Ohe Nalu has petroglyphs, so oftentimes, you know, we have different things that represent a story, but also the actual landscape itself. So mountain ranges, and one of those geographic features, of course, is the mountain range in Ko'olauloa. There's a Kaliu Va'a is the name of Kamupua'a's home. Some people call it Sacred Falls, but Kaliu Va'a is the Hawaiian name, and this is where we believe that Kamupua'a was raised. He was, you know, he had the power to. He was anthropomorphic god, and most of Hawaiian gods were anthropomorphic, which means they could kind of like shapeshift, right, into different things. And so Kamupua'a could shapeshift into being a very large pig. And he burrowed into the mountain range, that beautiful waterfall of Kaliu Va'a, and that was his homeland.
I love that song. There is a popular
beautiful
song that's came out a while ago, but every time I hear that one, it's really a cool song. I love it.
Yeah, cool. Shout out to you know, our musicians. Hawaii has a great tradition of musicians, and Kaliu Va'a. My daughter them sing with a group called Huapala, and with Uncle Kihei Nahalea, and that's one of my favorite numbers they do, is that one on Kaliu Va'a. But the way this is there's a message to it about you know, relationship between a father and a son. The father of Kamapua'a was leery of the origins of his son. He was always kind of jealous and worried that his younger brother was perhaps hooking up with his wife.
Whoa.
And so he really didn't treat Kamapua'a well. In fact, the term Kamapua'a is not a term of endearment. It's a derogatory term. So like calling your son stupid or something. It's like, oh, pig boy, you're not my son, you a pig.
Yeah.
And eventually the animosity between the father and the son leads to contention and confrontation. Here's J.O.B.
Oh, man. He's trying to not contend with this wave, but work with it. And the wave confronts him and knocks him off his board. Sorry, just trying to use some of the verbiage that we were just discussing there.
Nice to see Jamie in this. He did replace one of our other riders. Can't remember which one.
Makua.
Okay, right. Oh, yeah, Makua. Beautiful.
Yeah, look at that drone shot.
Morning.
The ocean
Drone
is
shots, replay of Jamie O'Brien's
nice.
last one. Stalls, as you said, Rocky, kind of just clamped on him, and pipeline will sometimes, like, the face will breathe. It'll, like, open and close kind of. And some of that is due to the backwash. But so the message then, as I'm trying to articulate here, is that, you know, you want to be kind to your keiki. And this is an example of a father who was not kind to his son, accused him of some things that wasn't fair. Oh, here comes Billy on a deep one.
BK in there and out of there. Well done. A nice exit. On the outside, stroking into this one, Kai Lenny. Oh, man, that was a freight train. Oh, wow. Give him some credit for charging that one.
Water Patrol is on it. Checking out.
I feel like Kai has gone through a few boards in this event. There's one more. Chalk it up for Kai Lenny. Oh, handline him, handline him. Bug mahi mahi with
grab the other half.
Jamie O'Brien, Kala Grace, Billy Kemper, and Kai Lenny just snapping this board. Two-time champion of the Nazaré.
Yeah, that one ran ahead of him pretty quickly.
I got to say, this session so far for Team the Hui Wax, as we check out Billy's epic pipe barrel, that this might be their best start in any particular heat.
They have struggled with waves. For some odd reason, their heats have been slow in the last couple of days.
You can hear me on the beach, and you've been warned already in the beginning of the comp. This is a private air zone, okay? You need to bring your drone in. You are being watched, and you're also being.
Looks like we have another paddle here. It's like Billy again.
Oh, look at that shot. Just epic.
And another beautiful backdoor pipeline wave as he gets spit out, and rejected.
Kala out there looking for the perfect gem, being very patient.
Yeah, it's been, 8, 9 minutes in this heat.
Yep.
Billy's already had 3 in and out barrels.
Right. 2 pipe, 1 backdoor. Possibly the busiest they've been in their versus their previous 4 rounds. They've had some moments leading up to this round, but perhaps the most notorious round was the last round, as we watch Billy grabbing in a nice one. Not super deep, might not be one of his keepers. He's got some pretty good ones from the days before, but their most notorious heat might have been that one. As we watch Kala Grace, their previous heat that was after the Peruvian Tubos heat, that just magically turned on for 30 minutes like no other day we've seen. Might have broke a leash there. But then that Team the Hui Wax paddled out right after, and it shut down.
It just turned off.
So it turned off like a switch. So it could possibly be one of their better rounds, and they've still got a ways to go in this round to get more scores, and Kala has to go retrieve his board thanks to Hawaiian Water Patrol, and just airdropped it. Probably did not penetrate enough, went over the falls. Thank goodness he's got a helmet on, and it might have been put to good use there.
The way he fell, like, backwards.
That's scary.
Kind of one of the more
it's
scary
so
ones, because you
vulnerable.
lose your sense of, you get a little vertigo for a moment because you're spinning and you don't know which way's up and down.
No, yeah, that's totally correct.
Whew. I think this is going to be one of those mornings, Rocky, that I'm never going to be able to finish the story. Which is good.
Going to be a lot of stop and go.
Which is good. If I don't finish my stories.
That means get plenty waves.
Plenty waves.
Yeah. We've got, positivity on either side of that note. We are forever optimists.
Oh, maybe there's a little break I can pick back up with the Kamupua Mo'olelo.
Yeah,
So-
it is right here.
Yes, we're talking about our histories here in Hawaii on the Backdoor Shootout, and thank you so much to those who've chimed in. They'd be like, "Oh, I love the stories."
I've had a lot of great feedback about it as well.
So,
So at least
again,
we know our viewers are appreciating
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And, we're still here on day 4.
still here.
We haven't been asked to politely stay home yet.
Oh, I'm sure.
Meanwhile, plenty scoldings going down for unauthorized drones. No unlawful dronage allowed here.
Wow.
Oh, wow, there's some more waves, Isaiah.
Look
We might
at
have
that.
to pause just for a second on the
Mine's-
Mo'olelo.
Mine surfed that one, guys. Oh, you would have got closed out.
Yeah. Okay, I think we might have a window here. These ones look a little double uppy and backwashy. So Kamupua
Kamupua.
and his father are kind of quarreling a little bit.
Yeah, they're at odds. So when Kamapua was younger, his dad was always very, mean to him. And in Hawaiian culture, what you name your child is very important, right? In fact, a lot of times people will be named, not at birth, but like kind of wait to see what kind of attributes the child has or kind of dreams the mom has. And so naming is important in Hawaiian culture, and that also is a message to this story, is be careful what you name your child, because oftentimes they live up to that name.
Yeah.
And so by calling him Pig Boy every day and always telling him, you're not my son, how come you're always doing this, Kolohe kid, and it was just nonstop berating. Eventually, Kamupua embraces the negativity and decides to become it. So he tattoos himself black, starts to wear boar's tusks, wears some pig fur as like his cape, and he's like, "Bro, you like me be on pig? I show you on pig." And what do pigs do? They terrorize your farms. They are a menace to your
They can be pests.
community.
Oh, man, look at that beautiful one on First Reef just doing its thing. Pipeline on surfline.com. J.O.B. Excuse me, Kai Lenny on his backup board at backdoor, cruising through that epic backdoor wave.
Always putting themselves in heavy areas as the photographers are survival diving underneath this one, and there is more waves approaching.
Wow.
Everyone pay attention. We have 2 surfers getting a nice big pipeline.
Oh, man, these are going to be a little bit too big, I think, stretching all the way across. So we won't see any takers on this, and I think Kai Lenny might be opting for a ride back around Pipeline.
Oh, yay.
Looks like we've got updated scores, and we are now counting the best 3 rides as opposed to the best 4 rides. And that's another thing as we watch Kai Lenny just glide through that nice backdoor section and pick up a nice score for himself.
I loved how he stood tall in that barrel. And when riders do that, when surfers are able to let go of the rail, not sure what's going on with Kai. Uh-oh.
He's got Foster Bloomfield right there assisting, and hopefully Kai's
he's
not
okay.
injured, but looks a little shaken up, but he's climbing back on.
Yeah, hopefully he's all right. He did get back on the ski, but definitely looked like he was agonizing about something.
Yeah, and He made that wave pretty nicely, but I saw when he came out, I mean, that thing exploded like 20 feet high behind him.
Wow.
And knocked him off his board. And that area he was riding over, once you come out of the barrel and straighten out at backdoor, I mean, it's only about 2.5 to 3 feet deep below you.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take some gnarly over the falls crazy wipeout to get hurt over there. And it looked like the whitewash knocked him off his board. And like I said, once you're off your board in the water and getting tumbled like that in that section, it didn't look horrendous from our vantage point, but with it being so shallow, he could have got pushed down and tumbled. As we watch, he navigates the barrel extremely well, near perfectly, and then once he straightens out right here, it explodes behind him, and he gets knocked off right there. And that area, 2.5, 3 feet deep,
Wow.
hard reef underneath, doesn't take much to get you down there to possibly, whack an ankle, hit your elbow, get something pushed up against the reef, and then, obviously he's a warrior.
Right.
He's not going to come in unless he's got a bone sticking out or something, a compound fracture. But other than that, Kai's going to stick it out and get back out for more.
In any sport, this is the part where everybody claps. Getting up off the field.
Yeah.
Walking back out.
Yep. The clowns are distracting the bull while the cowboy heads back to the locker room. I don't know if they have locker rooms. I've never been to a rodeo before, but I do enjoy watching those guys do some crazy stuff.
We could talk Hawaiian history and rodeos too.
Yeah, the Paniolo is
but I don't like
a
jump
real
stories
thing.
yet.
Yeah. We're going to ease
Put that
you
one in
guys
the
in.
queue.
Only still early.
So, yeah, Kamapua'a ends up basically terrorizing his dad's farms and his community, his Ahupua'a. So there's the word kuleana. And so a chief had kuleana or responsibility to a certain area depending on the size of their area, their moku. And Kamapua'a's dad eventually was being, challenged by his son. So his son got a bunch of other like-minded derelict type friends who didn't like his dad either, and they ended up eventually going to war. And the dad was adamant about having Kamapua'a and his hoodlum friends killed. So they're just kind of hiding up in the mountains.
Well,
and
just wasn't arguing. These guys was out for the
out
worst.
for blood.
Yeah.
But Kamapua'a was known as an incredibly strong and tough individual, and so none of his father's, warriors could get him. Eventually, Kamapua'a is captured, and he's brought into, into confinement, and the plan is to kill him through this ritual. And the idea is to kill him and then pull out his eyeball.
Whoa.
And but this is an interesting twist to the story. Kamapua'a's mother has compassion on Kamapua'a and comes in secretly and has a plan to switch things on the dad. So she has her connections that come into Kamapua'a's imprisonment. They come up with a plan to fake his death. So they put chicken blood on him and fake that he's dead. And so when Kamapua'a's father comes into the room and is expecting to see his son dead, kind of like on horror movie moment, as the dad's in the room, Kamapua'a sits up and he's alive. And Kamapua'a then ends up sacrificing and killing his dad.
Oh, wow.
But Kamapua'a definitely needed some mental health therapy for sure, because that sort of messed him up. And the stories go on about Kamapua'a doing a lot of things. Eventually, Kamapua'a, in one of the many stories of him, starts chasing after this beautiful woman from the Big Island named Pele. And so there's this, history of this back and forth between Kamapua'a and Pele. And in the version that David Kalakaua writes, he talks about how Pele eventually is born from the rage of Kamapua'a terrorizing her. So he's kind of stalking her. She has no interest. But as he chases her into the Big Island, their family ends up hiding in these volcanic caves. And as he's cornered them, apparently this is where the apotheosis of Pele takes place. Apotheosis is a word that means when one becomes a god.
Oh, okay.
So she
Apotheosis.
sort of envelops the mana of the magma or of the lava, and she explodes out of rage because this guy is stalking her so bad.
Oh, wow.
And she becomes this fire goddess known as Pele, at least in this one account that King David Kalakaua records in his work on the myths of Hawaii. And so a lot of messages about relationships in most of our mo'olelo that talk about how to treat each other, how not to treat each other. And the story of Kamapua'a is about that, relationships. And so I guess I started that by we were looking at the images of the mountains in the background, how beautiful they are. And again, in Hawaiian stories and mo'olelos, our mo'olelo are embedded within the landscape.
Okay.
So Kaliuwa'a is the story of Kamapua'a, and Kaliuwa'a is the beautiful area in Ko'olauloa of Sacred Falls. I got through the story.
Yeah, that is super fascinating, and there are some of those. The song that we were speaking of does have mentions of those same names. It's come a much shorter version as we see Keala and Moana, teammates for this historic Wahine performance of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. They've got Bethany Hamilton and Bianca Valenti also surfing on their team. And Moana Wong will have an opportunity at the Pipe Masters coming up in a couple weeks. That starts actually January 29th. I may have been mistaken on the scheduling exactly in the previous broadcast, so for that I apologize, but we're going to be kicking off that Pipe Master later this month, January 29th, where Moana will have the wild card, and in my opinion, she's going to slay some dragons. It's going to be amazing. She'll be up against the world's best,
especially
on
if
that
it's
championship
pumping.
tour event. Excuse me?
Especially if it's pumping.
For
sorry.
sure. So we'll look forward to that in a couple weeks. We're wrapping up the Hui Backdoor Shootout on our final day of the waiting period, last day. And, we have the top three wave format. We've just been handed all of the updated scores after 4 rounds. This action today is beginning our 5th round. And Team Hui Wax is currently in 7th place overall, but their top performer is the man Billy Kemper, and he's got 2 9s and a 10, not including the scores he's already got this morning. And when you take it down to 3 waves, that's 28 points, and right now individually he is our current leader, according to this paperwork we've just been handed by our excellent director on cue, the left-hand side right there, Sister Mahina Chillingworth, with a couple of the bradas that are the Hui members, helping us with security, hanging out. And,
live.
Uncle Moses Paskowitz right there.
Lots of aloha down here. Oh, Billy, out the back.
Oh, wow. That one's just going to ride a little too high, and it had that little kind of bending, clamping exit that it looks all good. It was first when you get in, all nice and hollow, then all of a sudden, somebody just slams the door right in your face. Yeah, mahalo to Mahina Chillingworth. She's doing such a great job organizing all of the ins and outs of this event. And, of course, mahalo to the Hui. Check out thehui.com. You can purchase our contest T-shirts that they were sporting on that screen just a moment ago. And all goes to support the club and its members and the community events that are put on throughout the year for our Ohana and Keiki. And check it out, Billy getting in nice and easy, but that exit point just really clamping up. And that was not ideal, but as we look, we take this score down to 3 waves, and John Florence is just a half point behind Billy with a 10, a 9, and an 8-5.
Yeah, so and at the Backdoor Shootout, we have it. We have a unique format where we have this team division and then the individual also. We also depending on the conditions and the judges and the organizers of the event look at the opportunities that were had, and then they determine, okay, is this going to be top 5 waves, top 6, 4, 3? So this morning we got the sheet that shows the top 3. I'm guessing that means we may stick with the top 3 waves.
And I'll use a phrase that might be quite cliche-ish, but your guess is as good as mine.
All right.
Part of the beauty of this event
Oh
is
my
that
goodness.
it's so flexible, big late drop, but just didn't have that wall extension to get the barrel, so that'll be a small score for Kala. And he had a couple of 4s and a 5 on the board. He'd like to replace one of those 4s in this 5th round if he can. Had one wave earlier that was a huge, steep, late air drop that he broke his leash, but he's back out with his new leash. But you see a beautiful job, did a good job of trying to stick it right from the takeoff, but that just not enough wall.
That was almost a replay of that previous upside down over the fall. And
I bet there was a moment where he's like, not again. It was very eerily similar.
But he definitely pulled down off, which is awesome. And just, like you were saying, I think it was Kainoa was saying, if you to surf pipeline, you have to be a little bit off. Because, your natural humanly instinct should tell you, don't do that again.
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen. That just happened.
Yep.
You go over backwards. You're going to go over the falls, crack the reef, break yourself in half. But he paddled right back into a wave that looked, like as you said, eerily similar and almost repeated, but managed to pull it off.
Yeah, that is a good point that, especially looking back on it now, all the hours I put in, without a helmet. And I'm like, looking back at it as, as a dad and as, just a different perspective. And I was very serious of putting in every moment of my waking surf life into pipeline from about age 19 to age 30, so 11 years of basically almost only surfing this break.
Wow.
And without a helmet, I'm like, wow, that was so dumb. And there were days when, or sessions where on land, I'm a normal talking, happy-go-lucky, normal functioning person, but you had to turn on your crazy switch to get out and, not only deal with the wave itself, but deal with the crowd, to get a lot of waves or to get the good ones. And, all of us out there that are kind of those blue-collar pro surfers that, when you get a photo, it is putting food on the table because you get photo incentives. You can get $1,000 for a 2-page spread or something like that from your sponsor. So you get a small salary every month, and then you get these kind of bonus photo incentives, or if you get shots that they use in ads, you get some bonus checks. So we were out there not only trying to get good waves and satisfy our surfing instinct to get barreled, and that's the addiction, but we're also trying to put food on the table and pay rent and all of those things. So it gets really aggressive and competitive in that environment. And Kainoa said it spot on. You got to be a little bit crazy to get out there and mix it up. Look at that beautiful shot. And once again, that amazing Waianae mountain range, and I did have the honor and privilege to be able to hike from the Wailua side to the top of Mount Kaala a few times. There is this very narrow trail that goes up one of those main ridges that leads to the peak, and there are a few sections where you are four-limb engaged. Not totally rock climbing, but it is hundreds of feet on either side, and basically I'm crabbing up that bugger. As that is the end of heat number 1, Team the Hui Wax. Looks like it might have been pretty productive.
Yeah, especially for our leader, Billy Kemper, got lots more waves to add on to his top scores.
Oh, Billy got it started with this pipe gem. You know, he's got a 10 and a couple of 9s on the board. Not sure if, you know, those waves are going to improve that, but definitely going to give our judges something to think about. That backdoor wave kind of exhaling and inhaling, expanding and contracting, and Billy's able to weave his way through. And Kai Lenny had a nice backdoor barrel, possibly one of his better scores.
Yeah, and we're not too sure what happened here, but he definitely, something went wrong after getting washed in that one.
Yeah, he got up a little bit gingerly, and Kala Grace managed to make that late drop. We'll be right back with heat number 2. Stay right here, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Hey, welcome back, gang. Nice to have you here with us on the North Shore of Oahu. We're at the Banzai Pipeline watching the final day of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku. Important to note that. And then we have Rocky Cannon along with Isaiah Walker joining me here. Ezra Rodriguez is with us too this morning. And check it out, Team Volcom in the water right now. And Makana the Gift, not having too much to work with there, but gets his feet in the wax, warmed up. He was on this Volcom porch earlier, just laser focused on the action that was going on out there, trying to mind surf and pick his right waves and positioning. But he's out there with Balaram Stack, Jack Robinson, Kaimana Henry, and looks like those are the guys in the water. They've got a couple extra surfers too, Mikey O'Shaughnessy and Kanehe Hunt, but it is only 4 surfers in the water right now. There's Makana on that quick pipe replay. We saw Team Tahui Wax prior, now Team Volcom. And Team Volcom right now in 6th place overall, but they've got Balaram Stack, who's out there with an 11-point ride from day number 1. He holds the single highest scoring ride of the event so far, but a little bit of trouble with his backup scores. Has a 6-point ride, which is by Hui Backdoor Shootout standards on the lower end of the scale. And then he's got a 7.5, so he'd love to get some productivity and build another campaign for a double-digit score and possibly notch his way up into the top 3 or 4. Right now he's in 6th place overall individually. Yep.
So, but having an 11-point ride sure helps to boost your confidence and to help you to get back up there. And, you know, Rocky, we're watching these waves this morning, and I think there is definitely a lot of opportunity to get rid of that 6 this morning and maybe even that 7.5.
Well, we saw Kai Lenny in the last heat possibly roll over and hit the refit backdoor. We saw Kala Grace get sucked over the falls and get beat up potentially quite good underwater. And I did mention, you know, another sport where you get beat up a little bit, and the sport of rodeo in dealing with bucking broncos and bulls. And there actually is a Hawaiian connection to that type of activity, Isaiah.
Yeah. So Hawaii, actually, there were cowboys in Hawaii before there were cowboys in, like, American West. To be honest. Yeah.
I did not know that.
So we talked about Captain Cook, who came to Hawaii in 1777, 1778. I say that because when he first came to Hawaii in he didn't really even stay much. He was on his way, and he did a drive-by. He did a drive-by by Kauai.
Sail-by.
And so anyways, but Captain Cook in 1779 is killed in Hawaii in Kealakekua Bay in Kona. And the guy who takes over the ship after him is George Vancouver. So George Vancouver, if you're from the Pacific Northwest, in Seattle region and even in Canada, Vancouver is the name he's named from this guy.
Beautiful, beautiful area.
Beautiful area. But I don't know what a lot of people realize is that Vancouver, he came back to Hawaii after that incident where Captain Cook was killed, and tried to mend some of the relations, and they did, and he ended up making amends, particularly with a rising chief at that time who was about to take over the islands of Hawaii through war, Kamehameha. So King Kamehameha was actually, he had interest in some of the things that these Europeans had, particularly in guns. And
firearms.
Firearms. And
I do remember hearing, I just remember hearing that. And also, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but that may have or is where we Hawaiians got our first taste of salmon. Because you get your Hawaiian food like lomi salmon. Where are you guys catching the salmon around here?
And not just that, but The other ingredients is onion and
Oh,
tomato.
yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you're right. So that's all part of this story. So
Gotta say mahalo to Uncle Eddie, and
it's like,
he says, "Don't show me, but I'm the guy."
yeah.
Sorry,
So
back to
George
our story.
Vancouver ends up building relationships, trying to mend, tension from previous years, and so Hawaiians are expert navigators and sailors, right? Especially during that time. So he realized that a lot of the native Hawaiians were actually much better as crew members than some of his former guys. So they end up hiring a bunch of Hawaiians to go with him on some of these voyages. And right off the bat, a lot of our Kanaka, our Hawaiians, are intrigued by what this world that they're not really haven't been exposed to. There's one of the gnarliest chiefs of old Hawaii named Kaiana. Said he was like 6'10" and just really massive, but also very intelligent. He was one of the first that went right away and jumped on these ships and went to around the world. Went to China, went to Europe, and tried to acquire knowledge from the outside world to bring to enhance the experience in Hawaii. And speaking of experiences,
Robbo. Well, nicely navigated there for Jack Robinson. Not super deep. One of those you knew he was going to come out, and he looks at what's behind and says, I'm going to try to get away from that explosion zone right there and
that was
get a ride from Water Patrol.
smart move. That was a split peak, too. So we were talking about Balaram Stack and how he's currently sitting in 6th place as far as in the individual scores. But we'll see how his left went. We'll see if it betters one of his low scores there's a 6 and a 7.5 he's hoping to throw away. But first, a replay of Jack Robinson's barrel.
Yeah, we did see Mr. Ballstack head over the pipeline on that one, and I think that one's going to remain on the low end of the scale. Just, the Hui Backdoor Shootout gets, that 12-point scale. Of course, Balaram getting a score better than a 10 into the 11-point range, and being that he wasn't very deep on that one, nonetheless, a beautiful score, beautiful ride, but for backdoor shootout standards, that one was just a little bit short, and he was visible the whole time.
Right.
You got to disappear to make
Which is
it
interesting
count here.
because, when we're watching these events, we live vicariously through the athletes, right? That's the whole point of athletic competition, is that the spectators somehow associate themselves with the athlete and feel a sense of success, right? But what can be a little, I guess, for men emasculating is that you think like, okay, that wave, we're talking about how this was a low-scoring wave and on the low end, and yet better than what most humans would pull into for their lifetime. So
Right. That would be the wave of somebody's life.
It's all relative.
Yeah.
All right, so Kayana was one of these chiefs that went around the world and brought back some technology and information, and some of these chiefs were big on that. But you also had George Vancouver, who brought Hawaiians to the Pacific Northwest. Now, one of the things that they were doing there was they realized that China has always been this place where the outside world has wanted to do business with. But to be honest, historically speaking, the Chinese haven't been so interested in that because they're like, well, we already have everything. We're, if you're looking at world civilizations, China was always kind of on the top when it comes to different kinds of technology, from gunpowder to,
Pasta.
minting coins.
Noodles.
To noodles. Look at this barrel.
Ooh,
Balaram.
that was deep for Balaram. This board pops up, little quick 1-second tombstone, and he is up. Tombstoning is when your board is vertical in the water, which means you're down below getting pulled around, and that leash is fully stretched. So we saw just about a half a second of tombstoning as a lifeguard or water patrol, as anybody looking on, that's what you're looking for as far as safety of the surfers. If you see a tombstone board in the water for more than a few seconds, you know that surfer is way down there or the leash is getting pulled and he is not heading to the surface. He is still down below. So you saw that for a moment.
Yeah.
And Balaram is okay, but check out his drop and entry. Had he been able to come out there, surely would have replaced his 6.0.
Yeah, and I think he knows that, right? That's why he stayed as deep as possible. You saw him trying to gauge the speed of the wave. You have to read, you have to predict what the wave is going to do in advance, and then to know whether to speed up or slow down. And he was trying to get as deep as possible, and that's probably why he was unable to come out of that one. But the backdoor shootout, that's how it is. You got to stay in there until the spit shoots you out.
Yeah, there's our setup right there. Check out defendhawaii.com. You can get the Hui Backdoor Shootouts and much more apparel there as well.
So, shucks. Oh, look at this nugget. Oh,
man.
Wise
just
to
a
pull
few
out of
more
that
strokes on the inside, and that might have been possible for Jack Robinson. And, you know, today is one of those days where it might not be a bad idea to hang further inside, and those smaller ones could have those longer walls as opposed to the big sets with the shorter shoulders.
Yep.
And potential to get super deep is maybe on that little inside ledge. So Vancouver is basically touring these Hawaiians around.
Right.
And the Hawaiians that are on board with him are there by choice and would like to seek, you know, worldly knowledge to bring back to the islands.
Correct. And so I was mentioning how the Chinese, you know, there was a lot of things that they didn't need.
Right.
But
they weren't eager to not necessarily share, but they weren't eager to see what else was out there. They were fully confident in their capabilities.
Well, in different times in world history, you had, like, for example, when the Silk Road opened up, that you had exchange with the outside world. There were other times when they you know would go around the world, just sort of explore. But China did have, you know, pretty much what it needed, and it saw the outside world in many ways as more barbaric. But there were a couple of things that they did want, and one of them was these otter furs. So in the Pacific Northwest, you have these cute little otters that had a fur that the Chinese really wanted and enjoyed. So Vancouver was a part of this fur trade business, and a lot of the Hawaiians got involved in that. And so it'd go back and forth in the Pacific Northwest and Hawaii. And while they were there, a lot of these Hawaiians ended up actually living there.
Oh, wow.
And with some of the native peoples. Oh, that was a close one.
Yeah, really went in there to look over the ledge and basically hung in there at the absolute last moment that you're able to hang in there on these waves and not get pulled over the falls. And you know, almost like you're looking in somewhere and somebody's trying to yank you in the doorway and you pull your arm back like, whoa, no, like go inside.
Yeah. So if you're from the Pacific Northwest, if you've been up in that region, there may be times when you realize, wait a minute, there's a Hawaiian name here and there. I have family that lives in Seattle. There's a lot of Hawaiians that move up to Seattle area. So my family's up there, and I was visiting, driving around.
Almost like the 10th island.
Yeah. So we're driving around and drove by this one town. It said, you know, next exit, and it's the folks I was with were like, oh, this place is called Kalama, and I was like, bro, that's Kalama, and I know a lot of Kalamas.
There are
a lot of great
of
surfers.
Kalamas. It might be the most familiar last name in Hawaii besides Kealoha.
Right. So, I mean, Ikaika Kalama's a great surfer, has been in the backdoor shootout in the stand-up division.
Correct.
So Kalama's a big. So I'm like, no way, that's got to be a Hawaiian name. So I kind of did some research, looked up, and sure enough, it was a Hawaiian had some Hawaiian history to it. So George Vancouver ends up, they eventually named this area after him as well in Vancouver. But the Hawaiians end up spending a lot of time there. And like you're saying, with the lomi salmon, so Hawaiians loved fishing. And when they were up there, they found a new kind of fish they loved to fish. And so they would salt it in order to preserve it to bring it back home. And so if you ever have lomi salmon, which is an essential item on the luau plate,
Yeah.
right? It is a Hawaiian dish that comes from the Pacific Northwest, from that tradition of Hawaiians living up there. Now, I think we started this conversation about talking about rodeos and cowboys. And,
here we go. We could have a possible rider. That is Jack Robinson stroking into this pipe barrel, and he is in there. He will be coming out. So that was pretty exciting for Jack Robinson. That was the drone footage, which, of course, our judges are not looking at that angle. They're looking straight on, and perhaps we can get that angle to get that judge's view. And here it is, right on cue, Mahalo Salt and Air Studios, and he was pretty deep.
Yeah.
He's got a 8.5, an 8, and a 5.5. That could replace his
Right.
5.5. And I just want to say a quick good morning. I had to leave the house early. The girls were still sleeping. So Ulu, Nene, love you girls. Good morning. We have Ulu, short for Uluvehi,
Oh.
and Nene, short for Nanea. But basically, sometimes I say, I have a breadfruit and a state bird, Ulu and Nene.
Yeah.
just for fun. But girls, good morning.
Awesome. Good morning.
Oh, Kenui Kitchen breakfast just got dropped off by Sister Mahina. Can't wait for a little break in the action to grind that. Ono food, mahalo Kenui Kitchen. Check out kenuikitchen.com as some waves are approaching for Team Volcom. But no takers, and we'll continue with our Hawaiian Paniolo story with Isaiah Walker.
Yeah, so the way that this story of George Vancouver relates to cowboys, and I'd mentioned earlier that cowboys in Hawaii are actually older than some of our cowboys in the American West, because this was in the late 1700s. George Vancouver was not only involved with this fur trade in the Pacific Northwest, but also was trying to mend relations with King Kamehameha, who was a rising chief at that time, and gave him a gift of cattle.
There's a King of Pipeline appropriately dubbed there at the main right-of-way.
Looks like we've got some horns up above there, too, talking about cattle. And so cows were given as a gift to the Hawaiians. But
wow.
The Hawaiians, I mean, it took them a while to figure out how to eat cow in a way that they liked it, because Hawaiians like steam food, soft foods. So poi, of course, is steamed taro, and we steam it in the imu. So all of the Pacific Islands have a cooking style that is similar. So essentially it's an oven that you heat up rocks by burning rocks on a hot fire for a long time.
The rocks, essentially, if you're talking barbecue kind action, the rocks are actually the charcoal that you make real hot with fire.
Right. So these are river rocks that you want because after a while they get too hot and they break. Sometimes they'll explode.
Right.
And so these lava rocks can handle the heat. And so that's how most of our Moana people from the islands, whether you're in Fiji or Tonga and Samoa, that's when we all cook with that similar style. Hawaiians are a little unique in that they would put banana stumps on the rocks. And the banana stump, if you've ever seen a banana tree, technically it's not a tree. It's like a succulent.
Yep.
So that succulent has a lot of moisture in it.
It is not a wooden stump, you're right.
No. Wow, Kaimana.
Oh, this
That was
Balaram
Balaram.
looking over the ledge, just couldn't quite get into it.
And by the way, speaking of our people of the Moana, our aloha and our pule, our prayers go out to our families in Tonga. And there was a massive eruption from a volcano, and it caused a tsunami.
Yeah, they had some damage. and picking up the pieces this week. So,
And we still don't have a lot of contact with Tonga because
right.
apparently it also severed there's these cables that connect the internet deep underwater, these
Yeah.
massive fiber optics cables, and one of those cables, I guess, broke.
You know, we were wondering, my wife and I, of why there wasn't more footage getting out of some of the damage or, the way the water. I guess she was able to see, show me one clip of water in the streets, but just really hoping and praying that they're able to
Right.
pick up the pieces and get back to normal as soon as possible.
Yeah, so our island peoples were all related, right? Culturally, linguistically, there's a lot of similarities. Interestingly, from the far reaches of Aotearoa, New Zealand, just thousands of miles away, which is testament to the navigational genius of the Pacific Island peoples, is that some of the furthest islands away have some of the most similarities. So, for example, in New Zealand, Tanata Maoli, or the indigenous peoples of Aotearoa, New Zealand, have very similar customs and stories. So we're talking about stories of Maui, for example, Tangaloa or Kanaloa. A lot of these mo'olelo overlap with these other island peoples. So he'enalu, or surfing, is definitely a part of that tradition that we share throughout the Pacific as well. But man, I'm taking the long road to answering this story about Paniolos and cowboys, but
The
cooking.
Hawaiians wanted to figure out the best way to
cook,
eat or consume
eat.
the beef, or
Right.
as it's called in Hawaiian language, pipi.
Pipi, very good. And the dish they
I'll tell you my favorite way to order a beef appetizer in a little bit.
Oh my goodness, here's a bomb.
Oh,
Makana.
there's Makana. The gift coming out of a lengthy one at Pipeline gets appreciation from our crowd and fellow surfers.
Now, Pipeline is a shortwave, but that was a pretty long barrel.
Yeah, he stayed in there for a while. Our angle, you could see him the whole time, but that judge's angle straight on probably had him disappeared, maybe just the tip of his nose of his board in frame. Yep, just a little bit gone at that last part, but probably his best ride of the event. He does have a 7. That one might be creeping up in that range, maybe a little better.
He has a 7, a 6, and a 4.5 that totals into a 17.5.
Got a lot of surfers kind of in and around that point total.
Yep. So Hawaiians didn't like the taste of beef initially, early on. It was tough, and Hawaiians like to cook, as I said, with the what's called an imu. And the difference is Hawaiians, their imu, they would steam the food, whereas most Pacific Islanders would cook it on the rock straight. So in Samoa, the oven is called an umu. It's a very similar name, but the umu, it's more of a barbecue. So it's not as
not as deep
slow
in the
cooked,
ground,
not as
right?
underground. Whereas the Hawaiians would literally cover it completely and put the banana stumps on the fire to create this steam effect. So it would slow cook it. It takes like 5 to 6 hours to imu your food, whereas an umu could take just 1 or 2 hours. It's like Jack Robinson on his backside, stands, let go of the rail, spits him out.
Wow. That was like a Irons Brothers combo. Very Andy-ish on the takeoff and very Brucey-ish on the let go grab. Ball around, Mr. Ball Stack, almost able to force his way through. Disappeared and deep, trying to back up his 11-point ride with something else in the double digits to have him bump himself up a few notches on the individual scoreboard.
Now, we talked about the tradition of naming people in Hawaii and how important it is, and Rocky is the master of nicknaming people. So, I don't know, did you coin the term ball stack?
I did a couple of years ago, and you know, it is full complimentary, as all of my nicknames are that I apply to our surfers and or folks that are around the surf event, and that has become what I've been known for the last 13 years of commentary here on the North Shore. But Jack Robinson getting a good one, and Balaram just nearly
Oh.
with the miraculous exit. Man, he was so close.
Yeah, those were two really good rides.
Yeah, one
Bravo
great,
did a
one
cool
good
little
score.
dance after he came out. I don't
Yeah.
think that was a claim. It was more like doing the wave on the wave.
Yeah, he was one individual part of the stadium wave of sports. But yeah, Jack Robinson with that beautiful pipe in and out, disappearing act. Balaram almost just as good. Had he been able to come out, that would have been a good big score, but didn't make it. So J-Rob obviously getting the better of the score. Speaking of Ohana, there's father and son right there. Kala Grace with his dad, Uncle Willie Grace.
Oh.
And J-Rob again.
Oh.
Staying in there, and that one had a big initial spit and another little puff just to give J-Rob, Jack Robinson, a little more assistance and kokua to make it out of that wave. So he spins around. Like you said, Pipeline's a short wave. You can get a wave and get right back out within 2 minutes if you get a nice clean kick out like he had on the wave before. And he was already up and running. Initially, I thought it might have been a replay, but I was like, wait, this is live. He's
live.
getting another one right away.
Well, he's not getting right back out right now, though. He got blasted by the waves in this set.
Yeah, there he is in your bottom right corner, having to bail off his board. So a minute 50 remaining, and Jack Robinson gets on the board again, and that one had him disappearing
Houdini.
for a good few seconds, pulling the Houdini magic trick.
I love you talk about Batman in throwing that cloud.
Yeah.
Also, the ninjas would do that in the old movies, like
yes,
poof. That was what happened. The spit like pulled a trick on us.
Yeah, that was Surf Ninjas all the way right there.
All right, let me try and get to the
So
point here.
we'll get to a little bit more. We got about a minute.
Okay, real
20.
fast. Got to get to it. So Hawaiians didn't like the taste of beef, but the client, Captain Vancouver, nonetheless gave all these cattle to them to Kamehameha as a gift. Those cattle started kind of like being a nuisance. So they had on Big Island, you know, this is where we get Parker Ranch eventually, where on the Big Island, one of the largest ranches in the world, in fact, it goes back to this story. But the Hawaiians had to learn how to take care, to manage these cows. So there's some vaqueros, from Peruvian and Mexican cowboys that came to Hawaii to teach the Hawaiians how to do this.
Wow.
And these guys in Hawaii became experts at riding horses and rounding up cattle. And, you know, one of the most prolific rodeo champions in the American West is a Hawaiian by the name of Ikua Purdy, who him and his boys went from Big Island to Wyoming to compete in these rodeos and blew everyone away. And they couldn't believe, how are these Hawaiians? Who are these guys?
Wow.
And they became heroes from the Big Island today, still celebrated in Kamuela on Waimea in our cowboy area. If you go to Waimea, you'll see all these cowboy culture, which is not being stolen from the American West, but is actually an OG original cowboy culture unique to Hawaii from the vaqueros of Peru and Mexico.
Wow, that's an amazing connection as Team Volcom wraps it up for heat number 2 of the day. This day number 4, we saw a split peak with Mr. Ballstack on the left, and I believe that was J-Rob, Jack Robinson, Robbo on the right at backdoor, threading through a beautiful morning tube. Makana Pang got a couple as well. We didn't see much action from Kaimana Henry, but he is a past champion, so you know he knows what to do on these waves. Makana Pang getting one of his better scores of this event. And we heard beautiful stories from Isaiah Walker, especially regarding the Paniolo, the Hawaiian cowboy, and riding a bucking bronco right there with Jack Robinson. And if you're ordering a poo-poo, hey, that's appetizer. Beef appetizer is a pee-pee poo-poo. We'll be right back after this.
Aloha kakayaka. Aloha. All right, aloha kakayaka. We're here at the Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. And we are watching Heat Team Florence. And there was some action during the break for our Team Florence. Check out the replay of a bomb that came in from none other than the brother, young Ivan Florence. Look at this bomb, Ezra.
Wow, Ivan. His fifth surf in the Hui Backdoor Shootout and his fourth surf. He was just 3 in a row. Ivan putting it up for Heat Florence. Amazing job by this man.
Right, so Team Florence, we got in the water right now. We just saw Ivan, of course, his brother John and Nate. But we also have the Hanai brother, Eli Olsen. So they have a total of 95 points, which puts them in the lead. Now, that's after the 4 rounds, correct? So we've had 4 rounds so far. I believe this is round 5. And so we're taking the top 3. It looks like for today we're looking at the top 3 scores for each of our riders. Team Florence has accrued quite some high numbers, in fact.
Yeah, what a nice score line Eli has along with John Florence, you know?
Yep, so John has a 10, a 9, and an 8.5, putting him in second place, actually, to Billy Kemper, who has a 10, a 9, and a 9. Now, Billy had a great surf this morning, so we'll see if any of those waves replace the 9.
Yeah,
but
some huge scores here. And, you know, these guys are I'm wondering if we're going to see a 12 today.
I sure hope
I've
so.
heard a lot of talk about it, talking to the judges over there, our panel, Barton Lynch, Flynn Novak, and Dean Morrison, better known as the Dingo. It's absolutely amazing that they award, as surfers, when you're packing a huge pipe bomb, hit a rib, or just get totally crushed on a weird warbly one and not make it out, they are scoring you for that. You know what I mean? I mean, they're really elevating the surf judging.
Dingo, one of the judges. The Dingo ate your baby.
Oh, man.
I don't know if you're a Seinfeld fan, but
yeah.
that classic Seinfeld line.
Good times over here with, at the Volcom house when Dean Morrison and all those guys were on. Really good to have him up there in the judging panel and catching up with him. He's surfing some massive waves in Australia. Right. And beautiful surf today.
Beautiful waves. Aloha. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so we're here at Backdoor Shootout here at Pipeline. We're sitting on the porch of the Volcom B house. Very blessed and fortunate, and thank you for accommodating us and for
big time
allowing us to share in this space. Beautiful waves here at Pipeline this morning. Glassy conditions. There's still some bombs. We just saw a second reef wave roll through. It's
almost
waves.
too clean.
Right.
I see some of our surfers there. Where's this thing coming in? When I'm getting excited on the beach telling them outside, but it's so clean, it's really hard to see those corduroy pipeline waves.
Yep. So, John is got 27.5 points. It's a half a point below the top scoring rides of Billy Kemper. So in this heat, we'll see if he can replace one of his low scores. His low score is an 8.5. Here we have live action.
Eli Olsen. Nice how he passed up that section where he didn't just slow down and stuff it. He went a little bit further, a few yards, and then he pulled in to make the best scoring capability for Eli.
Now, Eli Olsen sits in 4th place in the individual rankings, and his low is a 6.5.
Okay.
Actually, things are looking good for Eli because he has a 10 and a 9.5.
Right.
So in many ways, replacing that 6.5 is an easier task than, say, John, who needs to replace an 8.5.
Wow, there's some really good scores. I come to the table with you, and you got all of this lined out.
Yep.
Awesome.
It's handed to us. Mahalo to Mahina and friends who are working that.
Yeah, thank you. It is not easy. It takes a small village to run a huge competition like this.
Right. Now, I don't think that wave is going to replace his 6.5. He really didn't have much opportunity to get those big shootout barrels that we like to see, but still plenty of time on the clock. Great conditions. Hopefully Eli will have a chance to replace that 6.5.
Yeah. So these guys have their work cut out for them. I mean, this is the 4th day of competition, their 5th surf, and they know what they have because they have these sheets. They know what their scores are under their belt. So, taking a small pipe wave today is almost maybe a waste of time. That's why there was a few heats. Guys were just waiting for something,
Yeah. Right.
They want to get a 10 or above now because the bar has raised so high.
Right. So beautiful morning. Rocky and I were in here this morning telling stories because the cameras keep showing these cool shots of the mountains, and I was talking about how so many of our histories are preserved in the landscape. So in other words, mountains tell stories. And one of the coolest stories, now we have, a lot of people know Kualoa Ranch. There's an island out there that most people call Chinaman's Hat.
Ah, yeah.
But in Hawaiian mythology or folklore, it's not a Chinese hat. It's actually the tip of the tail of a giant dragon.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Tell me more.
So
I did not know that.
This is probably one of the coolest, most under talked about portions of Hawaiian history, is that we have this culture of dragons in our history. In fact, they were some of the first chiefs that ruled the islands in times of old. And we call them mo'onui. And sometimes we refer to it as a lizard. But it's actually these massive dragons. And kind of cool, a lot of the, I mentioned Chinaman's Hat area, that if you look at Kualoa Ranch, if you imagine that island is the tip of a tail, and most of the tail is underwater, and then it comes to the
that's
spine.
Interesting.
Comes up, so it's connected. So that island is a connection of the tail to the spine of the massive dragon that is those mountain range at Kualoa Ranch.
Wow. So this has something to do with the old mythology and story of Hanama Bay, where there's two lizards that fighting over. Oh,
Right. John pumping,
John.
threading that one. Oh.
John Florence, no grab, pumping, no hand, right through the pipe section. Whew.
Wow.
That's why he's world champ. This guy knows how to thread the needle without holding the rail.
For sure. Everyone out here is ripping in this event. But John does have a little something special and extra that just, that was just a wave that not a lot of people looked at. But he saw something in it that really came to fruition and offered. Here we go, another rider. Oh,
he's a young man, and his technique is so spot on for how old he is. You know what I mean? He's definitely a bar setter, elevating our sport of surfing in the air and in the barrel. So.
There's that replay. You can see he's first grabbing rail, then lets go intentionally to show the judges that he has that extra bit of control.
Yeah, he didn't need a grab on that one because that thing was going to go so fast. He already kind of just got right under the lid, let go of his rail, and just weaved through it.
Love it. You see shakas being thrown in the water by their fellow competitors. This was a replay. This is Nate Florence pulling into that one. Almost comes out. You can see his board in the lip. Hopefully it's still in one piece.
Nice, Nathan Florence. Seeing Eli this morning with his quiver in the back of his truck, this guy is just straight frothing. I love seeing it. These guys, what a great heat. Team Florence with Eli Olson.
See our water patrol keeping the camera right in the spot to get those amazing views from within the barrel. Thank you to Sultan Air Studio.
Yeah, thank you to Sultan Air Studios. Also, we did find the drone. This is the Hui event. I mean, how would you like to be flying a drone and then you just see some of the uncles just like, oh, you the guy. I mean, I've been warning them on Beach Marshal for about the last hour.
We definitely heard you up there.
Found the drone, the typical, I didn't know,
Yeah.
But all good.
Here's my question. The drone's still working or what?
I'm not too sure. But, yeah, this is a no-fly zone. This is all Sultan Air Studios. Thank you so much for covering this event.
Oh,
very prestige.
Right. We have some waves here. See if any of our riders are going to pull the trigger of the shootout.
Heat Florence, very busy.
Right.
We've been watching him for the last 3 days of competition, and, if there's waves hitting the reef.
Right. And Sultan Air Studio has been bringing it to us, and their quality is just amazing. And we're going to go ahead and check out what these guys do with this high-quality footage in the slow-mo, which is some of my favorites.
Wow, I believe this is day 3.
Tell it had a little bit of murk to the water.
I love it.
Look at how heavy that slow-mo, that is the bonsai pipeline. This looks like Tai Chi Wakita.
Wow, beautiful.
Pulling into this beautiful barrel. Our Japanese surfers were doing amazing stuff in these backdoor shootout heats.
Beautiful double grab to slow it down. These guys contorted and got themselves as deep as they possibly could.
Just showing you the quality of what Sultan Air Studios brings to us at this event. Reef Macintosh slowing down.
Beautiful. What great pipe footage. I mean, every year we watch pipe and stuff, and there's this beautiful deep blues, but I'm loving this. Here's Cole Rothman and a nice pipe beast.
just the width and the height and just how wide these barrels are. That's how you know.
Oh,
you're
look
the
at that
pipeline.
cave. And there we are, live.
Beautiful
There's-
job. Our Salt and Air Studios bringing us the best. We're fortunate to be here. Also, thanks to Surfline for broadcasting this live, and also the Hui.com. Great to be able to have so much visibility and accessibility to our
Yes.
viewers around the world, being able to join us here on this beautiful morning in Hawaii, Nei, at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yep, and you guys are watching Heat Florence. There we are at the Volcom House. Thank you, Volcom, for having us. Everybody gathers around here, the proving grounds for the Volcom team. They got a good heat, second heat of the day, and you are watching Heat Team Florence.
Yeah, so these mo'onui of ancient Hawaiian days, where these legends of these dragons that were ruling the islands as chiefs, and there's different levels of rulers and rank within the mo'onui community. There's Brother Todd Tamura.
Hui Todd.
Originally from the island of Molokai, but has lived here on the North Shore for many years. Great photographer and videographer. But mo'onui, these large dragons, that there's many, a lot of them, we still know the names of many of them. One in the area here, that was one of the highest ranking ones, was Lani Loa, lived in the neighborhood here in Ko'olauloa, particularly up on Laie Point was Lani Loa's home.
We got paddlers.
Oh my
They're
goodness.
going to take a look as
John on a bomb. Can he come out? Oh my goodness.
Oh, he does come out from a very difficult high
smokes.
line pinch almost.
Holy smokes. Wow.
John always creating his own door.
Drama.
And, speeding up on that last 5 to 10 yards to make the exit.
Hopefully we can bring you the replay that's not from the drone. The drone was a really cool shot, but from my vantage, that was a big wave. It
right
was a very
over
tall
the railing,
wave.
you were looking into that thing, Isaiah.
Oh my goodness. Man, I love that. And we've been talking about that. The wow factor is when someone is in the barrel and you've given up hope on them. Here we go. Stays in that barrel. He's gone. Where is he? There he is.
He traveled over that whole regurgitation foam where, a lot of other candidates might have just eaten it.
Right. And even that last water angle, that was more toward the beach on Eukai's side.
Yeah.
So we were looking into the barrel, and he still disappeared. So good ride. Now he needs to replace an 8.5. Ezra, what you think?
Huh? Whew,
8.5?
that's a hard one with all the surf that we watched from last week, Thursday. I mean, we had 3 days of competition. We're on our 4th day. We have seen, it's almost like I've been on like this awesome vacation trip, just slabs, barrels, brotherhood. It's crazy. So just looking at the list right here, John has a bunch of scores, and our judging panel has a lot. But I feel that that's one of the John's smaller of the waves that he has gotten.
Now,
so.
if he gets a 9 on that wave, it'll put him into a tying position. So he has 27.5.
Yep.
Here's the angle I was hoping to see. See how deep he is? Gone, 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 gone. Boom, there he is.
It was a very difficult exit as well, Isaiah. So, yes, I'm waiting to see that score as well.
So, again, if he drops a 9, he would replace his 8.5. That would tie him up with Billy Kemper at 28 points. So Billy right now has 28 total of his top 3 waves.
Ooh, these guys are so close. Like, is this new? Mason's
This is
sitting
new.
in the third
Right.
position, too.
This is as of this morning.
Mm-hmm.
These are our top 3 waves for each of the riders. So in first place is Billy Kemper. Second place, John Florence. Third place, interestingly, it's competitor Zeke Lau.
Yes.
Who only surfed the first 2 days of competition and then was out with an injury. But he did so well in those 2 days. He has a 8, 9, and a 10.
I know, really busy week for him. I hear he's getting married,
Right?
and he had a slight injury, but I'm not too sure.
Now, a little correction there. I apologize because there's another surfer that also has 27 points, and that's Mason Ho. So technically, Mason and Zeke are tied with 27-point total for their top 3 waves. And look at these waves. Oh, my goodness. Somebody's going. Split
Nathan.
peak.
Nathan on such a bomb, uncharacteristically had to straighten out Nathan Florence. Big wave, giant killer. Took off on such a gnarly backdoor bomb. He had to straighten out. I'm waiting to see who was on that left.
That was
Isaiah.
Eli Olsen who went left, and he threaded the needle for a while, but just got clamped at the end. We'll show you that on the replay in a moment. Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yep, and brother Nathan getting in position. No joke, this guy can muscle his way through that foamy backdoor section. I mean, these guys do it every day.
I'm trying to determine. It looks like he has a GoPro in his mouth in this heat, which is not typical for a surfing competition.
He's not nervous, winded by any means. He's just, you know.
Here's that replay. Oh, straightens out. Mountain of white water behind him, mows him.
He's going to document the shootout with his GoPro mouth module. Nice wave by
Eli Olsen.
As
Unfortunately.
it gets warbled.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, there he goes. Eli Olsen, no stranger for putting in time and work and going over the falls.
Oh, boy.
Guy's a definite workhorse. And this is a frothy group in the lineup right now.
Wow, here we go. Looks like
Looks
John.
World champ
battling for
John
this
and
one.
Nate's yelling at him, going, hey, let's split it.
No.
And no take.
A little too far out for that inside drainer. Watching it, mind surfing it.
Oh, feeling it on the deck. Here we go. More waves out the back, as you can see. Ivan, John, Eli, and Nathan all out the back. Ivan's somewhere right there, too.
Oh, look at these stacks in the horizon. John Florence straightens out, decides not to pull into that one.
Wow, it's not every day you actually see him take one that doesn't barrel. That's really uncharacteristic for John. John, as his 3 brothers are out the back, and Pipeline is not slowing down.
Yeah, you have to be incredibly comfortable in really heavy surf conditions to get flogged by a massive wave at backdoor while having a GoPro in your mouth and thinking the whole time, I got to keep this GoPro in my mouth here.
Oh, yeah.
How are you supposed to breathe? That's
I know it's got that killer little breather hole, but
Right.
I mean, you know,
still
it doesn't matter. These guys are always upping the ante in water photography, too. It's really interesting. He has a lot of good GoPro camera angles. Nathan's always playing with his thing at backdoor.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's checking out their board. Probably showing the boys his new fins.
Hopefully it's not like
Yeah.
cracked.
Yeah, checking for the buckle. You never know, if you don't check that next wave, that your board can come apart right on takeoff. So,
Right.
you know, these guys, tons of equipment. I want to say Eli this morning had about 8-9 surfboards, all
Oh, wow.
in the back of his Tacoma.
Well, you need it. We've seen, I mean, Kai Lenny broke a board this morning. And,
Glad he's okay. I
yeah.
seen him on the inside with Hawaiian Water Patrol, just kind of
taking
laying back,
yeah.
taking a breath.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shot of Nathan, Eli, and Ivan waiting for John to make it back to the pack.
Yeah, I love the camaraderie in these competitions. Saw a lot of shakas being thrown to one another.
I mean,
Yeah,
definitely as cool as this contest is and how many times they get to surf, and it's the Hui will hit Inalu. Maybe these guys will be mic'd up one year, you know?
All right, that'd be cool.
It'd be super cool. So
You wonder how, if there's a strategy, if they're, this is the team that's leading the competition right now with 95 points. So, you wonder, because right now Nate Florence has has a 5.5 as his low score, and that's the lowest of the entire team. So you wonder if they're like, all right, Nate, you need a good one, or if they're kind of like, bro, you just caught that one, my turn.
No, I know it's definitely that way because they all also individually know that Balaram is holding an 11, and someone wants. These guys are such showmen. Someone wants to be the guy that says, "I got the 12 this year." And it isn't easy to do with judges like Dean Morrison, Barton Lynch, and Flynn Novak. It's really neat to see them dissect the scores up there over and over again. Nobody's going to get the short end of the stick as we see more waves on the horizon, Isaiah.
Yeah, you see these inside double ups. Oh, my goodness, so heavy.
Boosh. I know we're missing Mr. McGee, but when you don't ride a wave at Pipeline and it barrels in front of him, and here we go, Ivan Florence, textbook pipe drop as he weaves through this nice inside pipe cone. Ivan Florence. For me, even his last performance on the last day we went, he packed 3 in a row. Ivan Florence was busy.
Yeah.
So I was just taking a look at his score.
Yeah.
He's holding a pair of 7s and a 7.5, total of a 21.5.
Hey, Reva Paddle, this looks like Nate Florence going back door with the GoPro in his mouth. Come out. Oh, not sure what happened in there, but looked like he was going to come out and something happened to grab his leash, pull him under.
This is Nathan's Florence, along with the Florence brothers' 5th surf of the event. And Nate, one of the outstanding chargers and backdoor surfers, he's really looking to up the ante. So he's threading the needle, trying to find something. He's not just going for that beautiful GoPro backdoor vision. Yeah. He wants a 12. He wants to beat his brother. These guys are so competitive.
Here's the replay of him. Hits the bottom, pumps, goes up high, goes up a little too high. So that's what happened as he went up trying to sneak out the exit. And that's oftentimes what happens with these surfers. They have to go up high. Ivan, on the other hand, had a clean entry and clean exit. Didn't have to worry about going high or low. Just came straight out.
He's been making some beautiful pipe exits. Ivan Florence.
Yeah, so as Nate was trying to exit high, ended up going a little too high up the face and got
Actually,
lit.
he did exactly what he needed to do on that exit. As we see Bethany Hamilton, Moana Jones, and Joey Johnston and the crew checking it out. Wow, those 3 athletes right there. Awesome job throughout competition. We're going to see the Wahine come up later on today in Heat 8. So exciting.
Yeah, excited about that, for sure.
It's going to be their 5th surf, maybe their 6th, because second round.
Eli looking at this one, stalling it. Not much barrel on that one, so he kicks out.
Smart decision by Eli Olsen.
So looks like they're taking a look at this one. It's coming really from the west, so I don't know if it's going to line up right. But
looks like they're having nope.
That drone will show us what it looks like. That inside reef, very shallow in that zone, and probably why they opted not to pursue that one.
Ivan was taking a look, though. You never know. He's been coming out of some nice tight ones, but these guys want big, girthy, obtuse, fat pipe waves, and they want to, show the judges that they're going to pack it, and they want to get a 12.
Yep. So Team Florence with a total of 95 points leading us. Right behind them, though, is Team Quicksilver. And those guys will be surfing soon today. See if they can jump up in their position from second to first. We have right after them is Team Snap 4 with 89 points. So these are just like fractions of, Team Florence, though, is pretty high up in the league with 95 points, whereas Team Quicksilver has 89.5 points. Right below them, Snapped 4 with 89 points. The Hui Japan is in 4th place as of this morning. There's
Not
Jake
bad.
Maki again.
Jake Maki, congratulations to him. Just
Pointing
got
out there,
himself a
sir.
clothing sponsor the other day. So charging, this guy.
Right.
A lot of good things I hear about this young man.
Originally from Kona on Moku Okiawe, Big
Nice.
Island. His father's a fireman and good family. Actually, for a while, I was coaching surf teams,
Yeah,
high school surf teams, and he was one of our athletes at Kahuku. And great kid, good family, good people.
He's still going to Kahuku High, correct?
Right?
Yeah.
Still, he's a senior at Kahuku.
And what a young man, you know, seeing him in this yard, putting in his time, listening to his uncles, and he went out in the misty morning at around 6:30 on those real big days. No jet skis. Jake Maki on his way to becoming a pipe specialist as you got Florence Heat and 20 seconds left.
20 seconds. Well, we'll let you know about if John's, he had that wave that we're wondering if it replaces the 8.5. That's so far been one of the best waves that he actually had 2 waves. And we'll get back to you, see what those scores were. 2 really good waves. But that's going to close out our heat for Team Florence. Hopefully, we'll see them back in the water today. We hope to see if the conditions hold out that we can have 2 rounds held today.
Yes. So I believe Peruvian Tubos is in the lineup.
Well, as this was a pretty good heat, we're going to show you some of the highlights. Ivan Florence on a bomb, starting us off at this heat. Gets a stand-up barrel, gets shootout at the shootout.
Nice soul arch at the end.
Eli Olsen trying to replace his 6'5" in this heat, and we'll see if he's able to do that. But John Florence lets go of the rail, deep in the barrel, pumping, comes out after the spit.
Nice
Little
by
fancy kick
Florence.
out.
Eli
Split.
again. Beautiful. Nice green bomb as this one got wonky on the inside and took him over.
That was the split peak of brother Nate Florence. Ivan on another one. Ivan had 2 good waves. John had 2 good waves.
Nice thread on that one. Nice read from Ivan.
And we'll be back with more action from Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
Aloha.
Oh, welcome back, Rob. Team Peruvian Tubos out there right now with a replacement for Gabriel Villaron. We've got Martin Geray up in the Team Peru team. We've also got our other surfers that have been out there prior. Joaquin del Castillo, Alonso Correa, Cristobal de Cole, Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez bringing in the action from this heat. And, man, these Peruvian surfers had an amazing round 4 performance a few days ago. It was just historic, turned on. I don't think I've ever seen that many good waves come in that 30-minute span of time. With these guys just ready and able to take advantage of every opportunity.
They packed every wave in that heat, the one you're talking about.
They didn't miss a single one.
And then the first day of competition, last week, Thursday, we get here early in the morning. It's a misty Ehukai morning with 10 to 15-foot waves. And here we go.
Joaquin de Castillo.
Beautiful read.
Wow.
Beautiful read into that pipe cone. These guys are frothing rock.
Yeah,
but
definitely
they started
earning
the competition.
Earning their invitation.
They were the first heat to start off and set the bar of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and it was a little bit of nerves that morning.
Yeah, it was big and burly. Really a courageous effort on that day one to be the team drawing the number one out of the hat. And having to go out there first.
Oh, my gosh.
Wasn't the Peruvian Tubos team as much as the Peruvian guinea pigs.
Yeah.
I
was looking over the railing, and I hear, where is Team Peru? I mean, being a surfer, it's like, you're going to just set the bar for the whole competition.
Yeah.
Their guy, they also have Alvario. He has a slight tear, I believe, on his shoulder, but he was surfing that macking bomb day on Thursday.
He's actually out there doing our beach announcing right now.
Good. Okay, I was
he's
wondering.
Sitting next to me, and he's
stuff.
Taking the mic, doing an amazing job. Alvaro, bruh, you might have a job. You're hired, bro.
All right. I know he's representing them.
Waves approaching. Everybody duck diving under that one. As you see Joaquin making it back out on his yellow board there.
Yeah, and I notice on the sheets on our 4th day of competition, a lot has changed and some has remained the same.
Yeah, we're looking at this top 3-wave format. We could potentially go to a top 4-wave format. Mm-hmm. That's still kind of one of the unconfirmed procedures, if you will, of this 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So we could see potentially top 4, top 5, maybe top 6 waves. We're still kind of adjusting that part of the format, but some great scores on the board and a lot of potential today for team and individuals to build on their scores and improve.
I still see individual, he got injured unfortunately, but Zeke Lau still up there, injured, but still in the run.
Yeah, he had such good waves, a 10, a 9, and an 8.
Wow.
That even being out for the last couple of rounds, his scores are still holding a lot of weight.
I know it was last week, Monday, when that had happened, and me and you just got done with the morning show, but you had to assist him, Rock. How bad was it? Is he okay?
It was one of those things where it could have been so much worse, being the proximity to his actual eye.
Yes.
So it was just below the eye. Kind of almost looked like he got a solid left hook during an MMA fight.
And it was a fin, correct?
But the fin actually literally punched him right below the eye, kind of on the edge of the cheekbone where your cheekbone meets your orbital, your eye socket right there. And pretty swollen. The cut didn't look like super deep, but it was more of an impact cut more than a slice. And it definitely swelled up pretty quickly. And I'm sure quite uncomfortable for the next couple of days. So, Zeke, we hope you're healing up, and it's got a couple of weeks until January 29th when our first event of the World Championship Tour begins at Pipeline. So rest up, brother. And who knows, bro, you still might get some prize money here being
Right.
in the top runnings.
Just knowing Zeke, I wanted to know how bad it was because I could just see him show up through the fence and maybe surf, but I think he is out right of now.
Yeah, he'll rest, and try to get as close to 100%.
Yep.
Going up against the best surfers in the world during that championship tour event, the two events that are on the way in the next couple of weeks, Pipeline and Sunset.
Busy. Oh, and
So
we got
here's
waves.
the Peruvian Tubos team, all shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, talking about who's going to go on this one, and they'll all pass it up, opting for something better on the outside.
Yep, they're definitely making moves on each other. One guy paddles, there goes the other guy. Everybody is fighting for the awesome position because this is the backdoor shootout, and we're coming to the fourth day of competition. This is their fifth surf. They have 33 minutes, and they don't want to get caught in a lull like we've seen in some heats. Like Team the Hui Wax, really good to see them get some bombs this morning because on our day 3 of competition, it was just a little bit slow just in their heat.
Oh, wow.
Threading and getting spit out. Not quite making it. As you can see him pop up to the surface. It's about 20 yards from the exit. Pin drop underneath this big white water cloud. It isn't easy going under those things, Rock.
Yeah, there's some force in those. That's Crystal Ball de Cole.
Crystal Ball.
Crystal Ball getting just a little pit ride in position on that one. Nothing extreme.
Joe Quinn up and in. Excuse me, that's Alonzo, I believe. Great ride. These guys have been putting on a performance. You tell them it's their heat. It doesn't matter how big it is out there. These guys are ready to go and do it.
So we saw just a couple of rides there from Cristobal de Cole. Martin Geray replacing Gabriel Villaran.
Gabriel had some really nice waves on the third day of competition. I mean, he pulled into some curtains backside.
Lone regular footer, of the Peruvian Tubos team. A lot of surfing history in Peru as a country, much like Hawaii. This event all in memory of our great ambassador of surfing and Aloha Duke, Paoa Kahanamoku. And here we go. Oh, Alonzo Correa again. Beautiful positioning. Excellent drone shot. Looking right into that pipe barrel.
Man, once he takes off, he's already gripping that wall, man. That guy is slowing down right from the teepee. He knows he just wants to get super deep. Maximum scoring capability.
Zoko is my nickname for Alonzo Correa.
Nice, I like that. You are the nickname guy, yes?
Kind of has, some kind of adult beverage ring to it or something, Take a shot of Zoko and feel good.
Well, Zoko and them are going to get another shot at it because there's definitely some pipeline corduroy lines coming in with some side of backdoor.
Yeah, a splash, a backdoor. I'll take a shot of pipeline with a splash of backdoor, please. Bartender.
Oh, man. Wow, beautiful drone footage. The airways are Salt and Air Studios. So make sure, for those of you that are just joining us down here at the beach, keep your drone out of the airways, please. And Team Peru absolutely frothing as waves approach. Who is in position, Rock?
Oh, it is. That's crystal ball.
Deco. Beautiful.
Oh, man.
Thick spit. He's going to kick out. Ooh, as I can smell that ocean spray.
Oh, you know, his nickname might be Clairvoyant, who looks into a crystal ball.
Yes,
the seer.
clairvoyant. And
Crystal
here we go.
ball, the clairvoyant de Cole.
Joe Quinn. Oh. Up and under. Beautiful pipe style as he had his hand in the wave.
Yeah, Joaquin de Castillo getting another beautiful two-brided pipeline. Man, and we talk a little bit about Duke Kahanamoku and you know his legacy of taking surfing around the world, but he also has an amazing legacy of working with our visitors to Hawaii and creating that Beach Boy concept.
Yep.
And something that you're very familiar with. You know, your dad, Uncle Sam, just one of the most aloha-filled individuals that shares the knowledge of the ocean of surfing with, you know, on the front lines with a lot of our visitors and guests to Hawaii, and it's something really special.
Big time. Duke Kahanamoku is so big to us. I mean, worldwide, internationally, but down in Waikiki, I mean, you look back at those old days, Duke Kahanamoku, just so much aloha for our visitors, perpetuating our island, showing like a concierge, if you will. Never lead you wrong, always lead you to a good time. And Duke is just, you know, just something that we try to emulate his life every day here in the island as a surfer, you know, because so much has changed. But then you take a look back on his history and culture. I mean, it was different times there, but we all need to remember and be humble and, you know, just live like the Duke.
Have that spirit of him living on and his legacy. And, you know, I got to say mahalo to your dad, Uncle Sam, for this event long time ago. I think it was 1998-ish. So we're talking 20-plus years ago. But, you know, and I was dabbling in some longboard competition. You know, traditionally shortboard was my forte, and then I would jump on a longboard and try to have fun and mix it up with you guys.
You guys were good. Yes, I remember you guys.
You know, there was it was back when the Locomotion Surf in the Summer event was held at Queens, and I was on a borrowed board from Jason Lau through, I believe it was Daniel Kalikini or Daniel Kahikile. I was borrowing his Nectar longboard.
Gotcha.
For all the rounds leading up to, and on the final day during the finals, I guess he had to use his board or take it away, and I didn't have a board.
You made the finals. They never let you use their board.
I didn't have a board, and so I was scrambling, and your dad was around the Beach Boy stand. I said, hey, can I borrow a board? I was going to take out one of the rentals.
Yeah.
And he said, here, boy, take my board. So he loaned me his personal board.
Oh, that's awesome.
I ended up going out there. I ended up winning the event on your dad's board.
Rock.
So Uncle Sam, truly, once again, mahalo.
I love that. You can still find that in Waikiki. All that aloha and selflessness is still down there. You know, if you want
to. Got a chance to experience it personally.
Yes. Awesome.
Check it out. Some slow-mo action from Ippel Films. Ippel, Eric Ippel.
This is awesome.
Epic slow-mo action together from day 3.
Look at this quality. I'm just loving it. That was Team Peru, and now who's this?
22 years plus, putting himself in precarious positions to get these amazing images.
Gabriel Villaran.
Yeah.
Jack Robinson.
Yep.
Nice and slow where the water was still a little brackish, but look at this clarity.
Yeah, it is just crystal clear. You can see the sparkles of those Ehukai ocean sprays coming up.
Here we go. Balaram Stack, I believe, on this one. Look at him just knifing close to the face as that was.
Back to live action. That is, I I believe that's Joaquin de Castillo.
Yeah.
Hey, our great sponsor that has been helping us out majorly, Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Big time.
Check
Thank
out
you.
keikibeach.com if you want one of the more exclusive, however, affordable and awesome places to stay is at Keiki Beach Bungalows. They've just decided to throw in $5,000 more directly to the hardest
Say
charger.
what?
And you know what, bro? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm not the judge, but hands down, I got to tell you, the hardest charger, in my opinion, has to be none other than our Wahine competitor, Mrs. Bethany Hamilton.
Oh, yes.
That's going to be my vote. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but, man, if we're talking $5,000 for the hardest charger, I think she has put on an amazing display of courage with the waves that she has made and with the waves that she didn't make but still went anyway.
Agreed, Rob.
It's just bravado beyond anything I've ever seen before out here.
Wow. Thank you, Keiki Beach Bungalows, man. Raising the bar, and we're also going to alert our surfers, and they're going to raise the bar because the Wahine, they're going to surf against each other 2 more times, I believe, today, right?
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the conditions. The idea is to fit in 2 more rounds today, and hopefully the winds cooperate. That'll be kind of the telling factor, but so far we're experiencing very clean conditions. I want to also say mahalo to Team the Hui Wax and Odom Corporation for sponsoring and headlining our event here, along with Keiki Beach Bungalows. Sinaloa Tortillas and Chips, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii. Check out defendhawaii.com for all of the apparel available.
Check them out,
especially also to Oahu Golf Apparel, jumping in to provide us with great T-shirts and
love those
golf
shirts.
Yeah, so comfortable. Himiko Organic, Kinui Kitchen, delivering a Ono breakfast for us here. And the Two Thumbs Tattoo Hawaii. There's Team Quicksilver.
Koa Rothman showing up. Good morning, brother Koa. He's looking to get a 12 today. That's what he showed up and walked through the Volcom yard. The kid does not play around.
He's game.
Super game.
Ready to put on a show.
I did watch him on our 3rd day of competition, pack some massive barrels, but just didn't get spit out. Non-Koa Rothman fashion, so today he's here. He's going to surf 2 more times, and he'll be on Heat Quicksilver.
Yeah, he does have a couple of 7s and a 6 on the board, but he'll look to build on those scores as he's got plenty of opportunities today, not only at pipe, but he'll go backdoor as well.
And, you know, those scores, not the kind of scores that Cole would like. You know, you got Reef over there. He's holding an 8.5 and a 9. That's not too bad. So you got Team Peruvian Tubos. All 4 of these gentlemen started off the contest last week, Thursday, in massive surf. They didn't even hesitate. First heat of the day.
Yeah.
Where is the Peruvians? Boom, out there, setting the bar.
It was like, where's Team Peru? Oh, they're already in the lineup, frothing, ready to go. I mean, they drew number 1. They're like, all right, let's get out there and get a couple of warm-up waves before this thing starts. They were not shy on it.
And they're not shy like our guys coming up later, too, is the Hui Japan team.
Yeah, right now
in a lot
as
of
a team,
work.
they're right in that top 4, so they're making their invitation.
That is
very
great.
well worth it.
And you guys, thank you for joining us on the 4th day of competition. 4th day of competition. This is our last day of competition, and this is these guys' 5th surf. Maybe 6th surf, right?
Yeah, we could be looking at 6 rounds to choose the top rides, and, you know, just given the uniqueness of this event and what's possible, it is so great to have the option of, you know, deciding to call it quits and say, you know what, we've got enough rounds under our belt, the wave quality is not up to our standards, or look at the surf and go, hey, there's still some good ones out there. We'll keep rolling. And a lot of the decision comes from the competitors themselves. So that's another really cool feature and
Yep.
unique format to this event is how much control and how much say and input the competitors have on the
I
event.
love it. Oh, up and riding, threading it, holding it, slowing down in this
That's
nice
Alonso.
pipe cone.
Zoko Correa.
Zoko. You know, and it is neat, like our group text this morning, you know, the surfers want to surf.
Yeah.
You know, it was still dark. You couldn't even see the ocean.
Yeah, they knew, man. Sometimes
Yeah.
you can just tell by the sound or
Oh,
you,
yeah.
you know, you just need the
smell.
faintest amount of light. It was a full moon last night, so
Must
maybe
have
they
been.
could see something
Yeah.
even early on because that moon was, I don't know if it was technically, scientifically full, but
You
I-
could see
I-
that
I
it
went-
was
I was
big.
out,
yes.
you know, walking the neighborhood with my little girl, you know, just cruising for a little bit, and we saw the nice, big, bright moon. So it was definitely shining some light on the water and potentially viewable this morning early. And it was, yeah, still dark when we got that text, and it was like, it's on. Competitors want to go. Let's get here. Bro, how did you got here, like, what? You must have left your house 5 o'clock.
I left at around 5 something. Yes, I didn't want to be late.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just like our competitors, Ezra,
It seems that I've
frothing,
been
ready
showing.
to go.
I've been showing up on the days that we called off earlier than the days that we're on. So I just wanted to make sure I switched that up a little
Yeah,
bit.
hey,
Thanks,
for the
Rock.
final day, locked and loaded, ready to go.
And yeah, the Mother Ocean's just taking a short pause, letting Team Peru talk about all their great rides. What a great performance in the last 4 days from these guys. And they are not done yet. They could be coming up for a 6th surf today.
Yeah, we just recently updated you on the latest contribution from Keiki Beach Bungalows, $5,000 for the biggest charger or the hardest charger of the event. And here's
Look at
Bethany
this
Hamilton with this Ipple Films slow-mo,
So vertical.
a giant
So
pipe barrel.
obese.
And she will just be standing tall in this hard charging pit. And if this is not our hardest charger of the event, I would be
Look at this
really
cavern.
surprised. And oh man,
If she came out of that thing, she would be contending with Balaram Stacks 11.
could be up there for the score. And I think we all know the result of that one we saw the other day. She didn't make it out, but
625, I
just
believe.
to get into that wave, make that barrel, make it into that barrel, and then get that epic slow-mo footage from from Ipple Films and Eric Ipple. It is gotta be in contention for the hardest charging Keiki Beach Bungalow $5,000 prize. Mahalo Keiki Beach Bungalows, not only for your headline sponsorship, but also for that extra $5,000 for the hardest charger. And
Yeah.
what a contribution. We appreciate you guys very much.
I'm still in shock from all that beautiful footage, all that cinematography.
Yeah, and imagine the still shots
That
of
is-
that particular wave. I mean, we
Yeah.
might see that gracing a lot of our websites and magazines. If I was a sponsor of Bethany Hamilton, that would be going, just blowing up to poster size. That is heroic, not only for Wahine surfing, but for all surfers.
Yeah. This event, one of a kind, you know. Sometimes 55-minute heats, you get to surf 4 to 6 times.
Yeah.
Elevate the sport of surfing, and you're on Ipple Films. I mean, sheesh.
That quickly was Zoko checking out the inside, but nothing doing there. But yeah, and it's, this event, when you factor in all of those details of the uniqueness of this event,
Yeah.
all contributes to surfing performance.
Yep.
So just to make it that much more entertaining, the performance and the surfer's ability to perform at top level, from the The rides you get from Hawaiian
Yeah.
Water Patrol increase your chances of getting back out there quicker. The judging style, the format, and heat structure style all contribute to being the most entertaining.
No fillings, just straight up, honest to goodness.
Yeah.
Hardcore pipe and backdoor surfing designed to give all these surfers elbow room. There's Reef McIntosh coming up in Quicksilver. That's Lono Rothman.
Yeah.
Just showed up to watch his brother Koa. That's the youngest of the Rothman brothers.
That's correct.
Mr. Lono. Always good to have him home.
Think he's got opportunities in the movie industry, does Lono. And Zoko, getting
Zoko not needing that one.
just getting
Getting
Close
extra
out.
frothy.
having to straighten out, dealing with a lot of bubbles in white water and turbulence right now.
Yeah, some definitely boards were thrown this morning on those heavy whitewater clouds that came in from the second reef this morning. There's Joaquin Del Castillo and his teammates looking for this inside. Watch these
here
guys
comes
as they're
something. We'll
looking.
see if anybody turns and burns, but nope, no rides there. Gotta say, Alvaro Malpartida doing an excellent job on our beach mic. So great to
Super
have him
good.
here and able to announce
the
his
Hui
Peruvian
Wax.
Tubos heat. I believe it'll be Team Snapped 4 coming up next.
Exciting.
And always entertaining group of surfers there that we'll talk about when it's their turn to surf. But look at these waves. That's the initial forerunner of this set of waves coming in, and we've got potential. Just about a minute remaining.
Here we go.
This next one could be
Their buddy Alvaro is trying to get them
gem,
in position.
and they're all scratching for position. Zoko turning and burning, making the spin, paddling. He's up and riding. And
Drags hand.
parking it right outside the lip right there. Just getting a pit ride. Beautiful drop, but not much of a wall to work with. So he'll have to
37 on
kick
the
out
clock.
with nothing pretty much doing there, but 30 seconds on the clock.
Team Peruvian Tubos. Will they get another shot on this little inside part? As these guys had a hell of a performance. This is their fifth surf, and they're not done yet. With conditions prevailing, they might surf again for the sixth time.
Yeah, we're for sure going to take in round 5. That's no doubt. And then in a couple heats, we'll check out the conditions and make that decision. But we're counting down the end of the 5th round for Peruvian Tubos. They might have had a couple of improvements. Hard to follow up the round they had for round 4.
Yep.
That was just amazing stuff. And they did a bulk of their big scoring on that day for that session. But a couple of good rides.
Yes, I feel
As we
that.
check out the beautiful drone shot there.
I feel that there was some great waves in their heat, but it's really hard to beat that third day performance when their heat just didn't slow down, not even a second. So beautiful drone footage.
Well, we're going to be right back with more action right here on the North Shore. The Hui Backdoor Shootout. We'll see you soon.
Aloha.
22, all in memory of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. Team snapped in the water right now. If you've been watching all morning, not only snapped, back doors been crackling, pipelines been popping. Team snapped 4 in the water right now. Sorry for my Rice Krispies reference there. It's breakfast time. Mahalo Kinui Kitchen providing some eggs and fried rice. But man, Mason Ho in this heat, Baron Mamiya, Benji Brandt, Parker Coffin out there right now. Isaiah Walker right beside me. Yours truly, Rocky Cannon, bringing you the action for this snapped heat. 33 minutes, already a couple minutes through, and we've got still really excellent conditions, Isaiah.
Beautiful. And the Snap 4 team is in 3rd place right now. Here we have a paddler.
Looks like
Benji Brandt, deep. I don't think he's coming out of that one. A deep one, but Benji went for it. Tried to get some speed, but it's a little too deep. So they have a total of 89 points as of this morning, so before our heat round 5, which we're into today. So Mason Ho is tied for 3rd place in the individual category, tied with Zeke Lau, who just surfed on day 1 and day 2. But Mason has an 8.5, a 9.5, and a 9. So he's looking to replace that 8.5 to get ahead of Zeke.
Baron Mamiya. Oh, does the grab, the let go, and the re-grab. And then let's go again. Just such the ongoing adjustment, which tells you not only his comfort with this wave, but at a young age, immense knowledge.
Yeah, and Baron's doing pretty good. His top 3 scores are a 8.5, a 7.5, and a 7. So that last wave was close to maybe replacing his 7.
Well, I don't know if you had overheard us talking in the last heat, but Keiki Beach Bungalows has contributed an extra $5,000 for the hardest charger of the event. And, I shamelessly put it out there, went straight to Bethany Hamilton, already getting some feedback from our viewers via text message that there's some sense of agreement out there.
Yeah, so that's great. I mean, the hardest charger, that's a hard one because the waves are so heavy and everyone's charging. But
that deservedly across the board is applied to each of our competitors.
But I agree with you. I mean, especially on that day one when there was a lot of selectivity, even from our hard charging Kane, our male surfers, but she was throwing caution to the wind, just like Mason right here, pulling in.
Oh, if he comes out, that's a 12. It was one of those very fast breaking. He made it quite far, farther than you would expect on a fast breaking wave like that. But that bigger board, you see him having to bail under that one as opposed to duck diving. So Mason, one of the younger guys that might be a little old-fashioned in his ways of board selection.
Yeah. Yeah, but Bethany was for sure standout charging. And as I said, especially on day one and day two, I mean, today the conditions are still heavy and beautiful, but on day one and day two it was a little more wild, like it was scarier.
Yeah.
A lot of wash-through sets, and
yeah, we
there
have
were waves she was going on that I was like, why is she paddling for this?
Right. We do have a scary scale here at Pipeline, and for some of you, it always might be maxing out on the scary level, but professionally speaking, for our surfers, there is, that scale you were alluding to, Isaiah, and a bit scarier on those first couple of days. And yes, absolutely charging was Bethany Hamilton, as were all of our surfers. But man, if we have any part of making that decision, we're gonna put it out there.
Yeah.
Also, the airspace, if you have a drone, not today, the airspace is private. Privately owned by Golden Air Studios. Waving Parker Cox.
Oh my goodness.
PC.
Getting over the foam on
Woo.
out as that big spit.
Man, he had the speed on that one. He
Yeah.
was pumping away.
Yeah, he had the right idea. He could see down the line that it was going to be one that requires pedal to the metal, full throttle action.
Yeah.
And even still was unable to keep up with that one.
So, Team Snap 4, total of 89 points. That's for all four team riders, each of them their top three waves. Actually, Parker Coffin has the most opportunity to bring up the team scores because his lowest right now is a 5, and he has 2 6s.
Mm-hmm.
So, opportunity there. And, of course, Mason Ho with an 8-5, a 9-5, and a 9.
We're also getting word that, it is still being discussed of how many waves we are going to count
I'm glad you
for
brought
each
that up, yeah.
competitor. So we will continue to monitor that situation, but we do have some of the scores available to us that we're reading off to you. But it is potentially could be top 3 waves, could be top 4 waves, could go as high as the number of rounds that we could have too.
Oh, okay.
So the number of waves being tallied for each surfer is still unofficial and kind of thrown around for debate as we speak, but obviously we will be able to give you the scores that are presented to us on paper right now.
Yeah, and I love
but
that
for
because
placings and for positionings, we'll be continuing to monitor, because that will make a difference of how many waves are counted
For sure.
in the end. So we're still in the deciding stages of that part of the format, but we'll keep you updated.
Oh,
Meanwhile, we're going to stay focused on the action in the water because there are some sets approaching.
Benji Brand on a steep and deep one in the barrel. Beautiful drone angle. Comes out.
Brother Benji branding that one at Pipeline, putting his stamp of approval on that pipe wave. Woo.
Wow, that was a Beautiful double up wave. Love that drone angle too. The drone was, you could tell it was really close to the rider, and it takes a lot of skill to be able to do that, put your equipment at risk. Aloha.
Hey, good morning. Smiles, happy faces, all joining us here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. You can look at the lineup right there, or at least the impact zone. Mason Ho paddling back out. Baron Mamiya making his way through. Top of your screen, you see that huge
Turd reef.
feathering set on the outside. Right now, team snapped 4 in the lineup. And I just want to take a moment. It's because I'm looking at my phone. I'm getting a lot of our Ohana text, our group text. You know, this event is in memory of Duke Pahoa Kanahomoku, and obviously we've seen so many surfers, legends, Ohana members, you know, pass on to the next life. And I want to give a shout out and memorial announcement to my stepdad, who's my dad, Sino Magalenis. And every Sunday, my mom puts out messages from his personal Bible and notes. So mahalo, Mom, for doing that. And all of my siblings, much love and appreciation going out to you all. And we'll get together soon. But, yeah, just, you know, really important, I believe, nowadays to stay in touch. You know, you never know what's going to happen in the coming days, and our time here in this life is very cherished, and ultimately, in the big scheme of things, very short.
Correct.
And brothers out there almost being introduced to the next life a little bit, getting pounded in that impact zone. I mean, there are days when you're getting donuts in there that you are just like, please let me up.
Right.
Please let me resurface, not hit my head on the reef. So many things can go wrong surfing here at Pipe. And if you come to visit this area, take a moment to look at the plaque that is along the bike path there. There are a list of names of surfers, bodyboarders, a knee boarder in particular, photographer, that have passed away at this break, lost their life literally in this water and on this beach. And there are potentially so many more if not for the quick reaction of fellow surfers, our lifeguards, our Hawaiian Water Patrol. So many lives saved, but with that amount of attention to this break and folks that want to get out there and, you know, try to get a piece of pipeline, there are casualties. Our lifeguards right there, city and county, mahalo. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Rocky, for giving a shout out to our kupuna who are gone. And you know, we do believe that our kupuna are still around us and amidst us. If you listen to some of Brother Israel's songs, he talks a lot about our connection to, you know, the other side of the veil, so to speak. That our kupuna are still with us, and oftentimes we can kind of, you know, feel that, especially with our connection with the ocean and the Aina. And in Hawaii, there's a lot of different signs that are showing like your kupuna communicating to you from the other side. One of them is this light mist, like light rains. So if you're ever outside and there's like a light rain that kind of just graces your skin. And
you look up and the skies is blue, and then this
little
rain
mist
is like somehow coming out of nowhere, I feel like.
Yeah. And so that, you know, that light misty rain is one of those things that here in Hawaii we often feel like that chicken skin that it gives you on your skin is that, you know, that kupuna reaching out to you from the other side of the veil, saying that they still are around.
Yeah, they're still here. Just a little reminder and maybe some comfort.
Right. A lot of mana here in the islands, and a lot of our culture definitely does reach back into those Um, trying to explain that mana through different ways. Oftentimes the elements around us, even the surf itself, communicates to our spirits.
Sets of waves approaching right now for Team Snapped. And we'll see if any opportunities present themselves for Mason, Benji, Barron, or Parker. So just about 15 and a half minutes remaining in this 33-minute heat for Team Snapped.
We were talking earlier about the amazing eruption that took place in Tonga the other day. I saw some posts on it where they showed like a satellite view of the explosion.
Bruh,
Looked like a bomb.
It looked like, you know, a nuclear weapon was detonated. There's a lot of conspiracies already flying around.
Well, there was, you know, I work at BYU Hawaii, which is it's about 3,000 students at our campus. It's devoted to international students, particularly from the islands. So we have a lot of students from Tonga and Samoa, Fiji, New Zealand, and this is our target area, we call it. And last night there was a big vigil where hundreds of students were outside offering prayers or pule for the families that they're okay, and so our prayers go out to them. You know, one cool thing about our university is it's a small campus and it's dedicated to Hawaiian and Pacific Island students and also students from Asia. It's a 4-year accredited institution. I've taught there for the last 15 years. I'm currently the academic vice president of the school.
Okay.
Well, kind of cool. Recently, we have a new president of the university, Keone Kawe, who's originally from Molokai, one of the first Native Hawaiian university presidents.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
So kind of cool, especially to have it here on the North Shore. It's a real blessing for me. A dream job, actually.
Yeah.
So lots of aloha, and especially to our people in Tonga. And I know also I have friends in Fiji and in Samoa, and they also had impact. They could hear the volcano going off thousands of miles away.
That's incredible. Just the raw power of the earth and the possibilities.
I was surprised too. I saw video footage on Kauai where they showed some surging of the ocean. So we actually did get some impact from the shock wave of the ocean.
There was a boat in Manele Harbor on Lanai that was literally dry docked. It had got risen up and then floated over a couple feet and was resting on the dock, the textbook definition of being dry docked. And obviously, hopefully that boat owner was able to get his boat back in the water, but getting into that pipe wave, Benji Brandt says good morning to some of our water photographers. Another very maybe understated or underappreciated profession of professional surfing that we see, evidence of all of these great shots from Ipple Films, who's out there swimming around, and all of the beautiful still shots that you're going to see from this event. Swim fins, helmet, and wetsuit, part of the uniform as a professional water photographer. But man, some of the hardest working folks in this business.
Yeah. Speaking of which, let's check out some of the results of the hard work of these water angles.
Eric Ipple Films, Eli Olsen, Eli Hanai, Olsen Florence, part of that Team Florence group of surfers, the Ohana, and Eli in a beautiful glass cylinder.
Also like John Florence doing the Elemu drag. Knowing him, probably let go of that hand. Oh, holds on to it, pulls up high, open cavern. Love this slow-mo. I mean, just how far the technology has come over the years.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
That's Benji Brandt.
Cool. Benji's in the water right now. He's already had 2 really good waves, so this is just beautiful image of him from some of the earlier days of the event, traveling through slow-mo.
Oh, man. I'm glad we're throwing this one in here. Just look at the unorthodox, however, as well as unique style of none other than Mason Ho with
It looks like he's body surfing.
the front hand grab, and he's parallel with the surface of the water right there, still able to hold it. And he's determined to keep that front hand on. So he's normally would be grabbing with his right hand, but he's grabbing with his left. Why? I don't know. But
But it's so
it's
cool.
so stylish and unique. And
And
that is
functional.
kind of his branding. Is he wants to be totally his own individual, all the while paying some tribute to surfers of his past, his Uncle Derek namely, and obviously his dad Michael Ho still around, still getting out in the water, and Mason
Right. Yeah,
kind of
he's-
extending that tradition.
for sure. And I love it. I love the style. I love the technique. Just bringing a lot of entertainment to us. And I think, it's pretty well accepted that Mason Ho is one of the most entertaining surfers. Kind of stuff that he does, just with so much flair and excitement, riding over rocks.
Yeah.
His favorite surf spots is over here to the left of us. Literally pull into barrel and jumping off on sharp lava rock. One time I was asking him, I was like, "Bro, Mason, how you do that? How do you not get hurt?" He says, "Oh no, I get hurt." Like,
Yeah.
bro, talk about putting your body on the line and risking it for our entertainment.
Yeah, and he has fun doing it too. He's definitely getting entertained himself, but yeah, just such a unique individual, charismatic guy, and not only in his surfing, but in his persona and the way he carries himself. A great guy. So humble, yet very, not outspoken, but not shameful talk.
Yeah.
And it's great to hear him on various interviews and having fun. And even when he's not in the water, he's still just quite the infectious individual.
Yeah, I love watching that because actually surfing over rocks is what I was forced to do as a kid. I mean, we in Hilo, Moku Okeawe is like a still alive, right? So we're talking
right.
about volcanic eruptions. Now, the one in Tonga was a violent, explosive eruption, whereas on the Big Island, Pele usually is a little more controlled, and so you can I grew up with regular volcanic eruptions, and fortunately it wasn't that type of explosive type that are so violent, but
Composite volcanoes versus shield volcanoes.
yeah, thank you. Ooh, good job, scientist here. And so, but growing up on the Big Island, especially in Keaukaua, where it's from, down the beach there. Shout out to all my boys and sisters out there, Vaiuli, but a lot of lava rocks. Gotta surf around them, through them, over them. You gotta know which one. Sometimes we'd even stand on the rock, waiting for the wave, jump into the wave, and that's kind of fun. I get to go back and visit. But aloha,
one of
Kalani
our
Chapman.
pipe master finalists, pipe specialist, Kalani Chapman and son, enjoying a beautiful Sunday morning
like,
at
where?
Pipeline.
Oh, hi, aloha, good morning. Cool to celebrate Ohana and families. Shout out to my family in Ohana.
Yeah.
So
Normally on a Sunday, you guys are getting together and hanging out, but Daddy's got to work today.
Apologize, I missed church this morning.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of spiritual things about being here at Pipeline,
Right, and a lot of people.
witnessing in this, doesn't necessarily have to be in, a building with pews or a particular sermon going on. You can find your spirituality in many different realms, I believe.
For sure, being out here in beautiful weather and elements around us, the aina, the lani is so beautiful today in the sky that you can definitely feel that mana. So, mahalo, ke okua. So you look at the trees. The trees are good indicators for us in Hawaii because they tell us about wind, especially the new. Okay, so
The coconut.
Kumula'au is the tree, and the coconut is the new. So this tree, the coconut, the way the leaves are, they kind of flutter, right? And
Yeah,
so
they're
it
like
tells
little
us-
fingerlings.
They're fingerlings that give us a little hint to what's going on in the air. Right now, I'm seeing a little flutter coming a little bit from the westerly direction. Is this something we should be a little concerned about?
Definitely need to keep an eye on our wind direction and wind speed today, because if anything prevents us from a sixth round, I believe it will be that wind direction and wind strength or wind speed. There's some great quotes or some great cool indicators that deal directly with the coconut tree.
Yep.
So if the coconut tree leaves are blowing or moving, it's windy. If the coconut tree leaves are wet, it's raining. There's a whole list, and my friend Kai Garcia at his house has in his little training gym has the whole list of the coconut tree indicators, and it's pretty hilarious how everything is really kind of based off and told off of the coconut tree, and you see a good
I
shot
feel
of it
sorry
there.
for these coconut trees because Buggers is castrated.
Oh yeah,
No more nuts.
yeah. That's for safety reasons.
Safety.
Man, falling coconuts.
You'd be surprised. I heard it's like a surprisingly high number of deaths in the island from death by coconut falling on your
Oh
head.
man, what a way to go! Yeah, some of our other Pacific islands, have those kinds of injuries. So there
Actually-
is a purpose to coconut removal. By the way, I might need some assistance in that department. I got one lone coconut in my backyard, and yesterday I tried to get the ladder on the upper deck of our playhouse we're building for our two girls, and I got up there, even with my wife holding the ladder. It's a good 25, 30 feet up there, and I looked down, and it was like I had no harness, no nothing.
Oh,
It was
wow.
like, if I fall, I mean, it's going to be guaranteed hospital job. So I cut like 2 leaves. I couldn't quite get to the coconuts yet because I was sawing and shaking the ladder like, bruh, I'm coming back down, honey. This is too scary. We're going to call a professional.
Oh, yeah.
But I am getting some carpentry experience building this playhouse and, toying with the idea of opening, fancying the Kanaka Construction
There you go.
LLC. But my 2 favorite answers would be Planny and Bombay. Oh, brother, how much gonna cost? Planny. When gonna be Pau? Bombay. Brother Pat Myers, the drone pilot right there. Master of the skies here at Pipeline.
Ooh, got a wave here. Somebody, almost.
That's Baron Mamiya looking over the ledge, and not surprised he couldn't catch it on that keychain that he's surfing on.
Well, I know I've shamelessly plugged my campus, but adjacent to our campus, actually part of our campus, is the Polynesian Cultural Center.
Yeah.
So if we go over there, my good friend Cap is one of the stars of the Samoan village, and part of the show is they climb the coconut trees.
Yeah.
And brother Cap Teo Tafiti is he actually was on a TV show where he raced a monkey.
Wow.
And he ended up winning. He climbed the coconut tree faster than The monkey did. So anyway, so you can
Anybody over there like side job?
side job.
I'll be with my coconut tree, but man,
Well,
what a skill,
I
what a
have
talent.
like 5 coconut trees in my yard, and yeah, they can be dangerous, right? You don't want to play underneath them, especially the kids. But coconuts are becoming like a lucrative thing these days. We get
Right.
a lot of our friends that we affectionately sometimes call chronics that like to that have found a side business.
Yeah,
Raiding
yeah.
coconut
Selling
trees.
fresh, selling coconuts.
But,
Machete the top right off, poke a straw inside, and there you have a.
But I surprised some of them. I mean, like 10, 12 bucks from coconut.
Yeah.
But it's worth it.
Hey,
Those
you know
buggers are
what's so
delicious.
funny too is that, now that they started selling coconut water,
Right.
in containers, and I doubt that they do any changes. It's just straight
Pour it.
coconut water
Transfer.
right into that container, and we've been around it for decades and eons. And funny how some of these things just hit the popular market or the pop culture phenomenons that occur with things that have been around for so long.
But here's why you like it the real coconut and not just the one in the can, because the coconut you get two for. You get the drink and then you get lunch.
Yeah,
because you get to
you
eat
get the
the,
meat
eat
right
the meat
after.
after.
Correct. Well, Team Snapped has their 5th round in the books, and I believe it is Team Quicksilver that'll be up next. So we'll bring you right back with more backdoor shootout action after this. Stay tuned.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend with 20 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
I can hold this smile on my tongue. I'm walking on the light wire.
there is the scene here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, looking over our judges' tent and beach announcer area. Welcome back to 2022's the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. And a beautiful shot from our drone looking over into the surf break of Backdoor and Pipeline. Hey, there we are. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, bringing you this round 5 action on the last day, day number 4. And we've seen some great waves already. Team Snap 4, the last team wrapping up their round 5, and now we are into Team Quicksilver. Got a Reef McIntosh. We've also got Koa Rothman, Joey Johnston, and Cody Young in the water for Team Quicksilver. Right now, you know, they're kind of in the top runnings. They've got a lot of good scores and consistent performing up and down the board for their competitors, but still unconfirmed how much waves we're going to be keeping for each surfer, but we've got some catching up to do in this Team Quicksilver heat with Koa Rothman getting a nicely threaded pipe barrel. And there's Joey Johnston.
Yeah, Joey Johnston, you see him pumping in that barrel. That was a tricky one, as you can see those warbles and backwash. A lot of ribs in that one. Tried his best, but unfortunately was clamped on the end of that one. But Cole Rothman's wave, I remember I was watching it live while we were on break, and that was a sick one.
Yeah, that was well done. And, you know, he's got a couple 7s and a 6 on the board. That one might be right in that neighborhood. Yeah. Not sure if it's going to be a total improvement or, you know, similar to what he's got already on the board. So we'll wait and see for that. But nonetheless, you know, great way to start the morning and his heat round 5 campaign.
So beautiful morning here, Rocky. We've been just very blessed with the conditions and the size of the wave. And I know, you know, we're expecting the swell kind of to decline slowly, but you know, it's still really solid. Peaked, I think, last night, and it's still kind of, you know, still really strong. Saw some second reefers this morning, and it's still, you know, as we're looking out to the horizon, you can see in the camera lines marching in from way out off on the what we call the third reef.
Yeah.
And then as those swells come closer, come to where our surfers are sitting here on the first reef at Pipeline. Got a paddler here. Is this Cole Rothman?
It is.
Whew.
Oh, just not enough awareness or not enough positioning, or just a little out of position to set the rail and try to knife into that steep wall. He has to straighten out, and you know, if any of these guys are not going or straightening out on waves, you know there was something that they saw that was unfavorable,
right,
to say the least, about that wave. These competitors have such collectively immense knowledge of this wave.
He was kind of like behind the bowl on that one. You see the bowl, kind of like the water drops out and sucks out. So probably shallow. Here we go.
Oh,
Somebody got to turn around on this.
that's Joey Johnston, and
Oh
Joey.
my goodness.
Oh,
Oh, another rider out the back. This is Reef McIntosh. Trying to kick out of that one.
yeah, just a big drop. Quite the shoulder, no wall available.
Man, Joey Johnston's wave was amazing though. Steep drop, late, pulled into the barrel, came out. Hopefully we'll get some replays for that one. But I didn't think he was going to turn around on that one because it looked like it was capping a little, and nobody else wanted it, but he just turned around and sent it.
That's one that I like to call steep, deep, and underneath. You've heard the term steep and deep used over the years. And shout out to one of our great pipe surfers, passed away surfing Mavericks some years ago, Cyan Molosky, and the steep and deep competition that awards the best pipe waves in the season. But that was steep, deep, and underneath, like right in that lip line. Just such a tough place to take off and a gutsy place to take off.
Yeah, Joey Johnston. Amazing wave. And we see all four competitors paddle over the first one to see the next one right in front of them.
Cody Young with the white helmet, easy to spot out there, right next to Reef McIntosh.
Love the way the light reflects off of the nalu as it barrels and peels across. So, of course, nalu is the Hawaiian word for wave, and he'e nalu is referring to the riding of the wave. Of course, there's some kauna to it. So kauna is the Hawaiian word for like kind of the double meaning.
Yep.
And so a he'e is the octopus, and it's mimicking the way that the octopus like travels kind of smoothly over the surface.
Sliding and gliding a little bit,
right?
yeah.
So he'e nalu means to slide on the wave, and otherwise we call today surfing.
There's a lot of things in nature and, in describing a human concept or activity that Hawaiians would use literal descriptions like that to describe a thing or an activity, maybe, that derives from something that they observe in nature, whether it's an animal or, some kind of feature of the landscape to describe that. And that's one of those great examples of that concept, the word he'enalu.
Right.
I'm getting a couple questions about other creatures that might join us in the lineup sometimes while we're surfing.
Okay.
And, one of them coming in of, do we ever see sharks or the mano here at Pipeline? And immediately, my answer is no, because even sharks are afraid of the impact and the craziness of this wave and this, detonation zone. And they've got no business being around it. So, over the years and courses and histories of surfing this wave and being out here a lot and events and being here for every event, we have not had that issue at this particular break. But there's some pretty cool stories in the way that the mano or the shark was interwoven into Hawaiian culture.
Yeah, very good. It's kind of cool today too. You have people that are like I don't know if you know One Ocean diving. Those folks, it's kind of cool how they're in many ways like taming shark. I don't know if they're actually taming, but we're realizing that humans can learn about what shark behavior is like. And in Hawaiian, in old Hawaii, there were a lot of stories of sharks that were seen as aumakua.
Yeah.
All right, we got a plane passing over. Some issues with the headsets. Hopefully you can hear us here. But mano is the Hawaiian word for shark. But oftentimes you'd have some families that had these kind of pet sharks in similar ways that we see today. Some of these shark dives, and they kind of get accustomed to particular sharks. So an aumakua is like a family guardian.
Okay.
Right? And so, a lot of Hawaiians like to say, oh yeah, my aumakua is a shark because it's cool.
Yeah.
But, sometimes, there's
they can
other...
take many forms, the aumakua.
Right. So, but anyway, so mano were often seen as aumakua guardians to certain families. And oftentimes these would be particular sharks, not just like all sharks in general, but like a particular shark that would either follow one of their human friends that a lot of stories of fishermen who would go fishing to certain spots, and they would have a mono that would kind of follow along with them, and they would give offerings or feed the mono and
Pretty
in turn,
cool aquatic escort, if you
right?
ask me.
Little bodyguard action.
Yeah.
And but also we have from old stories of like Kamoho Ali'i. We have other sharks, of course, like the brother of Pele was could shapeshift from human to shark, and was a guardian of sorts. Would as the family, Pele's family, would travel from say Tahiti to Hawaii, her brother would travel along with them as the shark to be the guardian. So yeah, a lot of stories of mano or shark accompanying humans. You also had some mano who were man-eating sharks, right?
Yeah.
That would be a part of the throwing a victim in the water, and maybe part of your war tactic. Also, Hawaiians would use shark teeth as weapons.
Correct. I've seen many of those types of weapons. Where the handle with a big kind of paddle-looking
Called a kalei
structure,
mano.
but with the blades of shark teeth kind of arcing around it.
Yeah, le mano was that name of that weapon, where you would have basically a club with shark teeth around it. So as you know, shark teeth are very sharp. As I'd mentioned in our previous broadcast, Hawaiians didn't have metals, and it's one of the things that they actually wanted from Captain Cook is to be able to have a harder, like tougher weapon made out of metal. But they nonetheless found success with sharpening bones and shark teeth as part of their weaponry.
Yeah, a lot of bones used. Of course, sharks don't have bones, but they do have the teeth. But different animals, maybe some whale bones would be found or wash up on shore, and other types of
bones.
land-based animals,
Right.
including humans and their bones. And we explained earlier days in the competition the importance of human bones to Hawaiians, and the iwi that were a lot of times preserved and maybe even reused in ways to either tribute that person or to I believe in looking back at old Hawaii, and what you start to learn is how very little waste was part of the culture, and this whole full cycle recycle type of items and concepts that are prevailing right now in current times. We can learn a lot from looking at old Hawaii in that regard.
Yeah, correct. We were talking about coconut trees earlier. The coconut itself and the coconut tree, and this is in Hawaii, but also throughout the Pacific, there were so many uses just for one thing.
It's quite amazing when you break them all down.
Yeah, like you drink the coconut. When you husk the coconut, the husk coconut becomes fuel for cooking and fire. In fact, even like they would take these on a voyage on a canoe, and the coconut was such a life-saving thing because it gave you the sustenance and the electrolytes in a coconut are,
Right.
my understanding is it's far superior than almost any drink that you can come up with. Here we have a rider.
Cody
He's
Young.
from Maui, Cody Young.
See a little bit of that texture from the current sea breeze that is applied right now to the break, and Pipeline Backdoor still quite resilient and able to handle even a pretty good healthy sea breeze, but some of that kind of leaking into that pipe wave right there, making it difficult for Cody to exit.
Yep. So yeah, I like what you're saying about recycling and being wise with your resources, and for sure the coconut had many different uses to it.
Yeah, in fact, as we watch Cody on the replay, just a lot of bumps in the beginning of that one, and you can see a little bit of that texture just faintly presenting itself on the exit of that wave where Cody was unable to traverse through. So the husk can be used to start a fire or be like kindling or that kind of hairy consistency to it, but also woven into very strong rope.
Right, rope. Yeah, correct.
Beautiful shot there. Checking out the
Looking towards,
edges of the Ko'olau mountain range.
right, looking to the northernmost point of the island, Kahuku Point.
Yeah.
And on December 7th, 1941, the waves of planes from our Japanese who came to bomb Pearl Harbor, that's where they first came in, right at this point. And
Wow.
what people don't realize that they split. They split in two. One of the groups of planes came toward us where the camera is looking.
Uh-huh.
The other group went east on the eastern side of the island. And it wasn't just Pearl Harbor that was bombed on that day, but also Kaneohe base.
Oh,
so the
wow.
group that went that way to the left,
Which is much lesser known or,
Right.
or talked about.
and that's why in Hawaii, a lot of people go on hikes up in these hills and go to what's called a bunker.
Yes,
So you have
pillbox.
these cement pillboxes and bunkers. Those were built afterwards to look out for if the planes were to return, when
Right.
the Japanese planes return. And so kind of a cool history that Hawaii does have all these kind of cool pillboxes and bunkers.
Yeah, they're like embedded into the mountain and landscape where you do get cool views if you're able to hike to
Yeah.
them. But like you said, like directly a result of that invasion or that fateful day when, you know,
Attack.
the attack and the best way to see the future attacks was to position
Right.
eyeballs, literally. Guys had to man up and, camp out there for days and weeks at a time.
Yeah. So yeah, we get some beautiful views from up there. Also, you can remember that TV show Lost? Oh, Cody Young on the left here, stalling, gets under the curtain, comes out that time.
Well done for Cody.
So I was saying that Hawaii actually has a lot of television shows and movies that are filmed here. And in fact, a lot of our local brothers, I saw Todd Tamura here working at the event.
Yeah.
Some of these folks also have jobs working in the film industry.
Yeah,
In fact,
Bono
even-
Rothman as well.
right? And a lot of our local people. Even here we see replay here of Cody again pulling in under the curtain right at the last moment, comes out quick in and out.
I got to say mahalo to the Hamilton, Ohana, Bethany, and them. They casted me as Rocky Cannon, the surf announcer in Soul Surfer, along with Kaipo
Oh,
Guerrero.
right.
That was good fun.
Right. So you've spent some time on some of these
Yeah,
films
in and
as well?
around, the sets and lots of it happening, as you said.
Yeah.
Very photogenic place that we live here.
Right. So when that TV show Lost was here, they started to notice all these cool like bunkers and kind of military remnants from the 1940s, and they decided to implement it into the show.
Wow. Joey Johnston on the inside. Still in view from that angle, so going to stay on the smaller end of the scale of scoring for Joey on that one.
Yeah. So our history is written into the landscape in old times and even in modern times. So I guess see a drone shot here, trying to find the bunker up above.
Directly mid-screen, and you see a little square. I wish I had a telestrator. I could circle it
Draw a
right there,
circle.
but it is very hidden and tucked in, if you will. But
And
man,
it's right
so
beh-
many of them around the island.
Right, and that's right behind us. So that's one of the hikes here, right behind the elementary school at Sunset Beach Elementary. There's a hiking trail, and you get to the end of that trail is a bunker. Pulling into this little bunker,
Yeah,
Joey Johnston.
trying to hide out for a second, but still kind of was in full view for that entire ride. Great technique, and nonetheless a fun wave for Joey, but for shootout standards in the way of scoring, that's going to stay on the lower end of the scale. This is Team Quicksilver with their 5th round in progress. We'll have a couple of more heats to wrap up round 5 and then stand by for any potential changes or official call for round 6. We'll be updating you as we progress along here. Thank you for joining on surfline.com and thehui.com. Mahalo to Salt in Air Studios putting on a great show all week long and all contests long. We started about 10 days ago with day number 1, and then had day 2 and day 3 with a couple spaces of off days in between. And we took a couple of days off the last few days, and we're back now for our final day, checking out the North Shore coastline looking west towards Mount Kaala, the Waianae Mountain Range, and a point, the top right of your corner. Of course, rock piles just beyond Pipeline and Backdoor and off the wall. You see the Keiki Beach with that prominent lava rock outcropping there, wrapping around into Sharks Cove. And, you know, for being such a prevalent area of surf breaks, and the reason North Shore is so noted is because of the high concentration of waves, as checking out Salt and Air studio crew member Josh Quick with some company on his shoulders.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny to think about, you know, when you drive this whole stretch, actually from Waimea Bay all the way to like log cabins, or, you know, because Keiki Beach, I don't know if I consider that like a real surf break. There's guys out there that go out there and kill themselves in the shore break.
Clark Little,
and, you know, like some of the Jamie O'Brien crew, they'll get out there and surf. But from Waimea Bay to log cabins, I mean, that's a pretty far stretch with like no rideable surf, essentially. And just, you know, when you do drive it, you're like, okay, there are like no surf spots for this stretch. It's kind of, you know, out of character for the North Shore not to have a break around every corner.
Right.
But still, the most miraculous stretch of coast is here on the North Shore, and enjoying every bit of this miraculous coast is Joey Johnston right there at Pipeline.
Joey's staying real busy in this heat.
You know, it was said earlier on by Kainoa McGee of like, you got 33 minutes with your friends. Why not catch as many as you can?
Yeah.
It's not very often you're going to get that type of luxury.
Yeah, and in this event, too, it's clearly not just about winning, right? So there's no elimination rounds. And so, you know, if you're not going to win the event, you know, everyone's a winner just by being out here at Pipe. Might as well just enjoy it.
Yeah, make the most of it. Have as much fun as you can. You see that prominent edge of the reef in this beautiful drone shot where the Hawaiian Water Patrol jet skis are positioning themselves in that big sandbar area that is sometimes either welcoming when you're getting pounded or a little notorious if you're trying to thread through a long pipe barrel and it sucks up too much and kind of dumps on you. So a little bit of love-hate relationship with that sandbar section over there.
Yeah. I mean, when you're hitting the bottom, you're grateful for it.
Right. It's so cushiony. And it's not like, man, East Coast, shout out to all the East Coast surfers, but you guys got some hard sand over there. And I've gotten some like scars and scrapes from hitting the sand.
Yeah.
You know, almost like a strawberry road rash kind of action.
Yeah, the sand here, especially at Ehukai Beach Park, is it's very large grained.
Right.
And because of that, it's like a bean bag almost. Like you fall into it, it's very soft.
It's such a cushion.
And even when you're getting pounded on it, it's still cushiony enough to where, you know, it's not going to break you too bad.
Right. Saw a quick shot of our Wahine team surfers. I believe we'll be having a replacement for Bianca Valenti. It'll be our Hawaii's own Malia Manuel will be joining. Moana,
I know
Bethany,
Malia,
and Keala.
Malia did surf with us on one of the early days too. So it's nice to have her back with us, one of the alternates. Kind of cool. This is the last day of the window, right? So we've been kind of holding out, and it's kind of up in the air. So maybe some of our competitors already kind of took off, maybe thinking it wasn't going to run. But today we were stoked to see the waves were solid. And, you know, I think it's also cool that our competitors have a voice in making that decision.
Yeah.
So every morning they come here. You have the team captain from each team look at the surf, and they come up with their, you know, what they thought about the surf. And you know what? I think they were correct. I think they ended up picking the right days out of the entire window. And fortunately, our final day is on the final day of the window.
Yeah, talk about really epic timing and great way to finish as Joey Johnston staying busy, but just a little too far back on that one. A difficult exit point for Joey, but he looks to be okay. Board still in one piece. Oh, maybe not. Nope, broken board.
Oh,
Actually,
jinxed it. No, well, all right.
so
So-
Joey will have to get a ride with Hawaiian Water Patrol back to the beach, pick up his backup board, and see if he's got time to get out for more. As Cody Young looking at backdoor. And he's in there, and very well negotiated, and he's out.
Yeah, so that was a sick one, choosing to go right. It was a smaller one, but as you saw, it kind of grew on him. So we have these waves called growers that
Yeah.
because of the angle and because of the bend, the wave starts off smaller and then gets bigger as it breaks. And so you saw that one. It did that for Cody, and he was smart to exit because it basically closed out right on the end there. And Cody Young from Maui. So we have, various, we call them the outer islands, right? So we have, but Oahu is not the big island. Sometimes people think Oahu is the big island, but no,
That's
it's
correct. Yeah.
it's the most populated island.
Right.
And so if you're not from Oahu, you live on one of the other islands, we refer to it as the outer islands. So Maui, Kauai, Hawaii, big island. In fact, the reason why Hawaii is called Hawaii is because the Hawaiian kingdom was originally from the big island of Hawaii. So essentially Hawaii conquered the other islands.
Yeah, it was the main island.
Right. And so, whereas I think if maybe the Maui chiefs had conquered all of Hawaii, maybe we would call Hawaii Maui.
Huh. Interesting. Any
chief was-
insight or mo'olelo as we see Ezra Rodriguez and boss man Eddie Rothman looking on with our other crew there. But any mo'olelo as to where the names of each island derived from?
Oh yeah, so that's there's each of the islands have their names, but they also have like nicknames that go along with them too. So that's why I'll often say Moku o Keawe.
Yeah.
So Keawe was one of the great chiefs that is associated with that island. So a lot of the islands have that.
It doesn't have anything to do with the charcoal burning wood. Is that with an I, Keawe? Or is it
Keawe.
Keawe?
Keawe
Yeah.
is the
Keawe.
wood. So the
Okay.
wood is
Keawe is the name of
Keawe
a
is the
chief.
name. Yeah. So Keawe is the what do we call it? Hickory wood, I think. Is the English name is like a hickory.
Okay. Yep.
It gives that smoke flavor.
Yeah. There we go, up and riding. Reef McIntosh moving towards the inside section and threading one through. Going over a couple little bumps and carving back to the inside. Cole Rothman. Wow. Getting shacked at pipe. Just under 10 seconds remaining.
Love it. Lots of aloha. Came out of that with a shaka.
Yeah.
Even though he looked like he hit a few helmets on his way out of that barrel. Team Quicksilver wraps up that heat. Some good rides there. The beginning of the heat, we saw Koa with some good ones, and then right at the end, also Koa again. In the middle, seemed like Joey Johnson stayed the busiest. And
Yeah.
was catching a lot of waves there.
All right, we're going to take you guys to a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more the Hui Backdoor Shootout after this. Stay with us.
Aloha.
Hone ana ko leo e ulili e o kahi manu noho ai kai ki ai makalai a o ke kaha o ia kai ualana mali ulili e ulili hoi ulili
Get a sick barrel. Came out. This is Team Dahui Japan. Gaisato, Daiki Matsunaga, Rairu Ito, and Taichi Wakita. We also saw Shinpei Horiguchi as one of their alternates who was out the other day as well. But Gaisato got slotted on that last one as we're watching sets, cleanup sets coming through the lineup. Our team Dahui Japan.
Exciting day, Isaiah.
It is. Surf is pumping. Got Team Dahui Japan, who's actually in 4th place as of this morning
Yes.
in our team ranking with a total of 86 points. And
we got Shinpei up there with Rocky Cannon.
oh, good.
And Taichi Wakita, the legendary last name legacy, he's back in there with Team Dahui Japan. So
Right. Yep. So each of these guys have really good scores. In fact,
Yeah.
Gai Sato, who we just saw on that wave, has got 25 points. So he's been sitting as of this morning in 5th place.
That's a really good.
So with a 9, a 7, and a 9. So in contention.
How many pipe
that.
surfers want to be right there? You know what I mean?
Right.
These guys might even surf again. They might even surf a 6th time today, but we don't know. I've heard some light talk up on the scaffolding. The conditions are brilliant.
Right.
There we go. Reef McIntosh, the big guy, packed a beautiful wave right at the end. I was getting worried for him for a little while because he's never that quiet, you know.
Yeah, so beautiful waves on offer. We're at the Hui, Japan. And it looks like today, so in the past, they've pulled numbers out of a hat to
Yes.
see who goes in what order. But it seems today, well, I'm not too sure. I guess maybe this morning they pulled a number, but
Yep.
we have the
They
Hui,
did.
Japan.
So up next will be the WSL Wahine.
All
and they
right.
do have a bit of changes, Isaiah, in the WSL Wahine. I believe Malia Manuel is coming back on for
Correct.
Heat.
Yeah, that's what Rocky was telling us earlier,
Yeah.
that she'll be replacing Bianca Valenti,
Yes.
who was hard charging in this
Hard
event.
charging. Yep.
Especially on day one, that
Mhm.
first heat. She pulled into a pretty cavernous
Yeah.
pipeline wave on the
Packing
big day.
barrels, yeah. Just hearing about her, you know, if you ever been to the Mexican pipeline, Puerto Escondido,
Yep.
it scares the living daylights out of me. I've almost drowned out there. But you ask guys like Billy Kemper, some people that I really look up to, he says that place scares the daylights out of him too. So an athlete like that, now Porto really scares me.
So I've been waiting for you to come back into the
Yes.
booth, because when we were last talking, you were
The
intrigued
Hawaiian
by
Dragon.
Yeah, the
Yes, and I
dragon.
have 100 questions I got to save till after. I was just telling Rock that, but
Well, I have
uh-huh.
I have 5 kids, got plenty of kids.
Yes.
But one of them, my number 2 son,
Mhm.
is studying at University of Hawaii at Hilo. So he's
The one that surfs with you all the
he's-
time, yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
My kids, all of them surf. My oldest 2 surf. You know,
I heard he's a ripper.
Yeah, they surf pretty well. So, but anyway, but he's fallen in love with this. What he, you know, all of my kids went to the Hawaiian language immersion school, so they've been speaking Hawaiian since they were little. And
Is there any illustrated books
there,
for kids and whatnot? Or
you know,
you're gonna?
that's what he's been saying, because he's a double majors in psychology and in Hawaiian language, and he's spent one class where the whole time they were reading from the old Hawaiian mo'olelos and text, and they really focused in on this one these long narratives about these mo'onui that sometimes people call lizards or geckos, but we need to understand that it's much more elaborate than that. And these large ones, the mo'onui, are dragons. Right? So there's
That's
massive,
awesome.
massive lizards,
There we
man-eating
go.
ones. See
Mahina
there?
Chillingworth, thanks for all your hard work. It takes a village to run an event like this, yeah?
So when
Yeah.
we were last talking earlier about some of these mo'onui, he got all excited. He was texting me a bunch of information. So I've got some details.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
So apparently mo'oali'i, they're good and bad ones. So ones that
Okay.
were like, I think by good and bad we mean is like friendly to humans, not friendly to humans.
Okay.
So you have the mo'oli'i was seen as good ones, and mo'okawa, which were kind of the bad ones. And we start off by talking about Chinaman's hat, right? Which really the Hawaiian word for that is mokoli'i. And mokoli'i is the name of the tail. So it's the tip of the tail. And if you sort of pan back from that whole area, the mountain range there would be the back of the spine of the mo'o.
Oh, that's heavy,
and then
yeah.
the tail. So he says that Mokoli'i was one of the gnarliest of the dragons. of
So
all.
this was what you were saying, the bad dragon. Just,
Yeah,
you know,
this
you don't
guy-
want to come into...
Yeah, this guy was a man-eating dragon that would regulate. Talk about regulating at certain breaks, and you know. But this particular Mokoli'i was seen as the king of regulating, and didn't want to mess with him. But there was a lot of other ones. There was one, Kane Kua'ana, and Kane Kua'ana was the mo'o of Eva.
Okay.
And he guarded like the Pearl Harbor area. So they say that he brought and was a protector of pearls. So here we go.
That's interesting.
Wahine getting
Keala
out to go
getting
next,
psyched
KK.
for her fifth surf
right.
with the Mana Wahine WSL team.
5 sessions. With
I heard
just
maybe
3 of your
6
friends.
now, you know, because we
Wow.
got a full day of competition. And Malia Manuel is going to be taking the place of Bianca Valenti.
Yeah.
And we still got Bethany Hamilton in there. We had a replay earlier of that beast, and Rock also brought up we got an extra $5,000 going to the most outstanding surfers from Keiki Bungalows. Woohoo! Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Go check them out. I was just checking out the property on their Instagram. That place is like next level beautiful,
Nice.
you know? If you're staying here locally, go check it out. I mean, whew, what a way to surf. Surf in, surf out. For real.
Yeah, so Kane Kua'ana was this mo'o, this large mo'o or dragon, I guess we'll call him, that lived in Eva, and he protected the pearls in Pearl Harbor. So, but it seemed like in the 1850s, a lot of the pearls and the pearl shells and the in that area started to disappear. And it was also a sad time in Hawaii in the 1850s during the smallpox pandemic that swept through Hawaii.
And that was the 50s.
1850s.
1850.
And 1851 in particular,
Moana
there
Wong.
was a pandemic that swept through. We're looking here at Moana Wong waxing up her board.
Brother Brett, she's riding a local shaper here from the North Shore. I know this girl breaks a lot of boards, so, you know.
Yeah, it's so cool that warriors can come in small packages.
Oh, yeah. Putting in her time, this girl. For sure. And then, so did this dragons,
Right.
did they live around amongst the people? Or
They
this
did.
is way back.
Yeah, so these are Mo'olelo stories. Now, I mean,
Any
My-
petroglyphs that
yeah,
could,
you know,
could
that's a great question.
Yeah.
Most
Probably
of these are coming
unfound.
from our oral traditions, right?
I love
So
it.
From our chants, our mo'olelos, and you know, it's very well possible that they could have been a metaphor for something else.
I was
right?
wondering,
So
yeah.
maybe like some of these dragons were known as like the chiefs or the enforcers. And
Right.
some of them were nice enforcers, and some of them not so nice. I'm not. That's
like
me
the
just sort of
unspoken
as the
yeah.
Western kind of trained scholar,
Right.
historian in me is thinking like, okay, dragons probably aren't real. So what could this represent or be a representation of? Although, you know, maybe you have some purists that would
Yep.
say like, no, bro, we had like these beasts that lived amongst us.
That is so awesome.
Who's to say? But
Team Quick.
there
Great
we
performance. They got blown out of some barrels. They're checking out the scores. Koa had a better performance in that last one as the fourth surf. These guys, some of the heats, you know, hard to catch waves. There was some waves, Kainoa McGee said, were just blowing its guts out on the inside of them, you know.
Yep.
That frothy grom, mind surfing. You can't let anything go at Pipeline when Kainoa McGee's watching.
Right. So this one particular Mo'o Kane Kua'ana, when things weren't going well in Hawaii with all the disease, the story goes that he was unpleased with that, and so he was the one who took all these pearls and moved them back down to Tahiti.
Wow, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
And just that our brothers and sisters from Tahiti, they have a story probably of it
Yeah.
coming over there.
Yeah. So a list of some of those. I mentioned Mokoli'i. There's Pakole, Ma Eli Eli, Luluku.
There's some
Olomana.
Manawahine checking out the action.
Awesome.
Thank you, Volcom, for letting us use your property along with Moku and Coral and the Chandler family. Glad your two boys are back safe from Kauai. These guys are training up to be pipe specialists. Mana and Legend next door here. And here we go. Riaru. Hard off the bottom. Oh, no, I believe that's Tai Chi.
As we said previously, it's sometimes hard to identify our surfers with no jerseys, and this event keeps it real.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
want to force jerseys on people. Just get out there and be able to free surf it, so to speak.
Very prestige, but it does just add that one thing of difficulty.
Yep. Yeah, so we're looking at rock piles
Beautiful.
here. It's kind of cool. I remember a few years back, a lot of the sand in this region washed away, which it does. You know, it ebbs and flows. Right now, actually, there's more sand down the beach by Keiki and rock piles than there is here right in front of Pipeline. Depends on like if you get a big westerly swell,
Yep.
pushes the sand away and so forth. So it's pretty amazing how much the sand and the beach changes here
Just
on the North
changes
Shore.
and then offers different kind of playgrounds
Right.
and nooks, right?
And sometimes just a matter of a single day. You get a huge west swell, you'll look at the beach one day, and after that swell comes through, it'll be entirely different the
Yeah.
next. But I remember one year, speaking of petroglyphs, a lot of the sand from this area like washed away, and they found some old petroglyphs
Wow.
underneath the beach on the sand.
That's why I wanted to ask. Like, there's probably covered up mo'o legendary things, but too deep
No, there's definitely
underneath.
many petroglyphs I've seen of mo'o drawn
Okay.
into these petroglyphs. They're not as descriptive as kind of art you know,
Right,
because
yeah.
they're stick figure like,
Mhm.
but nonetheless super cool. Yeah, so that's the area that I was talking about, right by the rock outcropping there, that some folks found some petroglyphs there.
Yeah, and then you got all this playground for our surfers. They dive underneath these caves over here at Sharks Cove. As you can see, our awesome sponsor, Keiki Beach Bungalows over there. They're awesome property. And that beach is also, and it's overpicked, but, you know, a shell kind of picking beach as well.
Right.
But it's, you
The
know.
coveted sunrise shells, the one
Yes.
people look for, huh? Beautiful.
I'm starting to think my friends from the mainland fly over here with their sunrise shell they already had and then try to, you know, the stuff is hard to find. I
Yeah, it is.
haven't found a full one yet. As
Yeah.
you can see, Daiki Matsunaga just waiting for a pipe bomb out there. This guy's been a performer since last week, Thursday, leading his team through some awesome scores. Also, him trying to get the Covenant title individually as the Hui Backdoor champion. Team Japan came definitely to play and came to win, and they are surfing for their 5th time.
Yep.
So the dragons that form, the mo'o that forms the infamous snorkeling spot, Hanama Bay, is that all kind of around the same time? There was a childhood story about a princess, you know, that fell in love with these two guys, and then, you know, they form the two lizards that make the Hanama Bay Cove. But I just wanted to ask you, because we were learning that in Hawaiian class in 7th grade.
Oh, look at you
about
remembering
that.
7th
No,
grade.
I just love it because, you know, so much stories of Pele. You know how you say there's the good dragon and then the bad one. You know, some of that is like you can see the good Pele and the bad Pele. I've heard of the stories of using the restroom in Hilo. You go off into the bushes, and you see the lady in the white gown telling you, ole, get away, get away. And then the weather changes and everything.
Yep.
And that is no joke.
Yeah. Now, the mo'o had hierarchies just like the chiefs did. So each island had like a ruling mo'o that overruled the other smaller ones.
Okay.
So it's kind of this really cool story of this hierarchy.
Would it be like one dragon for a few ahapua'as or just one? This is neat.
Yeah, no, each ahupua'a, a lot of ahupua'as had their own mo'o. Like there's one in Laie called Lani Loa, and lived up on Laie Point over there. Eventually, the battles between humans and these mo'o led to the extinction of a lot of the mo'o. And the story of the one in Laie was there was a human dragon slayer that came and battled with Lani Loa. Eventually defeated that mo'o, chopped his body into pieces, and scattered it out into Laie Bay. So Laie is unique on Oahu that it has a bunch of little islands out in the sea.
You're getting me excited to see a movie out of this, you know?
I know.
It's like so there. There's so much copycats. Let's make a remake. It does terrible, but how about something fresh and new?
For
you know,
sure.
even for children,
Yeah.
you know?
So usually the mo'o of each island was kind of like a chief.
Okay.
Kiha Wahine ruled Maui. Said to have the same amount of power as this other mo'o called Kamo'o Inanea, who was like the Zeus of dragons, the top dog. And those mo'o actually were seen to, they created a lot of the Hawaiian gods, like Ku and Hina. So I really want to see the movie version of it too, because
Right.
oftentimes, we don't talk a lot about some of our Hawaiian legends
Yeah.
and myths, but we do. We see, like in Greek mythology, a lot
Uh-huh.
of movies come out of that. So hopefully we'll be able to focus on that. We're gonna look now at some footage from the other day, some more slow-mo action from our Salt and Air Studios.
Wow, Mr. Apple, look at this. Catching the surfers in their element, I believe that
It's our
is
Peruvian surfer.
Cristobal.
I think that's the one they call Zoko.
Yep, that's, yeah. Rocky got nicknames.
Right.
As this is Gabriel Villaran. Amazing performance on his fourth surf. And
Yeah.
this was Wednesday. Here we go, Jack Robinson.
It's fun how we know what day it is by the color of the water.
Oh,
right?
yes. We see so much footage of Pipeline and Backdoor, but wow, this cinematography is really,
Look at how it's
really next level.
just a late drop. This is what you call backdooring. it.
Balaram, that was Balaram getting knifey as Kaimana Henry. We're sitting on the deck of his house. Kaimana Henry, look at this guy, one of Hawaii's premier power surfers. And go check him out because he's shaping now. Hard AF surfboards. Kaimana Henry, thank you for having us here at your proving grounds as a beautiful shot of Backdoor. And you can always see Daiki Matsunaga with his yellow thing around his wetsuit with his white helmet. He's out there with Team Japan. As Sinpei is up there with Rocky Cannon calling the shots. Thank you to surfline.com. Next up, we're going to have the WSL Wahine, Mana Wahine event. They should be getting in the lineup soon with our Hawaiian Water Patrol. And there we are. Aloha, Salt and Air Studios, bringing it to
Right.
you live with surfline.com. Thank you so much. Thank you to Monster, keeping us fueled at all times. Yeah, you.
Yeah,
And
cool. You
to
get to
Body
see
Armor.
a different angle of us on the porch here,
Yeah.
next to Ezra's bed over there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my bed. I've been staying here for the last 10 days of the waiting period. Nah, just joke.
Aloha, on the porch over here.
Awesome. So back to the action. Pipeline is coming in. A little bit more of a quiet heat for Team Hui Japan because these guys have been frothing.
Yeah.
This is here we go.
This might be Gai Sato.
Ooh, kind of some of the same. He took off on one. I noticed that Pipeline is just getting a little bit harder to paddle in. There's
Right.
this
Oh, here we
berm,
go.
Riatu, up and riding through a foamy one. This guy's no joke. This guy can thread his needle through some beasts. What he's given, he just goes. And he does his best with what he can, and he always gets scoring potential. So that was Riatu. Japan, if you're watching, aloha gang. I know Australia's tuned in. What's up, Harley Ingleby and Dane Pioli? Probably working today. Brother Dane pouring a concrete slab, watching the backdoor shootout. Always big up to our Australian brothers, Japan, South Africans, all you guys. Brazil watching. Aloha. Yep, Riatu, no joke. Team Japan threading the needle. As you can see, it's a little bit more of a quieter heat over the last few days.
So here's another little story about our mo'o. We're talking about mo'o nui, or these dragons and legends of old Hawaii. Kiha nui lulu moku hit a fire-like power in the mountain of Leahi, which is Diamond Head.
Wow.
Yep, on Oahu.
Oh, so there is a full-on story about over there.
Right.
Okay.
So apparently he hit a fire-like power in the
there's
mountain.
Defend Hawaii.
There
That's
we
a
go.
beautiful easy up tent. Where you buy one of those? Go to defendhawaii.com. You can get this beautiful Dahui shirt and a bunch of Dahui merch. Hey, and never mistake aloha for weakness.
Like that. Yeah, Uncle Brian was saying that when he was in the booth with me the other day. But so Leahi Diamond Head, in
Yes.
fact, gets its name from one of the sea captains or one of the captains that came into Hawaii saw like this sparkle to it. Sometimes from the right
Yeah.
angle, there's like a little sparkle and
Mhm.
shimmer, and thought that maybe there were diamonds in Diamond Head, but it wasn't.
Was the
Just some of the
dragon
natural
protected? Yeah.
elements of
Okay.
the rocks over there. But yeah, in Hawaiian lore, that shimmer is from some hidden firepower that was placed in there by this Mo'onui
Wow.
of old Hawaii.
And I wanted to ask, have you ever seen any drawings or someone's take on the Mo'onui? Because I seen a very good one of a menehune, and it ain't nothing what you get on your water bottle. These things, if you guys know the mythology, they are a little bit more spooky than what I thought.
If you check-
and they're also related to Asian mythology, too. There's
Right.
There's
So-
something going on there that gave me the creeps. They're not just, you know what I mean?
So one of my favorite artists who draws a lot of these mo'olelos, and even he has some renderings of these
Okay.
mo'o, Solomon Enos.
Okay.
So go check him out on
I
Instagram.
wanna go check him out for
Solomon
sure.
Enos, really talented Hawaiian artist. He's actually working right now with Vans.
Oh, okay.
And they're producing these different murals, I guess, for about these different eras having to do with surfing. So
Oh,
Dwayne
wow.
DeSoto and Nakamakai are working together with Solomon Enos with
Those are the
Vans, in
guys.
collaboration with Vans.
Yeah.
And to tell the stories, the history of surfing through art, these panels that they're going to be putting together.
Well, that's good news. I like that.
So Solomon Enos has a great eye and for painting our stories.
I think I've seen some of his work, Enos, yes.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't wait to, see that. I didn't even know. I mean, I've heard so many stories about Chinaman's Hat, and then bam, professor hitting us with education, because there is so much to learn about our islands,
So according to some of this myth, the Moko Li'i, who's the Mo'onui of Chinaman's Hat area there. Apparently, he's still alive, even though he's sort of frozen in the time there.
Preserved.
I don't know if my kids have got me into watching anime. Here we see Uncle Brian Amona.
Oh, legendary, brother. If you guys don't know that guy and you're surfing out in the lineup, he's one of the nicest guys in the world, but please pay homage to one real hammer right there. Uncle B, love you, brother. There's Kalani Chapman. A brother of Sean Briley, let's never forget.
Right.
Pay homage to some pipeline nutcases. Sean Briley, if you're watching, how's it, brother? I haven't seen you since Tahiti. Aloha.
So you look at Uncle Brian, he's got a necklace there.
Yeah.
And on that is
The crest.
yeah, the crest, which is this Hawaiian
Wow.
Hawaiian crest. Beautiful shot here of the ocean.
Reminds me of that telecom commercial. Far across the sea.
Oh, dating yourself, bro.
Oh, yep.
But that crest is this coat of arms, we call it. And so if you go to the Iolani Palace, so those of you that are listening that, visit Hawaii, I'm going to recommend some places to go to just to kind of understand our history and learn about it. We've been talking about the Bishop Museum as one of them. The other one, Iolani Palace.
Yep.
Go and patronage these areas. Iolani Palace, you go through there, tells a story of our kupuna, of our mo'i, or our monarchy. And this week, we've been talking previously, we've been commemorating or remembering a very important time in our history. In January 17th, which is tomorrow, was the illegal overthrow of Queen Lili'u Okalani. And
this is tomorrow, Isaiah.
Tomorrow, January 17th.
And it falls right on Martin Luther King Day, or no?
Right. I mean, Martin Luther King Day.
Well,
kind
that's
of
the holiday
depends on
tomorrow,
the,
yes.
Yeah,
but
right.
I know
So-
tomorrow is a real big, heavy day where they're going to go down. The march is going to go down
Right.
Nu'uanu.
Yeah, so usually on this day you'll have some form of remembering this historic moment. Oftentimes there'll be, a march that happens or maybe some lectures that take place. But the Iolani Palace is a great place to go to remember that history and that story. And January 17th, 1893.
1893.
1893.
And there's going to be some powerful. It's going to be a powerful march down to the palace, also with a lot of colors,
Right.
a lot of yellows and reds and flags. That'll all be happening tomorrow. As you can see, this nice shot of the inside.
Yeah, but this Hawaiian coat of arms that Uncle Brian was wearing as around his necklace, very common, and that's a kind of homage to, that was the Hawaiian Kingdom's, one of their, kind of insignias, right? And you go to the Iolani Palace, you'll see it all over the place, where a very British style of art, and also, the Hawaiian Kingdom in its early days especially was aligned with the British in ways that Hawaii was a protectorate of the British Empire, and the British recognized Hawaii's independence, and that was through treaties that were made, particularly in the 1840s. So in 1843, the Hawaiian Kingdom government was recognized by the world international nations, mostly European nations, as an independent and sovereign state. This was very important to our story because since Hawaii was one of the only non-Western, and actually the only non-Western, non-European country that Euro and American country that was recognized by these world powers as an independent state, giving Hawaii validity in the international community, and also giving certain rights to Hawaii as an independent state. So one of the privileges was that Hawaiian Kingdom law applied in Hawaii. And so if you were not recognized as an independent state, if you had somebody, a foreigner in your country, you could not prosecute that person under that country's laws. They'd be protected by someone else. Here's a paddle. This could be Tai Chi or Gaisato, one of the two.
Oh man, this heat's just not materializing for Team Japan, as I can see Daiki Matsunaga not too busy.
He's waiting over there.
This is day 4 of competition. This is their 5th surf. They're going to probably get another shot of it if the conditions don't change. Here we go, replay. Just threads it a little bit too much and gets combobulated right there on that inside. And to Team Hui Japan, these barrels are just a little bit small from what they've had on offer the last few days, Professor.
Yeah. Interestingly, we're talking about Team Japan in the water. Hawaii even got that international recognition before Japan did. Japan was forced to sign what's called these unequal treaties under Commodore Perry in 1850s. And so, so Hawaii did have this international recognition as an independent sovereign state, and that is what made the 1893 overthrow that much more illegal, because Hawaii was protected under these international treaties as an independent state. Super cool. From way out in the ocean, our drone looking over our beautiful island of Oahu. We'll be back to Pipeline from the Backdoor Shootout. Aloha.
Gorgeous. Aloha, gang.
Oh, check out that action right here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Look at that
Live and
post with the
direct.
most.
Round 5 action. It is heat number 8. Our WSL Mana Wahine.
Exciting. I heard we had a change of a candidate. We got Malia Manuel in this heat with Bethany Hamilton, also followed by
Yep, Kiala Kennelly. Got Moana Wong out there.
Moana Wong.
Yeah,
Seen
just
her
a
getting prepared.
Great lineup of Hawaii Wahine surfers, and
What a performance they've had.
yeah,
This
they've
is
had
their
some
fifth
crazy,
time in the
crazy
lineup.
days of competition and some of the most epic pipe conditions. And they've been charging super hard.
Oh my gosh, I still can't forget Moana Wong's performance, always threading the needle, getting spit out, but then Bethany Hamilton, Wednesday's big behemoth of a wave, and we were running over that replay with you earlier, previous heats rock. That thing was big.
Yeah, and then, Kiala Kennelly has been charging and got a really beautiful gem in the previous round, round 4.
So busy her.
Bianca Valenti was their teammate, getting some good scores, in the previous rounds. But as we've seen in these team concept types of heats, there have been some replacements here and there for different surfers. And Malia Manuel getting the chance here and replacing Bianca for this round 5 heat of our Wahine surfers.
And these girls, they get the call. Like Bethany was saying, she got the call. It was last minute. She's so tired. Right here. Hopped the plane from Kauai, grabbed her gun, came over here, walked right through the infamous proving ground pipe fence, ready to give it a go. And my hats are off to all you women as Malia Manuel is paddling around with her team, getting in position. You have Moana Wong really wants to pack a big barrel after hearing that new prize purse. Woohoo!
Yeah, mahalo to Keiki Beach Bungalows.
With
Check out
incentive
KeikiBeach.com.
with incentives comes major performance, and upping the ante.
Yeah. Yeah, as if they weren't going to charge hard already.
Yeah.
And then you add a little incentive, and it just ups the ante and
I know.
creates a little more buzz in the lineup.
Let's not forget they're competing against the men, so you're just like straight up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're on it. And we have waves approaching, Rock, as you can see on the screen. They're coming straight into pipeline as Bethany, as you always see Kiala Kenley deepest out of the pack.
Oh, man. She's, she's the
ready.
veteran charger of this group, with all compliments in that statement. She's been doing it for a long time, and has been setting the bar, raising the bar, and consistently taking it to a next level of women's surfing in the way of getting out there and charging that has paved the way for a lot of the girls that are surfing with her in this heat right now.
Yeah.
They've been looking up to her as a model and an example for years now.
Look at this, Rock. Bethany and Kiala Kenley just hanging over there where you can just get thrown over the falls. Oh, man. Bethany charging, but Kiala Kenley since last week, Thursday, so busy catching so much pipe bombs, she can get you winded just watching her on screen,
Right.
Very busy surfer. She reaches deep and definitely has an X factor within her. As she turns and takes a look at this pipe cone, no takers, as the girls will frolic back out to the lineup.
Yeah, those waves came through, just not a real
Good angle, huh?
potential opportunity. The angle was incorrect, as you just stated, and wisely they lay off of those waves. But I just want to say a mahalo, thank you to Surfline and everyone who has tuned in for this event.
Thank you.
If you haven't already, check out the YouTube channel, subscribe to that YouTube channel, and please like the YouTube channel button there. And there's a good chance Surfline will be bringing you more live free surf sessions next week. And there's some very new, potentially incredible swells headed our way. So if you don't want to miss anything, tune in to Surfline, and also please sign up for the premium membership. It's definitely brings it down to just a minimal cost per day, but I did it, and I wasn't prior to when I did sign up for it. I noticed the immediate difference. Like, it's so worth it to be a premium member. It doesn't cost a lot, but you get so much for that premium membership. So if you want to get the ultimate Surfline experience, I mean, that's the only way to go, is join the premium. And once you join, you'll never go back, because it is so interactive, so informative. Mahalo to Surfline, and definitely do your surfing a favor, do your scheduling a favor, and your surfing a favor, and join
Bianca
the premium membership
running
of
the
Surfline.
deep.
Know before you go. Where's she going?
Where is she going?
She's hustling somewhere.
Deep North Shore sand rock. Burn out your legs before you even get to your heat. No
Man,
joke.
These girls are in great shape. They stay on top of their fitness game for sure.
She came from Ehukai. How's her tracks? Wow.
Put in some mileage on this beach at Ehukai at Pipeline.
I would have asked city and county lifeguards. It's a quick quad ride down the beach. Love to do that at Makaha, but probably not all the time.
Bianca is so in shape. That was just
Wow.
like a quick warm-up jog for her. No problem. Also, want to give a shout-out to Eric Ippel and those slow-mo images, Ippel
Wow.
Films, that we've been seeing. And a new single for music playing in the background of that is Litronics' Kevin Littrow new single out called Electric Panoramic. So
Here
check
we
it
go.
out. This is the music and the slow-mo vibes of Ippel Films.
Of Apple and the Wahine heat, I heard.
Oh, man.
Look
this
at
beautiful
that.
pipeline. You can see through it. Here's Moana Wong. Just taking it to the next level of women's pipe surfing. She's got a wild card into the Pipe Masters. All you Championship Tour women surfers better heed my warning. Watch out.
Look at all that barrel room, and here it is, the beast.
Wow. What
Different
a
kind
wave.
of pipe wave from super deep going
Yeah.
over this rib.
Kind of that roll in, crumbly takeoff to just a gaping cavern.
Sorry, Rock My Jaw was just dropped right there.
Oh, yeah. Go pick them up
Eric
off the floor
Apple.
for you, bro.
Beautiful cinematography
Ippel
from these
Films.
guys.
Awesome stuff.
Wow. Thank you, Salt and Air Studios. Always doing a great job, as you have Moana Wong, Malia Manuel, Bethany Hamilton out the back with Keala KK absolutely charging Keala Kenley, and she's got kind of some deep waves coming from the off-the-wall side. Let's see if Keala gets into these as they start paddling out
There she goes.
into the apex bowl.
Yeah, trying to hunt one down.
Oh, big time.
It's kind of sometimes almost like if you say that the pipeline wave is the dragon and, your board is your blade
Oh,
and
yeah.
your shield, and you're, trying to get out here and slay a pipe dragon.
Bunch of dragon slayers out here as
Oh.
KK up to her feet, drops down. Her fins got discombobulated, so she didn't edge into the rail, which she was going to.
Yeah.
She was going to go right up off the bottom. A little bit too much foam got right under her fin, so Keala's going to get out there and try again.
Yeah, she
Such
had
a
intentions
beast.
to knife that one in, but you saw a little bit of the residual foam from the previous wave, and sometimes that can be a
Yes.
difficult area to set your rail
Uh-huh.
because you can't get the same kind of penetration on a clean face
Yeah. Yeah.
as opposed to one that's got some foam on it. So a lot of credit to KK for
Yeah.
taking off on that wave, but just a difficult spot to be in when you're fighting that that previous energy of the wave before.
Exactly. Well, Rock, once you set your rail at the bottom of pipeline, that was a smart decision of hers, because once your fins aren't engaged on the foam, you setting your rail, you could just helicopter, slide out, Hui Maka flip, lip to the face. Here she goes, right there.
Yeah.
She decided I'm not going to get into this. But look at where she gets nailed on.
Yeah, did a little bit of acrobatics there, getting tossed around, ragdolled, if you will.
Still not a small wave. Everything Keala takes off on, So out the back, you got Malia Manuel, Bethany Hamilton as Hawaiian Water Patrol's Brandon Martin takes Keala back out to the girls' WSL heat.
Yeah, can't express enough gratitude and mahalos for the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and not only the job and service they provide, but this event in particular, with bringing 3 skis down to the beach every day, getting those epic water shots with Larry Haynes, and the awesome vision off of that jet ski cam looking in, and with jet skis dedicated to safety as well as the
Moana Wong
convenience and comfort for our competitors, as Moana Wong just in front of that curling lip, but great positioning, good style.
Everyone
at
clapping.
Pipeline, it's all about what you were just talking about, Ezra. It's all about being able to set the rail.
Oh, my knife. She tried to knife it, but the wave was moving too fast for how many strokes she had in on it.
Here goes Bethany.
Oh,
my gosh.
Pin drop out of the sky. Bethany knows exactly what she needs to do. When she tries to get into these waves, she works extra hard, different technique, different everything.
Well, look
at
how
her go.
quick she's back on her board.
I know,
and she did the right thing there, not knowing that, or realizing that she was not going to be able to make that drop with the position on the top of the lip there. So she jumped off and penetrated down, and then was able to get right back out, and she's back in the lineup already, which is amazing in itself. So we watch Keala. Ooh, a little bit more precarious, that position, because she was trying to make the wave. But here you'll see Bethany know right at the top that, never mind. And then she penetrates, goes out the back, and she's back to the lineup.
She had that. Maybe a little bit more angle coming towards us.
And Moana. Not getting deep, by her standards. She sets a high standard for herself.
Big time.
Probably kicking out with that one, in her mind saying, oh, man, shucks, I should have been deeper. I could have got deeper. I'm going to get deeper.
She knows the feeling, yeah. And these girls, they're all going to get in as deep as possible and pack these bombs. Don't forget that our judges do award for absolute charging, because we have professional surfers on our judging panel that still surf pipe, no ins and outs about pipe and backdoor. They're getting judged also when they get a closeout or they're close to making it out. You're going to score something. You're not going to get, a 0.2.
Right.
And as you can see, these girls are surfing for the 5th time. J.O.B. really relaxed this morning with his coffee. Walked by Moana Wong and her husband and said, yeah, looks good. She's like, you're going out first. He calmly went outside the fence. I wonder if he started light jogging back to his house, wax up. But J.O.B., iconic person over here at the pipeline. We knew him since little kid days, gaff helmet days, Rock.
Like single-digit age kind.
Oh, man.
Going way back.
And he came far, I mean, he was like the littlest out of the pack when we were young.
Yep.
Traveled with Team Quick and us over to Oceanside many of times, and I always knew this kid had the X factor. Just like this Manawahine out there in the lineup. I'm not too sure, but Rock, is Malia Manuel still on the WSL tour?
I'll have to confirm and double check that.
Yeah, I have to double check that as well.
Has put in a lot of time, in her competitive prowess, and definitely a great talent out of Kauai, and
Big time.
Glad to see her here at Pipeline, being able to make it here to compete and surf with her fellow Hawaii surf wahine here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Kapaoa Kahanamoku.
Yep. A lot of Kauai blood come down here, raised at Pipeline. And there's a shot of Malia Manuel. I believe she joined us Thursday for the heat, yeah?
Yeah.
Thursday, she surfed into the second round of the Hui Backdoor Shootout for this awesome wahine. As you can see, a beautiful shot of the women and the back of Off the Wall. There's rock piles. And further down, you got Keiki Beach Bungalows. Thank you so much to you guys. Their properties over there past the rock pile as you head down to the beach towards that other pile of rocks you can see off in there. Over there at Sharks Cove, where we're talking to Professor Isaiah Walker about petroglyphs and those mo'o, the dragons. Real interesting stuff. I have 100 questions for him after the podcast. But yeah, Rock, I'm going to get back up to the scaffold. I'm going to turn this thing on to Isaiah Walker.
Oh, are you being summoned?
Yes, summoned. I will be back, gang.
Answering the summons. Ezra Rodriguez. Checking out some action here with myself, Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker on the webcast, and great final day of competition here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And I know many of you are tuning in from different parts of the country, around the world. And shout out to Uncle Brother Jim watching in Yosemite, California. Laid up, we're hoping a speedy recovery for you. Had some skiing pilikia, skiing trouble, but fortunately he still has access to this Surfline broadcast, which is bringing him some cheer and some positive vibes. Get well soon, and thank you for tuning in. All of you, thank you for tuning in on Surfline and thehui.com. Remember to become a Surfline Premium member. That is the way you can stay on top of every forecast for any part of the world. If you're planning a trip to go somewhere, you can check out, the week's forecast as Brother Isaiah and Ohana and gang and crew. It's like everybody is Ohana, no matter what. Everywhere you turn and look, it is full-on kind of local Hawaii surfing family reunion types of vibes that are occurring here. And just a lot of aloha spirit, Ohana vibes, community, sense of community, as we watch Malia Manuel at backdoor, just checking that one out, not finding much, but gets a wave on the scoreboard for her. And Isaiah Walker is back with us.
Yep. This Sunday, my ohana came to say hi.
Hey,
to
it's
me.
so beautiful.
So it's nice. My daughter, my daughter Hiva,
Yeah?
Moana Hivalani. All of our kids have really long names.
Okay.
So Moana Hivalani, she's our 16-year-old. Then also had Makani Ho'ola'e o Kealoha Kupa'a. That's his full name. So Makani was here also. And then my mom, Carol Umeai Moku Helekunihi.
Oh, awesome.
The family come and say hi. It's a beautiful day, and something that my kids said that's important, I think, for our viewers to know too, is that they're like, wow, when you're here in person, especially when you see these mana wahine paddling into these waves, you really get, you see how scary it is, and how intense it is in person. The cameras sometimes, like these drone angles, it makes it looks a little more friendly than it actually is. So they're like, man,
hard to
these wahine are charging.
Yeah, hard to see the steepness in the waves there, but when you come here in person and see and really feel, I believe those senses of, seeing, we're all seeing it either on screen or in person. But what you don't get from the screen is you don't get the feeling, that of all the elements that are here, but also the sound.
Right.
Really intense crashing waves put out this, really intense sound that can only be heard by being here. That contributes to the total enveloping of the experience as we watch Keala Kennelly knifing the rail in there, gets under the hook. Nice carving cut back to the whitewater, but all the bulk of the scoring here at the backdoor shootout is going to be for the tube riding, and Keala was able to sneak in there for a moment.
Now I have a question, Rock. It seems like she has a leash that's attached to her back. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so she had a kind of a severe kind of thigh groin injury on her back foot, so on her left leg, that she was a little worried about, strapping a leash to her ankle and
Right.
having her leg pulled around that way. So she opted for this concept where it will attach to like the middle of your back on that vest that she's wearing.
There you
And
see
when
it.
you think about it, that is, almost a guarantee that you're not going to have tangled feet
Interesting.
with your leash. But also, in any wipeout situation or bailing situation, the board will be pulling on her core, not on her injured leg.
Okay.
Because obviously, I haven't seen it done very often,
here
but
we go.
opting for a front leg leash is not optimal. Here's Moana Wong charging in a deep pipe barrel.
Definitely Hamilton out the back in the red helmet, taking a stroke into it, but realizing she's a little bit too late. Look at how swift Hawaiian Water Patrol is rolling in for the
All right. Had the beach all excited here for that last set of waves. Wong pulled into a closeout basically and went for it.
Fowler on staff on the third floor. He's holding an 11-point drive. Time check. 8:54. Kalak Grace is going to be taking the water.
Whew. Love that these women are charging right alongside our kane or our men. Even competing against them also. So this is not a separate division. These women have a team in a division. Look at this, behind
Wow.
the peak into that
Oh,
closeout.
man. That was a lot of bravado there.
Moana, Malia, and KK. Alternate. Laura, and Never.
Amazing.
We have a paddler.
You look out the horizon, there's even more waves marching in. Malia going back door.
Oh,
Bottom
going
turns
back
under
door.
the curtain and kicks out the back.
Decision to kick out the bat. Melita Manuel sinking her teeth into a silent backdoor. She's all good. KK, Keala Nalawa. Keala, look outside. Here comes second replay.
Here comes some sets.
Oh, man, some bombs out the back. Here's Bethany Hamilton, and she's going to pull in. Oh.
Fully covered on this mic.
I thought she was going to kick out, but she's like, no, I'm just going to stay in for the view.
Might as well.
Check it out. Might as well. And, earned herself into that wave, so she's going to take full advantage. There's Brother Elon, Brother Moses, Elon Mahalo from Keiki Beach Bungalows, keikibeach.com, right here down the road, and providing sponsorship, overall sponsorship, but also contributing that extra $5,000 for the charger of the event. And you know where my vote is, but we'll let that let's play itself out. I'll stop my campaigning. But
Yeah, during my short break, I don't know if we can call it a
Yeah.
break because it wasn't a full heat, but I was walking my family around the area here, and we saw Bethany charge into a meaty one that she didn't make, went straight
Right.
over the falls. But I was standing next to, a lot of our competitors, and Kalani Chapman watched that, and he said she charges.
Yeah.
So I think he votes for her on that one as well too. See Malia Manuel going backdoor, but doesn't like what she sees, so she punches out the back.
Yeah, here's Bethany. That one had a long, stretched out wall, but she was going to give it a go. And, like we said, at least try to get the view of the barrels here at Pipe and not squander any opportunity. There goes Moana Wong. Nope, not going to get that one.
And another thing that I think contributes to Bethany's chances for this award, most of our surfers today, if they would have been on that wave that she was on, would have straightened out. Straighten out, ride it to the beach, get the ski back out. She chose to charge them. Pull it.
Right away.
Which is, I think, the kind of, that's what we want to see for this award, this $5,000 award for the hard charger. That's what charging takes, is to just throw caution to the wind. Even if you know you're not going to make it, charge them anyway.
You see a little bit of texture. We got some slight northwest wind, but like we said earlier, Pipe and Backdoor seem to be quite resilient when it comes to any effect from the wind. There's still barrels to be had. I saw Team the Hui Wax getting ready for round number 6. So we'll be sending Team the Hui Wax back into the water for round 6. And we'll see how the conditions hold up for the rest of the afternoon and what the conditions provide for our competitors. And, honestly, when you get to this stage of the game, it's like the guys who are not in the lead are like, yeah, we got to keep going, got to keep it going. But whoever is in the lead is like, nah. Maybe we should be powering it. No, these types of competitors, they're frothing. They're ready to go. They want to, pound it out, give it all their best, have as much opportunity as possible.
So, when I was walking over there, I noticed that they post some results on the board over there. So I took some pictures, and I'm assuming this is correct. So this is round 5. Right?
Yep.
So that's from this morning. So I did have one. There was from that heat, John Florence. This is the Florence heat, and this was one I was wondering about. So he was in second place, and he just needed to.
Well, I think we're
take his number
still kind of
deciding
or deciding how many waves for each competitor will be counted, which will factor into a lot of the scoring, a lot of the positioning will be dependent on how many waves we're taking for each competitor. And, part of the unique aspects of this event are, being able to be flexible with the criteria, be flexible with the, the format of exactly how many waves are being kept. Right so now we have the other day we had a sheet with the 4-wave criteria. Keala just charging through that one, and she's, trying to vie for that $5,000 as well, the hardest charger award. But the sheet we have here has top 3 waves, and we could go as high as top 5 waves. We're still confirming that amount of waves will be counting for each surfer.
Okay,
but
so
you did see a score.
Yeah, so I won't say that John's in first or second, right? Because it depends. But let me just say this: in the round from this morning, there was John had a 9 and an 8. So currently his top 3 waves before that was a 10-9 and an 8-5. Look at KK.
Free falling out of
Free
the sky.
fell.
Oh,
That was impressive. Like I thought
man.
for sure she wouldn't even made that drop, but not only did she make it, she managed to get her rail in the water and still pull in up under the barrel. So it is looking good for John, just by saying that. So if you have in your score line,
He
So-
does have an 8-5 that he had previous. But that 9
now there's a 9.
will replace that.
Right.
And if he, we go to, more waves counting, he's got plenty to choose from. He's got like,
Right.
if we can go up to 7 waves, he still get plenty scores above 8.
Yeah. And I'm looking here too at some of these scores, and Ivan Florence, who had as of this morning, had a 7, a 7.5, and a 7 as some of these top 3. Again, as you said, Rocky, we don't know if in the end it's going to be 4 or 5 or 6 waves. But in his heat this morning, he got an 8 and a 7.5.
Yeah, so he's definitely improving on his scoring. We've seen quite a few of that this morning with, surfers able to get better scores today than they have in previous days,
Now
which is good for improvement.
we got a paddle here. It looks like Moana committing to this. Behind the peak, pumps. Behind the curtain. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Come out.
She almost
Oh.
made that. That was so close, and that was so technically skillful. The way she was pumping through that wave was like some of the best pipe surfers we've seen out here. I mean,
That was so cool.
any chance to make that wave was going to require that kind of speed. And here's the ground view. We watched the drone view live, but almost coming through. She made it nearly to the end.
And it was cool, that drone angle. You could see her pumping through, and amazing. Almost made it. But that was the Wahine, Mana Wahine heat. Keala Kennelly caught some bombs, as did her fellow competitors. Moana Wong in that barrel, stalling. Another one from Keala Kennelly, kept busy in this heat.
Yeah, Keala definitely charging. All of our girls, great job. We'll be back with more round 6 action of the Hui Backdoor Shootout right after this. right, there's live action right here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Beach starting to fill in with spectators on this beautiful Aloha Sunday, January the 16th, 2022. The Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Paoa Kahanamoku. We are into round 6. Team the Hui Wax has started us off. They got us kicked off this morning with round 5. We're going to right back into it. You know, final day of competition, final day of the waiting period. You know, it is slightly a little bit of sea breeze touching the waves just a tad, but Pipe and Backdoor seem to be able to handle that little bit of sea breeze as we catch up to the action in this heat. So we're progressing into round 6 with J.O.B. on the pink board, trying to make something happen, almost coming through there. But I believe that is Kai Lenny right there, that with these slightly marginal conditions compared to what we saw this morning, but being the last day of the holding period and the last opportunity, we might as well milk it, get as much as we can in. And round 6, here we go, Isaiah.
Give them. Might as well. Beautiful day. Everyone has a fair chance. This is J.O.B. on a deep one. Gives that pump, tries to get up high on the face, see if he can come up.
Oh, man. That thing just totally had the bottom drop out from under him. Took that high line start, you know, and that big pump, as you see Bethany, husband and newborn, that she has been feeding in between heats. I mean, it's totally a heroic performance for Bethany Hamilton. All around.
I think taking
Super
into
mom.
consideration with this Hard Charger award, the fact that she's balancing so much as a mom.
I know. That's, you know, from what I heard, can be demanding on your body.
No.
And of the 2 things that she's doing, I do know about surfing pipeline, but the other thing I do not know that much about, but both are very demanding on your body.
You are a dad, though, Rocky, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have 2 daughters.
I am a dad, and you're a father of 5, but it's the moms that give life and give food at the early stages of life, and she has been doing that, feeding the baby here on, you know, on site,
right,
and then going out and surfing pipeline. So just, you know, really putting her body on the line, so to speak, but, you know, in 2 ways that she really enjoys. I know she loves being a mom. She's got, you know, some other children as well, and she loves surfing pipeline, so go get them. Supermom Bethany Hamilton as we watch Jamie O'Brien.
Oh.
Now, if he got upended in there, you know it was a crazy, turbulent barrel at pipe, because we've seen him mix it up with the best of them out here over the years, checking the bottom of his board, making sure there's no creases, buckles, or cracks. Getting a visit from Brother Kael Abbey. That's what I like being on the, you know, we mentioned it before, being ground level here, just be, you know, having the brothers, cousins, uncles hang out with us. So we're privileged and honored to bring you this broadcast on surfline.com and dohui.com. And, you know, we're missing Brother Kainoa McGee today, hoping that he gets better. Just a little bit under the weather is Kainoa, so hoping and praying for you. And we're going to pull the long shifts today. Ezra on the beach mic, and Rocky Cannon right here with Isaiah Walker. There's Rocky. There's Isaiah. And
Aloha.
just so honored and privileged, like I said, to have this role that we play here at this the Hui Backdoor Shootout, watching all the action firsthand, being able to bring it to folks that are viewing in different places around the world. And thank you, Surfline. Thank you, the Hui. Thank you, Salt in Air Studios.
Thank you. Beautiful day here in Hawaii, and we're, you know, this is our 4th day of running in beautiful surf, and Love this guy here, Rocky.
I love this guy too, Isaiah.
Nice to hang out with you and talk story. And today has a different
such
vibe.
good
I think
information.
as a Sunday has like a real family vibe
Yeah.
here today, and kind of low key. And we got some of the uncles that maybe have the day off that are down here and visiting, and so it has a real cool vibe. And the surf is beautiful, and grateful to be here at the Backdoor Shootout on our last day.
Yeah, we're into round 6, and Team the Hui Wax kicking off the round. And Jamie O'Brien already with a couple of pipe bombs, but not able to make those exit points. So we'll see how much more productive this 6th round will be. Regardless, we got the permit for this final day. You're not going to walk away from 10 to 12-foot pipe just because there's a little bit of sea breeze on it. You're going to progress forward, and who knows, maybe there is that 10 or 12 11 that 10 11 or 12 score out there that could really put a good exclamation point on one of our surfers session today. But
we did get word that if the winds get bad throughout this round 6, that it's possible that they could convert it into an expression session.
got it.
So it would just be fair for all of our competitors that, if the condition get really bad, we want to give equal opportunity to all of our surfers. So it's possible if these conditions deteriorate, that we will turn it into what's called an expression session.
Right, where there's no scoring applied, and it is just a spectacle for us to enjoy and watch these surfers try to get the best barrels they can get, but for no points. Well, we haven't reached that time yet,
Yep.
and we're still monitoring the conditions. Although, I see a little bit of the swell direction changing up a little bit, but Kai Lenny looking for a big foamy one on the inside and charging hard over a super shallow reef. And Kai paddling back in. He's been, through a few boards already.
Right.
And definitely Pipeline taking its toll on the equipment of our team riders.
But just to be clear, round 1 scores will definitely count.
Yes, which was our 5th round.
Yeah,
so this
sorry.
beginning of the day.
A round
The
from the
round
day.
in question, which the Hui Wax started us with, there's Kai Lenny. A nice little snap under the hook right there, and then had to pump and get a lot of speed to try to traverse through that really frothy section. Unfortunately, gets upended, but fortunately did not break another board.
In that section that he pulled into in that closeout, you were explaining, Rocky, earlier that it's only a couple of feet deep right there. So, it's not uncommon for our surfers to encounter the reef. So a lot of our competitors opt to use helmets. I think in many ways the wetsuit is also used here, not just to warm up in the water, but to protect yourself from hitting that reef.
Yeah, and, we talked about the honor and privilege it is to bring this action all around the world. I've got some folks that are texting me that are tuning in from some really cool places in our on the mainland, and want to give a shout out to for one, my cousin Mark Hoy, Neptune Beach, tuning in way over there in Florida. Jeff Rice in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh,
I mean, there's not even an ocean in Tennessee, and they're watching surfline.com right now. And of course, my Uncle Chip, Mark's dad, Uncle Chipper Hoy, and Kevin Radish in Valdosta, Georgia. So we've got corners of the country and the world that are tuning in without oceans, but with a passion for surfing and learning about surfing and being involved in surfing. So thank you guys for watching. Awesome stuff. We're bringing it to you live from Hawaii on the North Shore on surfline.com. And the power of this great broadcast system that we have is taking us worldwide, as there, Makana Pang, the gift, getting ready for his team Volcom heat coming up.
Yep. Well, I mean, my phone has been. I'm not as famous as you in these things, but I have some folks. I got my friend Lito Archangel from Hilo says he's in Hollywood right now.
Oh, no way,
watching
bruh.
from California.
Such
so
a talented individual, that
Aloha.
Hawaiian right there. Love his music, love his vibes.
yeah, we went to high school together. Hilo High. Here we go.
Oh, Kaileni. You know, good positioning, great technique. Just the wave itself not cooperating to the fullest for the big score. But
Oh,
when you see guys like J.O.B. pull back, you know it was treacherous.
a replay here. This is a water angle of Kaileni. Beautiful wave. Not as deep as he would like, but here we have live action. Billy Kemper slowing down, dragging, getting covered.
Billy Kay from Maui reminded me of another one of my favorite musicians from Maui, Uncle Willie K. But that was brother Billy K.
Speaking of some of our folks who have gone to the other side, Willie K.
Yep.
Uncle Willie K sang many songs, but I think one of my favorites was Oh Holy Night. But oh my goodness,
Oh,
Kala
Kala
Grace
Grace.
under the lip. Come on.
on.
Come on. There we go.
What in the world?
Oh.
That has got to be a 12. Holy macaroni, guacamole, frijoles,
Oh.
Kala Grace on the Derek Ho tribute model board. Uncle Derek was with him in that barrel. Basically willed him out. I did not think he was coming out. I did not.
A 12.
Hands
It's
down.
official. It's a 12-point
Oh,
ride.
hey, look, bruh.
Chicken skin.
It's happening.
Oh.
I get chicken skin right now, bruh. That was nuts. Wave of the winter, said by my homies right here. Brother Joey's watching with us on the porch. Wave of the winter.
Huddled up behind our
Wave
screen
of
here.
wave of couple winters, maybe. Oh, brah. That was insane.
Oh my goodness. Here's the replay.
Sorry for you guys' speakers blowing out,
Late.
but just barely making the drop, getting into it, standing in there, and right there was like, no way, and coming out. Oh. And he doesn't even claim it. He just does a couple little finger clicks. He's like, yeah, that's what I meant to do.
Incredible.
Oh, bruh.
Well deserved. Look at
Hey,
this late drop, bottom turn.
Now all he's hoping is that the waves don't blow out the rest of the day and it becomes an expression session. So please, let's give Kala that 12 no matter what, but have the winds hold off because, you know, we'll score the rest of this round. Let's keep it going. But Kala Grace,
Oh my goodness.
unbelievable.
I think you're right that Uncle D was pushing him through on that one.
Oh, man, that was just straight deja vu right there.
Did
Thinking
have
back
that feel
to
because the spit blew and it was like it was over and
Yeah.
almost and then voila.
that was straight so magical. Abracadabra disappearing for a long period of time and then coming out after the spit means that it was divine.
Show it again. Late drop. Just gets under it, picks his line. That's where he was gone. Reappears. In reverse. Oh.
Right there. And then just totally behind the peak. Only way to make that one is if you get that extra boost from that catapulting spit coming through a cavern like that. And it actually does give you a little bit of boost. You know, we've
Yeah.
had it happen before, seen it happen before, where you feel like you're almost on a hoverboard, and it kind of picks up your board and your body and assists you, gives you some kokua
There you
out
go.
of that barrel. Oh my goodness, that was worth all of our 4 days of being here right there. And there have been many moments that have made it worth it, obviously, for us being here, but that one, I'm speechless.
It
Sorry.
gave you chicken skin, and I witnessed. I saw on your
saw
arm
the
over here the
bumps.
bumps.
Just to think, it was describing him being on Derek's tribute airbrush board, and just magical moment.
Well, his pops is around here watching, proud.
Yeah. Yep.
Kalah's
Uncle Willie
dad.
Grace, Kalah's dad here to see it live,
And everyone on the porch here just erupted in applause.
Yeah,
And that means a lot when
and-
your peers are recognizing, that your wave was a 12.
Yep. Anytime you've got the cheers of peers, you're doing something right. Whew, I think we all got to take a deep breath and come down after that one. That was intense, and I'm sure the beach down in front of us was blowing up. That was pure entertainment. I mean, the way he barely made the drop, he was a little off balance at the bottom, and it was just going to be one of those, here he is again.
Fired up.
He's-
Wow.
Don't write him off now. But, you were thinking, one of those where he's so late. He just did a good job getting in the barrel. As Kai Lenny pig dogging that one, looking pretty solid and steady. But the beginning of that wave of Kalah, that 12, had the kind of the familiarity or the similar look that, he's great job making the drop, super late, kind of off balance, got in the barrel, did a great job getting in there, but, blah, blah, blah. And it was did a great job getting in, and then miraculously came out. And it's got the top scoring ride of the entire event. It was confirmed by our beach announcer, Ezra Rodriguez, and the judges that they threw out the perfect 12 for Kalah Grace, and he can etch his name into pipeline history.
And it's not every year that we give out 12s either.
No.
It's not we'll reserve it for one a year. It's only when it's deserving.
Correct.
And the last one was Keito Matsuoka. And so that ranks up in that, stratosphere.
Yeah, and there's only been, maybe a handful of those waves over the years, and ultimately, that if you get a 12, you're secure in pipeline history because they're not going to get them in any other surf contests. So you can say you're one of the only few to get a 12, which is quite the accomplishment. There's Bethany doing some photo ops for surf fans up in the yard here. And there's better Mike Prickett, another heroic individual. You see him with his assistant's crutches there. That was from an injury he sustained saving a fellow diver at the bottom of the ocean down in Tahiti doing a film shoot. So he's one of the most notorious and really accomplished water cinematographers around the world, and was shooting down in Tahiti, and one of the either a fellow diver or safety diver or something got in trouble way deep, and he went down there and ended up getting the bends, and that's how he got injured. But he's on the mend and still obviously prominently involved in creating Salt and Air Studios. Big mahalos to Mike Prickett and all of the gang that is putting on this wonderful broadcast for you on surfline.com. But man, it's quite the scene here. We've got folks that are pretty well known around the world that are just hanging out and it's the community vibe, like you said, the Sunday Ohana vibe, little reunion action, and then you get a wave like Kala Grace pumping everybody up, and it just adds to the already extremely positive vibes that we're experiencing here.
Look like these guys see something, paddling hard, hopefully something they can catch, not just dip.
Getting text messages with reactions to that wave
Oh
as we
my
watch Billy
goodness.
Kemper. He wants a 12 too.
Oh,
Thumbs out, laying back, but disconnects. He'll still get some credit for that exit, but a lot of positive expletives coming in to explain that wave of Kala Grace, if you know what I mean, with excitement tooting in from around the world, and
awesome.
good fun, good fun.
Yeah, beautiful day, beautiful surf, and Billy Kemper. I mean, I know in the in the WSL events when somebody comes out, there's a they get real picky on what it means to make it. But look at this, pulls in deep, comes out, lays back. This water angle shot shows you how wide open this barrel is. Comes through that one. The spit just kind of bucks him off.
Yeah,
So-
he had that little, end chandelier to work with, and just gave him one little slap. Usually Billy pretty strong to force his way
Yeah.
through those, but you get a little caught off guard sometimes by it.
No, I know at the backdoor shootout we have our own criteria for makes on waves, and so I don't know what you think. That don't count as one make or what?
Yeah, I mean, his board and body came out. He was right there. I saw him.
I seen him.
I seen him.
Well, it may not matter anyway because Billy Kemper has accrued many great scores already throughout these 4 days of competitions and 6 rounds of competition. Beautiful
Oh man,
waves.
some more big waves. Yep.
Oh, smokes.
Whew. Those are some monster sets. Everybody getting caught inside. And you see them duck diving. That's
Oh, Jamie's still
a couple
underwater.
of guys getting little extra manhandling, trying to correct their boards, getting pulled back.
It's interesting on this set, I guess, because it was coming more on the north side of the peak, that they ended up dipping it on the backdoor side of the wave, even though they're surfing pipe. So just goes to show you that there isn't much of a safety zone when you're surfing 10 to 12 foot pipe. You can get caught inside no matter where you're sitting.
Yeah, there's no really designated channel. There's no area where waves aren't breaking. It's just a matter of how far out or how far in, but still, like you said, there's days like this, there's nowhere to run.
We have
Here we go, scrambling to
someone
be in position, but nobody gonna opt for that one. We're gonna check out Kalagris's 12
might as well
on a replay.
watch this thing all day
I
long.
Yep, and checking out the interview. Oh, you see somebody raising their hands right there in the channel, just watching Kala free fall into this. I can't believe he made that. Well, they've got a few more minutes of round 6, final round to perform. Billy Kemper kind of trying to get around that bend. Almost thought he was going to have a chance, but it had a weird kind of shifty angle on that one.
Here's Kala Grace again. Didn't look like his 12, so he decided to kick out.
He's got the curse of the high standard now. Blessing or curse, however you choose to view it, but definitely a blessing to get that epic 12-point ride, but he'll be chasing that one for the rest of his surfing life now. Hey, that's Louis Bueno. Bit of Louis Silva hanging out with us live in the yard as the heat ends for Team the Hui Wax, but not without a lack of performance, especially by Kala Grace. Team Volcom is on right now, but we'll check out Billy Kemper, who got us started. Excuse me, Jamie O'Brien, who got us started. A couple of pipe waves for Jamie were not able to be made, but Kai Lenny also got in the mix. Definitely happy to not break a board in that heat. This was the wave of the event so far, the wave of the winter potentially. Kala Grace with a the Hui Shootout perfect 12. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more round 6 action right after this break. letting you guys enjoy the beautiful ocean here on the North Shore in Pipeline. And yeah, we're into round 6. Team Volcom is in the water right now. But, you know, sometimes it's nice just to chill out to the ambiance of the Pacific Ocean. Rocky Cannon bringing you the action here for heat number 2 of round 6, Team Volcom. As a couple of the Hui Backdoor Shootout Club members and security uncles right there, keeping everything nice and tight and safe up here on the beach. Also, mahalo to KT Protection. Check out ktprotection.com for security service on the island of Oahu here and around Hawaii. Barade Fuga, mahalo. Team Volcom, their round 6 heat happening right now. Kaimana Henry just got a wave. We had Balaram Stack get the heat started a moment ago. Just want to say mahalo to our sponsors. Saying mahalo to Keiki Bungalows. KeikiBeach.com is where you can check out all the availability for the different types of units they have available right here on the beach, just down the road from Pipeline, so close by, a few hundred yards down. The Hui Wax, their team just wrapping up, but they're also a sponsor of this event. The Odom Corporation, also want to say to mahalo to Sinaloa, tortillas and chips. Aloha Salads, right there in Wahiawa, a lot of healthy food available. Body Armor, this sport water is very tasty. Kona Brewing Hawaii, also very tasty. Monster Energy, my choice to get pumped up. Defend Hawaii, the apparel that is available. Thank you very much. Speaking of apparel, I'd like to say mahalo to Oahu Golf Apparel, providing us with these beautiful golf polo tees that are ever so comfortable. And Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen, and here comes Kala Grace with a hero's welcome back to the yard. And Kenui Kitchen, mahalo for the Ono Grinds. Konos Hawaii down in Haleiwa. Pupukea Grill right here by Sharks Cove. Two Thumbs Tattoo. And all of our great contributors and sponsors for making this happen. That was Balaram Stack on the replay, and then here's Kaimana Henry somehow fitting that big frame into a tight pipe barrel. Here's live action of Kaimana again, and Kaimana solid. Solid is not even a appropriate enough word to describe his stance and his posture on that
Mana,
board.
you
In
get
that
mana
barrel.
in the stance, huh?
Yeah. I mean, one of the more appropriate names.
Yeah, so
for
Kai
an
is the
individual. Well-
Kai is the ocean water. Usually the ocean water that's right in front of us. Here we have a replay.
By the way, I did listen to Ballstack, another great nickname for a hard-charging surfer, and Kaimana. I did get a listen to Sister Roby's song, and she said "Kapuina Kai"
There you
during
go.
the song, and I wouldn't have known it before, but now I'm like, hey,
Hey, I
that's
know
the
that.
word I learned from Isaiah the other day.
Po'ina. Po'ina is when the break. It's the word for breaking of a wave, which I think is unique to just waves. So Po'ina Kai, Po'ina Nalu, terms for the surf zone or the lineup, and Auntie Roby, definitely, if you haven't heard that song, Pi'i Mai Kanalu. A lot of surfing terms in that song.
Hey, and speaking of surfing all around the world, I've got a friend tuning in, surfing on. We were speaking of Vancouver.
Okay.
We got surfers in Vancouver. Brother Skip surfing out in Vancouver Island yesterday.
Makana
6
Pang.
to 8 foot, he's calling it, as we see Makana Pang on a nice 6 to 8 foot pipe size wave. But nice to have Skip tuning in and letting us know that the waves are pumping
Wow.
out on South Vancouver Island. Check this out. Makana pumping into that barrel, but not able to quite pump out. That would have been another big score had he been able to make that exit.
I mean, yeah, the Pacific Ocean produces energy as far up, even up in those Pacific Northwest. I think it's just that the water is so cold that for many years just been a little uninviting. There's Kala Grace getting cheers from Team Hui Japan. Shinpei walking him through that wave. Talking about the turbulence here. So proud.
Yeah, couldn't have have it happen to somebody who was more grateful, appreciative, more humble, and just solid human being. Very good character.
I know
and,
he's part of the whole Ohana.
Yeah,
Do you
so
know
his
exactly
mom,
how?
his mom Marian is Derek and Michael's sister.
Oh,
So he and his brother Kikai are nephews of Derek and Michael.
right on. So it's not like it's not like far distance, but literally
Yeah,
close family.
within first connection.
Awesome.
Connection. Yeah, it's getting lively down here. Everybody knows it's the last day. I mean, you see some of the beach shots and the drone shots. The beach is getting packed. Word is getting around the island that the shootout is on and that the waves are pumping. And the wind is kind of coming and going.
Yeah.
So right now it's back to being quite calm and contestable. So we're going to keep it rolling. And there you see RIP Uncle D. Quite a number of places in this area that are a tribute to Derek Ho and his amazing accomplishments here at Pipeline and for Hawaiian surfing around the world. Here we go. Check it out. That is Jack Robinson. Just so technical and on point with that grab rail, high line exit, knew exactly how to position his rail and to drag his body to take him to that high line exit, knowing that that was his best chance of completion.
Ball stack turns for this one, drops in, stands tall, spit, doesn't come out.
Well, he's got the second highest wave score of the contest. He's the one with the 11. Still some history to throw down on that kind of a score, because this is the only event where you do get those kinds of scores. It's quite the honor to get anything above a 10 here at the Backdoor Shootout.
Wow, look at these sets approaching. And you're right, Rocky, the winds, we're a little concerned about them, but they've sort of backed off.
Yeah, and it's slowed down. I feel like it's probably going to be doing that the rest of the afternoon, presenting itself a little bit and then backing off as Jack Robinson negotiated that one very well. And then Balaram, that one just kind of peeled away from him. It had the same requirement as Jack Robinson's. Here's Makana Pang.
Oh,
He's going to stay in it. Oh, really well done by the young lad.
young lad. Well done, young laddie.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. Almost. So lots of beautiful waves still out here in the Pacific Ocean coming straight to us at Bonsai Pipeline.
Yep, this is Team Volcom, and looking at a replay of Makana Pang's wave, and good job stalling to maximize his tube time. You know, one of those where you're pretty sure he was going to make it, but still wanted to make sure he got in
Live
there.
action.
Time out of Henry. He's got 3 in a row, and he's been racking up a couple of pipe waves to add to his total here. You know, he's got a couple of 5s and 6s on the board from previous rounds, but I think he's improving on those with the waves he's got so far today.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this one. Jack Robinson pulls in, comes out with the spit.
And a big boost.
Oh, my goodness. Ball stack. Oh. That was heavy, Rock.
That was nuts. I can't believe he went
Oh, just
That
the
was-
way he fell, too.
charging.
Wow.
Oh, man.
The way that he fell into it, and he kind of sat and fell backwards like he was sitting on a chair, and
Yeah.
oh, that wave gobbled him up. How's this? Makana by himself in the lineup.
That is a great, but also kind of an eerie feeling.
Yeah, sometimes when it's crowded, the crowd kind of shows you where the lineup is.
Correct.
And when no one's out, it's kind of like, whoa, where I stay?
Get a little bit lost when nobody stay out. Yeah, it's like trying to, you know, find your way a little bit as he looks like he found his way into this deep pipe barrel.
So here's a replay. Jack Robinson, beautiful one. Different camera angle of the same wave. See how he pumped and then slowed down? That's how you do it. Jack Robinson, one of our championship tour surfers. Looking forward to seeing him on tour again. So, which will be starting up on the North Shore. 2 different venues, which is cool. Pipeline and Paumalu, Sunset Beach. More waves in the horizon. Look like Jack's taking a look at this one. From behind the peak.
wow.
Makes the drop, pulls into it. Come on.
Yeah. Man, that was really well done. We were looking into it from that angle, and from the straight on angle, I'm sure he was gone
Yep.
from the, you know, point of takeoff all the way till he reappeared. And we could almost see him a little bit even though from the looking in angle, but he even disappeared from this wide angle. So, you know, right here looking at it, it was like, okay, he's gone, still gone. There he is. So this Team Volcom, round 6 right now, boding well for them.
Yeah, it is.
Getting some scores to build on, getting some improving scores. You know, Kaimana's got 3 in a row. Balaram had a great opening ride. Makana's got one under his belt, and Rabo has a couple to add. So, productive round for this final round 6 of the Volcom team.
And we said this earlier, you know, the waves are firing when I'm not talking stories.
Yeah.
when the Portuguese is quiet.
The surfing is telling the story right now.
It's a shot of Ehukai Beach, our lifeguard stand. Talk about how the sand shifts a lot. Right now, there's a real steep hill over there by the lifeguard stand.
Here's a replay of Kaimana Henry, I believe.
Yep. Nice one as he knifes that in the barrel, gets that mana stance, comes out.
Thought he was going to do a cannonball for a second. He looked like he was going for
Right.
the double knee grab, but he decided not to. He wanted to get his heels down, penetrate under the white water.
Actually, well, since we have a little break here, there is an art of bombing, and even in Old Hawaii. So, and you'll see it a lot today if you drive by, especially on the east side where I live. All these little bridges that are over rivers, you'll see a bunch of Kanakas sitting on the bridge, especially the big brothers that make the big splash. So, you know, making these bombs, these splashes of so you get the powder. There's one that recently made its way over from New Zealand called the Manu. You ever seen that one?
No.
It's kind of like an upside down suicide. You know what the suicide is?
Yep.
Okay. So I thought Kaimana was doing the Manu.
Yeah, of course, myself growing up in Haleiwa around the North Shore, Waimea, summertime Waimea was our jumping ground. Yeah, including also Honolulu Bridge in Haleiwa.
Yeah.
But my mom never let me jump off that one. Would get mean scolding if I did. So
Of course, Waimea Rock.
I never did. But Waimea Rock was the main spot for me during summer. But you know, you had the suicide, as even the cats, bro, they come out for watch Pipeline, cruising them on the trail. That's right over from us right here. That's nice, brave little cat.
So in 1885, Prince Jonah Kuhio and two of his brothers were living in California, and they were at a boarding school in San Mateo County, at a military school. And you know, this is where they went surfing. So if you go to Santa Cruz, they have a statue that commemorates the first surfers there. And it's Prince Jonah Kuhio and also his brothers Edward and David Koananakoa. Now, if you go back and read, there's actually a newspaper story that talks about the experience of them surfing there. But they also, it was a twofer. So they had the surf exhibition, but then they had like a cliff diving exhibition too, where they're jumping off this really high bridge. So jumping bridge, nothing new.
Jump bridge. Yeah.
Interesting though. This bridge was pretty high, and apparently one of them got injured a little. I don't know if they did the suicide or the Manu, but got slapped on the water. But you know, it was okay. But it's interesting reading these old newspapers that it actually talks about them jumping bridge.
Wow. You know, you got the suicide, you got the coffin, the watermelon. You know, cannonball. Not if you're really going for a big splash contest. You're not really. The cannonball seems to kind of go out more than up.
And I would argue the cannonball is more the haole move.
Yeah,
You don't really get that one. You get the, you know, the one knee grab.
Yeah.
Can opener.
Yeah, can opener, jackknife. I've heard it called too.
Right.
That seems to be one of the more popular ones to get the high splash.
There's all kind of varieties of doing the bomb or the powder, you know, but the Manu is the latest.
Yeah,
where it's basically it's almost like you're gonna do a backflop where you just totally horizontal to the water, and then right before you hit, you kind of climb up.
Yep.
And it shoots it straight up high.
Wow.
They'll also these days. Actually, they've been doing this for a while too. I don't know if you've seen this, but they'll hold like either a water bottle or a ball.
Yep.
And then right when they hit the water, release it and see how high up it goes.
Yep.
And Guys that are really good send that water bottle like
Back
30
up
feet
to
in
the
the air.
yeah. Get some brothers in the summertime at Waimea. Oh man, they send that water bottle back up onto the rock. Another spot we used to hang out and do that on a smaller level was the jetty at Ali'i, the breakwater there.
Oh, yeah.
And there used to be a big coconut stump sticking out of the rock.
Right.
And you would balance on that and jump in. And, that's where you could practice some of your maneuvers that, never have as much consequences and the height that Waimea Rock had. Then you practice over there and you take them to Waimea and show them off.
Well, there's this story of Duke Hanamoku. I mean, we're remembering Duke at this event jumping off from, I guess, a really tall mast of a yacht. They said it was like 100 feet.
Oh, wow.
Oh. So jumping off of high cliffs and stuff was something that even Duke Hanamoku continued to practice. Now, one of the categories of age in Hawaii that we don't see as much of today was you had the big splash competition and the small splash.
Oh.
So we don't really get that much today. I guess, in the Olympics, of
Right.
course, that's what they're looking for is small splash.
Yeah.
But in Old Hawaii, that was one of the things, too, who can make the smallest splash.
There's a family enjoying the action. Tehotu Wong and Moana Wong right here on the porch with us. We saw Kaimana Henry on a wave, not one of his keepers. We saw him get quite a few pipe barrels in this heat and was a little bit, taking his time and selective in the previous rounds or in the last couple of rounds. Had a decent day one start, but now Kaimana getting into the groove and it's got a couple of pipe waves to improve his scoring and help his team.
I mean, Rocky, this week is also commemorating the 1893 overthrow of Queen
Yes,
Liliuokalani.
correct. January 17th.
17th, which is tomorrow. It actually starts on the 14th through the 17th, because what happens on the 14th is she goes to promulgate a new constitution. And I was mentioning this the other day when talking with brother Kainoa McGee. Jack, looking at this one, decides not to go. The reason why she was trying to promulgate a new constitution because her brother was forced at gunpoint to sign what we call the bayonet constitution. Makana looking at backdoor, slowing down. Still in there. Is he still
Oh,
going?
wow. That was a lot of travel time.
Hopefully he's all right. So in 1887, her brother, King David Kalakaua, was forced to sign this new constitution that essentially stripped him of a lot of his executive authority and took a lot of voting rights away from Hawaiians. There's Makana dragging.
Beautifully threaded. Just getting caught up in that chandelier right there. That wave just not opening up quite as much as he would hoped on the end, but good job, good effort. He's going to return to shore as the Volcom heat is winding down.
So anyway, this sort of starts when she goes to rewrite this new constitution that restores voting rights to Native Hawaiians and restores a lot of her executive authority. That sort of has this triggered effect by the Committee of Safety, which was this group that didn't want things to change. These were folks who were, we call pro-annexationists, that wanted Hawaii to become a part of the United States, mainly for a few reasons. One of them had to do with sugar and the benefits of not being a foreign country. But we'll get back to that story later. But this
Yeah.
week, that's we're kind of commemorating.
Yeah, and that'll be one that we'll kind of come back and touch on it and give a continuous, commemoration to what's happened, and just as an educational point, a bit of a memorial and remembrance, but also to commemorate as we see Haimana Henry threading through and making a nice little pipe wave out of nothing, making something out of nothing. Balaram stack. That'll be adding to his heat total, as well as Makana Pang gets one of his best rides of the event here in the final round 6 for Team Volcom. And Balaram just got upended, sitting on his back right there, but on his backhand was Jack Robinson, finding a couple pipe gems, pumping, grabbing, boosting. Beautiful surfing from Jack Robinson. And we'll count you down, and we'll be right back with more after this. Stay with us.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Wide Islands this weekend. Made a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
I can hold this smile on my tongue. I'm walking on the live wire, electric and I don't feel the pain. I'm walking on the live wire, electric and I don't feel the shame. I'ma be, I'ma feel like
Oh yeah, we are back. Heat number 3, round 6, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Poa Kahanamoku. And as we mentioned, round 6 happening right now. It'll be the final round of the contest on our last day of our waiting period, which happens to be our final day of competition. And we've got Healthy Swell, Isaiah Walker right here joining me, Rocky Cannon, with the live broadcast, and we got Ezra Rodriguez up on the beach mic. expressing some amazing enthusiasm for what we've seen here. And great action all day long, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the surf's been amazing. Here's a replay of Ivan Florence. Oh, actually, this is live.
Live action. Team Florence out there right now.
I mean, it's been an incredible day. We've had some of our highest scores. We have the 12-point ride that took place by Kala Grace earlier this, not too long ago. And so waves are firing.
Right now, Team Florence out there with Ivan, John, Nate, and Eli Hanai. Their brother from Anatamara.
These guys are
Eli
stroking.
Olsen. Yep. Trying to get positioning here, or at least avoid pounding. Photographers are swimming, diving deep as they can under that wave. But as in the previous heat, we were just going to check out and catch up with John Florence's first ride of this heat, which was a nice little gem.
Another angle of it. John.
Well, like you said earlier, he's ready for us to count maybe 2 waves, 3 waves, 4 waves, 6 waves, 8 waves. He's got scores just stacked up in his deck of cards where he can bust out however much you need.
Oh, what you like? What you like? You
Yeah.
like 1 out of 9? Here you go.
Yeah. How much scores he like count? 10 waves? I get him. But
he
yeah,
has
we're
a
still
10. He has a couple 9s.
Yep.
Here we go. Live action. Eli Olsen.
Oh, man, looks like he was just a little too low near the crashing lip to be able to make that one. And, just as much water that you see on the outside of the lip when it breaks and crashes as we look deep into the eyes of the Volcom house cat.
Looks like we have a paddle. Looks like John Florence going right at backdoor. Stalls deep, still in there. Come on.
Oh! That was very well done. Excellent for John Florence. We're going to see how far up the scale they go with this one. But as we just stated, because it is still up in the air or unknown exactly how many waves we're going to count for each surfer, but John is ready for any amount of waves. He has been Mr. Consistency throughout this entire event. Look at him drag, double hand drag to make sure he gets in the barrel. The wave spits once and then gives another little spit before that little doggy door, kitty door escape. It's a little smaller than a doggy door. It's more like the kitty cat door as we were staring deep into the eyes of the Volcom house cat just a moment ago.
And I loved watching his face as he came out of that barrel. He was all smiles.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of aloha in the lineup right now. To have Team Florence to, have your family together. Look at this, applauding each other on. You don't see that in most competitions. So
but heading into this heat, we're going to take a look at Ivan and his barrel that he just got. That was the one we caught up to in live action and just free fell right under the lip. And you can't come out much more stylish than that. It's pretty
had a
impressive.
little Lopez hunch to it,
Correct. Nice casual approach. But we were discussing in the last heat, just the remembering of ultimately, which is the date recognized, January 17th. But it is a procession of a couple days leading up to that.
Yeah.
That includes, some of the actions leading up to the ultimate overthrow.
Yeah, so on January 14th, 1893, she actually publicly announces and she's going to promulgate a new constitution. And as I mentioned earlier, which restores a lot of the rights to her as a monarch. But there was, resistance from this specific group of folks who were that didn't want her to have more power, that saw her in a negative light. And I mean, even, racism contributed to it as well. The thought that she wasn't civilized enough because she wasn't white.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because the Hawaiian monarchy knew that this kind of white man's burden comes from a poem from Rudyard Kipling that was writing about the way that imperialism mindset worked at that time. Was the idea that it was the burden of European nations to help civilize and to kind of rule, because it's sort of their burden to take care
That's
of
their
these,
responsibility.
yeah, like these lesser humans, right? Which was, of course, racist and untrue. To combat that racist ideology, the monarchy did everything possible to show their civility, or that they were civilized enough. So talked about how they had, she was actually a constitutional monarch, which means we had a constitution. There were rights given to.
Yeah, I've never heard that that phrase, but that's so interesting.
Yeah.
To be a constitutional monarch, which to me it means a monarch who believes in the rights of the people.
Yeah, and so there was a constitution that also gave rights to the people, right? So Hawaii had like their version of a Bill of Rights that guaranteed rights to the to the population of people, very early on. So yeah, where oftentimes people talk about monarchies as like being tyrannical. The Hawaiian monarchy as a constitutional monarchy was much more invested like in the people, not just solely having its own power. But anyway, so they were definitely, they educated most of their people. Hawaii was the most literate nation in the world in the end of the 1800s, because everyone went to school. And they tried to combat that narrative that the Hawaiians were not civilized by being extra civilized. The Iolani Palace was built. They used the same furniture that was from the company that made furniture for the White House. They had real French art on the walls. Liliuokalani was an expert in composing music in Western style genre. They spoke many different languages. They toured around the world. In fact, Queen Liliuokalani was invited to Queen Victoria's Jubilee in England, and she went there with Kalakaua wife, Kapiolani, and really was kind of the embodiment of being Hawaiian and very cultured. And so, nonetheless, despite the fact that, definitely the monarchy did have very advanced and very quote-unquote civilized government, those who opposed her still were claiming that she wasn't worthy to rule, and they were threatened by the fact that she was writing a new constitution, and so they plotted to oust her. And the plan was to overthrow her, to impose their version of a Hawaiian government, and then request to Washington, D.C. through treaty that the United States take possession of Hawaii. And they knew that they needed a treaty because Hawaii and the Hawaiian Kingdom already had recognition by the international community that they were an independent and sovereign and neutral state. Look at this.
Eli
Backdoor.
Hanai at backdoor. And just a little bit of that sea breeze affecting the shape of the lip right there and crumbling down just a tad, so wasn't able to easily navigate the exit of that one, but Eli back on his board. Duck diving under the next wave and now heading back out. And there's a lot of waves headed his way, so hopefully he was able to make it back through, but good technique. Just got a little bit of that lip on the shoulder. Wasn't enabling him to get into the barrel clean, and there he is having to jump off his board and wait for Hawaiian Water Patrol for a potential pickup.
So Kanako, my great grandfather, was like he worked for the Queen as a member of there's what's called a Privy Council, and so when on January 17, 1893, when she was overthrown, my great grandfather, who was one of her close advisors, lost his job on that day, and so they knew that they needed a treaty, so they worked really hard to try and solidify their plan by submitting a treaty to Washington, D.C. And I think to their surprise, the President of the United States, Grover Cleveland, who just took office, recognized that it wasn't legal. He condemned it, and there's a famous speech that he gives in the floor of Congress where he says this was an act of war against a friendly and friendly nation. By friendly nation, that means like a nation that was recognized as independent, and it wasn't legally done. So he sends one of his advisors named James Blount, a senator from the South, comes down to Hawaii, and I think perhaps because of his Southern accent, some of the folks who were pro-annexationists, some of our haole folks in Hawaii thought, oh, this guy, he knows how race works, being from the South. And I think to their surprise, after interviewing many people and investigating further, he actually condemned the action and said, no, this wasn't authorized by the U.S., restore the Queen to power. So the President, Grover Cleveland, that's his recommendation, but they refused to step down.
That's surprising to me. So we check out Ivan Florence in a deep pipe barrel once again, but he's got knocked off and went for the body surfing finish.
I think he was running on the face of that wave.
He was.
So they refused to listen to the president. They basically said, if you want us to get out of here, you got to remove us by force. Look at this barrel.
You saw the wave just knock his board right from under his feet, and almost like he was doing like a step off.
Some political scientists, most notable among them, Dr. Keanu Sai, says that because there was a verbal agreement between the Queen and the President of the United States, that was as binding as a treaty would be. If you have two heads of states that have a verbal agreement, that should have been honored. But I guess the President of the United States wasn't, willing to stick his neck out that hard to forcefully remove other Americans from this Hawaiian kingdom. So he pushed the matter to Congress, where it sat for many years, where there was attempts by this Republic of Hawaii to submit treaties that were not passed. In 1897, there's a treaty that's submitted, and the Hawaiian people, through these political huis, so we had we heard the word hui. It means a club or an organization. There were political huis that went to Washington, D.C., submitted these thousands of signatures petitioning against that annexation treaty, and it actually worked. They ended up swaying the votes, and they didn't get the 2/3 majority vote that was required for this treaty to pass, and so it seemed like it was done. But it wasn't, because there was a war that broke out between Spain and the United States. The United States went to battle against Spain in the Philippines. Hawaii was a in-between spot. There was a new president that was elected into office that was less sympathetic, William McKinley. And then Hawaii became, these days, what folks are calling militarily occupied state. I mean, and that terminology is used since there was no treaty of annexation that passed.
Yeah, it was more by force. As we see some big waves right now forcing themselves onto
Holy
this
smokes.
lineup. And our photographers had to dive under. They were getting pounded. Team Florence making it over this way. But look on the bottom right of your screen, the four photographers that are diving deep, fins in the air, and trying to get under these giant waves that have filled in right now. And, you know, the energy's still quite
Still there.
strong in this swell.
Yep. You know what I like about John's performance is he's been consistent.
He is Mr. Consistency, absolutely.
I mean, there were no 12s that he thrown out yet, and each of the days of competition, sometimes their heats were a little slow here and there. This heat has been good, but still some lulls in it, as you can tell by the fact that I'm talking story. But nonetheless, he had 2 really good waves in this heat.
Yeah, and you know, you wonder if he's kind of, even though this format is so different than what he's used to surfing and competing in, I feel like he's still in his, you know, traditional competitive mindset, where each heat he's managed to get at least 2.
Yep.
You know, to quote unquote advance.
Yep.
But I think that's just how he's programmed at this point
Right.
and conditioned. So you're right. He started with that nice pipe barrel. And, you know, later on in the heat, he finds this little backdoor jam that doesn't look like much when he's taking off, but he ends up making it into quite potentially a double-digit score
Yep.
with the length of the barrel and the skill of getting out that tiny exit. But consistently for 6 rounds, he's gotten at least 2, 3, or more really high-scoring waves.
Yep, excellent scoring waves. So you CT surfers, look out. John's looking well-oiled machine.
Yeah, very well-oiled machine. I'm curious, and maybe I just haven't seen, but, you know, having a Grover Cleveland somewhat sympathetic to the plight of the Hawaiian concept or Hawaiian people, why haven't we seen other or any schools or anything, you know, at least a little attribution to
Here's John.
John Florence, watching him at pipe,
Oh.
and he's coming out, says, brah, you guys like see big scores. I still get plenty. But, like, you know, there's no Cleveland High School.
No.
Or, you know,
Park or anything.
Cleveland Park or anything like that, just out of curiosity.
You know, and it is important to, you know, rewrite our history and to perpetuate. You know, I mentioned Keanu Sai. He also talked about how this program of denationalization took place for many years in Hawaii. Look at this one.
I believe that was Nate Florence.
Slipping and sliding down the face of that one. So in other words, you're right, Rocky. Like, why is there a McKinley High School?
Yeah.
Replay here. We'll see what happened with. This is John's wave.
Yeah. Wow. Got that pump off the bottom while grabbing the rail. Not an easy thing to do, is to pump and create speed while you're in that position of doing the rail grab, which is, you know, just one of the most unique sports positions to be in. You're grabbing the rail in that hunched over position. Sometimes, you know, nowadays I grab rail. I don't know if I can get back out from grabbing rail, but you pump that rail and get in to the barrel and make it out. It's pretty impressive. And looks like some backwash kind of just got in there to fumble up Nate a little bit and not able to set the rail clean and therefore got upended.
Now, this story that we're talking about right now is important to even Duke Hanamoku's life. So in 1893, Duke Hanamoku was 3 years old when the overthrow took place. And then, add 5 years, he was like 8 or 9 years old in 1898 when Hawaii became, part of the United States.
A territory.
Eventually became the territory. And so he grows up in this era, and his family is very much so a part of this experience of what's going on. Here we have a paddle. This is a steep one. Eli slows down, pulls into the pit, still in there.
Yeah.
Nice job, Eli Olsen. I mean, we're celebrating surfing, we're celebrating history, we're celebrating Duke Hanamoku, and I think all those things overlap. In fact, that's one of the objectives of my book, Waves of Resistance, is to show how all of these overlap. And I believe that one of the reasons why surfing had like newness to it. Here we go, Eli, a replay, his last one.
Oh, he's going to be potentially putting another good score onto his score line with that wave at Pipeline. Just a really clean, well surfed, great technique, and overall good score.
So there is a resurgence that takes place in ocean activity, particularly with surfing. You see a lot more people surfing. That I'd want to make clear though, surfing never died out. I mean, people were surfing through this whole time period. Oh, Makana's got
that is a bandage.
I saw that backdoor wave after he came out. He was holding his head, so hopefully he's okay. Backdoor, Eli. That was quick. Just caught a wave. Two in 1 minute, looked like.
Shot from straight overhead. Checking out the photographers, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Some of the waves breaking in the impact zone right there. Saw the water quality steadily improve from day one as we watch Eli Olsen at backdoor. Just get a little almost too casual at the end there, but
good recovery.
The wave said, whoa, boy, sit down. He did. But he survived, made it out. Good job.
So after, I did my research and looked into some of the things that were going on in Hawaii at that time, that it seemed that the kind of revitalization or resurgence, I should say, of surfing that becomes even more popular again at that time when Duke was a young man, and his family and his friends, especially in Waikiki. I think there's a correlation between what happens on land and what happens with surfing, because you see, and we do this too. I think all humans, like if life isn't going well on land, there's something healing about getting into the ocean. It's a different space, and especially for Native Hawaiians, a kind of pu'uhonua or sanctuary that you can be somebody important in the ocean, despite the fact that maybe on land you aren't respected very well.
Right.
And so for Hawaiians, I believe there was a correlation there. But Duke Hanamoku, lived during this whole time. And his family was a part of this experience. His ohana had ties with the Queen, and their family, in fact, after this overthrow took place, the Kahanamokus moved out of Honolulu. And my feeling is maybe just to get away from all of the drama that was taking place in Honolulu. And they moved with the Paoa clan, his mom's side of the family, on the beach in Waikiki as a kind of escape, right? In an area called Kalia, Waikiki. Just today, Fort DeRusi.
Yeah, right on the beach, right? There still is a Kalia Road, I believe, right there.
Yeah, and at the end of Kalia Road, you have Duke Hanamoku Park.
Okay.
Named after Duke, which Actually, my grandmother was born and raised there as well. So she lived, when she was a young girl, with her mom, 4.5 acres.
Wow.
Waikiki beachfront property.
Oh, that's like 4.5 acres now. Waikiki, there's 20 hotels within 4.5 acres. Crazy.
That was an
That was
amazing
the-
heat for Team
yeah.
Florence.
Very productive. You know, John, Ivan, and Eli, anyway, were producing quite a bit. Nate, a little quiet in the final round of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. But John got it started with some backdoor, getting a double hand drag and then finding the kitty door to sneak out of. And then he got it done at pipe as well. You said, Isaiah, he's been very consistent every heat, producing some kind of a keeper score. Ivan Florence, very casual on that exit and entry. And then John with the grab and the pump and the exit. Very good work. And Eli also stayed very busy. We'll be right back with more Backdoor Shootout right after this. Stay tuned.
Hone ana ko leo e ulili e o kahi manu noho ai kai ki ai makalai a o ke kaha o ia kai ualana mali e ulili e ulili hoi ulili.
Yeah, we are back live, gang. Check it out. The Hui Backdoor Shootout. Looking at the pipeline up right there with the little naupaka. The bushes gracing the shoreline. It's our day number 4, round number 6. And man, we've been here day in, day out, bringing you guys the action. It's been such a great time, honor, and privilege to be here showing you what's happening at Pipeline during this year's 2022 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And a beautiful drone shot. You know, we talked about a little bit about the water quality and how it's been cleaning up, you know, from the first day. All that rain we had the previous couple weeks, and these last swells have really, you know, brightened it up a little bit as we watch
Alonso.
Zoko Correa.
Oh,
Wow. Team Peruvian Tubos is the group in the water right now. They've had some epic days, epic performances, namely round number 4 from the previous day of competition. But also getting some good waves this morning.
yeah. So Alonso, I'm a little bummed out. He's wearing shorts, and he was always wearing the same wetsuit, so I knew who he was. But hopefully, we don't have jerseys that these guys are wearing, so we're getting good though. It's been 4 days. Got to know all the competitors a little better. 6 rounds. So awesome opportunities, many opportunities, be able to surf.
Yeah.
6
Check
times.
it out. Zoko just fighting through that. Somehow, man, he had just his iron legs to make it through there. The beautiful shot of the lineup there. Got to say how's it to Uncle Chris tuning in over there in Neptune Beach, Florida, and watching the broadcast. Miss you guys.
It's interesting from that higher view, from the drone view. The lines didn't look like they're coming in so straight. Kind of
Right.
coming
A
from.
lot of contour.
Yeah.
In those lines from that drone view. See that kind of bending and arcing and wrapping. Definitely not straight lines.
Now, I don't know if that means we have 2 different swells at the same time, or
You know, I think when they get this close to shore, they're starting to feel the effects of the different contours of the reef and the bottom that they're approaching.
right.
But definitely some curvy lines out there that are approaching the shoreline and making this one of the most epic surf destinations in the world, as we're watching a huge late drop. I think
Zoko
that was
again.
Alonso again.
He's been real busy in this event. In each of the rounds that we've surfed, that we've watched him surf, seems to be catching a lot of waves, which
Right.
is good.
Yeah, this one was so steep. It was like already crashing down right behind his shoulder, not giving him any time to get under the lip.
Oh, live
and
action.
that's Joaquin Del Castillo. Just made it to the exit, but did not stay on his board. He'll get some shootout credit for that score.
Right.
That's what we'll call it. And, any other event that would be a 2-point ride, but here at the shootout, that could stretch up into the 6-7 point range.
Close. Watch the replay on that. He was deep. I don't know how he managed to get that far out, but I believe that was Joaquin Del Castillo,
Yeah.
who has really good scores, actually.
Yeah, he had a really productive day number 4 when they had that just golden gem of a 30-minute session that was talked about by a lot of us. Some of the most amazing block of 30 minutes we've seen at this break for many years. We've made a lot of history in this event, I feel like, just even over the course of the 10 days that we've been here. Barton Lynch said that the women's performance the other day was the best he'd ever seen for a women's heat, as Joaquin Del Castillo again on a freight train is not able to keep up. The camera speed showing you how fast that wave was breaking, and Joaquin del Castillo, he hit that barrel with full throttle, pedal to the metal, and still it was like trying to keep up with the bullet train in Japan. That was just way too fast and a little bit too far behind was Joaquin. Here we'll see it again, how deep, but he was poised and ready to make a charge.
So, mentioned earlier that my friend Lito Archangel was texting me, said to say, tell brother Rocky I said aloha.
I love Lico. He's so talented, bro.
He said,
Such a good brother.
brah, Kala Grace, boom.
Boom.
He said, O Kakala means chicken skin.
Yeah.
O Kakala.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling too, bro.
Oh my goodness, look at this
Looking
water
in.
angle. Beautiful pipeline pit.
Magical.
Another camera shot. Zoko.
If you guys are watching on Surfline, make sure that you subscribe to the great content that Surfline puts out. We got more live free surf sessions that could be heading your way this upcoming week with tons of swell on the way. And also make sure to join the premium membership, because that just really opens up your world to forecasting, to all the amazing reports that you can get, camera shots, camera angles, uninterrupted. As you check out our scene here, down on the lower level porch of the Volcom House Bravo, with the big Jerry Lopez house off your screen to the left. We have been up there the last couple of years, you know, kind of up tucked away, but I like being on this ground level and kind of immersed amongst everyone here, which has been quite the scene, you know, especially for seeing Bethany charging and feeling the vibe and the, you know, the positive energy everybody's given to our Wahine competitors out there. You know, when you see waves from John or Balaram or Kala that are in the 10, 11, 12 point range, you get all that energy from down below, where you can just feel everybody being uplifted by what they're watching.
Yeah. Yeah, good vibes here at the Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022.
Yeah, we're in 2022, bro.
So we get to see from the drone, it's really cool shots of the beach here at Ehukai. In the back you have Sunset Beach Elementary School and the beautiful coastline.
Everything's so green.
Everything is so green. We've had so much.
Lots of rain during Christmas and New Year's.
Right?
And the water's back to greenish blue, not so brown.
See Kaena Point off in the distance. So as I mentioned, we're, you know, remembering January 17th tomorrow, and we're talking a bit about Queen Liliuokalani, her niece, who was actually designated heir apparent to Queen Liliuokalani. So she would have been next in line. Her name was Victoria Kaiulani.
Kaiulani, yes.
Was an avid surfer herself.
Yeah, accomplished surfer, yeah.
Yep, and we have some of her old surfboards in the collections at the Bishop Museum.
we'll check out a replay of, I believe that's Alonso Correa Zoko getting shot out a pipeline and tagging it off the top just for fun and good measure. Man, we talked about the treat and the privilege it is to be able to get an invite to this contest and surf pipeline with 3 of your friends, and a lot of the other teams, Snapped Forward, the Hui Wax, they're all, frothing pipe surfers who get plenty of waves no matter how crowded it is. But sometimes it can be a little tricky for our folks, from international areas and different countries, and especially for our wahine too. So to see Team Japan, the Peruvian team, and our wahines be able to get out here with just a few other people is really special for them. And there's Louis again. Louis Silva, Louis Bueno, checking out the action. Loving the action. But yeah, what a treat to be out here with not that many people around. And, This is the way Hawaiian lineups used to always look way back. Empty waves, not too much people, overcrowding, I guess I should say. Because we did the free surf session the other day, Kainoa and I, and it went from the comparison contrast to watching the shootout all day with mostly empty lineup to after the contest when it was like not an empty space unoccupied was quite the difference.
Yeah. Some waves coming. Zoko looking interested on this left. See if it can open up for him. Gets under the curtain. Travels for a little. The chandelier.
So that was Alonso. The other surfer, we're getting some help from brother Keoks. Thank you, Keoki. That the sticker on the front, the Volcom sticker on the front of the board, that is Cristobal de Cole.
Ah.
So Cristobal and Alonso. And Alonso did change it up on us, getting out of his wetsuit, throwing on his board shorts.
Tricking us. I don't know.
That is Alonso right there. So we've seen Zoko get a few. We saw Cristobal, the clairvoyant, getting a couple as well. I just gave him that nickname. It's like looking into a crystal ball. Clairvoyant.
Here's something to chew on, Rocky. So if Hawaii was recognized previously in the 1840s as an independent state by the international community, and if there was no treaty of annexation that undid these other international recognitions, and in the Olympics, for example, it states that in order to have your own, be classified as a nation, you have to have a designation, basically that you have been recognized by the international community as an independent state, which Hawaii was. Perhaps there's claim for Hawaii to be recognized as its own team in the next Olympics.
Sister
Here we have Mahina.
Been working so hard for this incredible event, and so great to have it back in action. But yeah, it's strange too, because in other surfing events, not particularly associated with the IOC or the International Olympic Committee, Hawaii had been recognized as its own nation among the amateur competitive events, and even professionally, it was designated that you'd see it on the heat sheets, a surfer from the USA and a surfer from Hawaii a surfer from Peru or Japan or what have you, but there had been quite the notable separate recognition of Hawaii leading up only until this Olympic attention that we've been getting.
Right.
And all of a sudden, so I feel like surfing really did in your, tribute and talking about what you've written about already was, surfing being this refuge, and surfing, ironically and coincidentally or ironically, has always recognized Hawaii as its own entity, if
Right.
you will.
And I think a lot of that it goes back to this history of the ocean remaining this kind of space where Hawaiians could still kind of perpetuate that independence that was lost on land.
So yeah, and that was one of the first questions a lot of us had when it was presented or proposed that surfing would be a part of the Olympics.
Right. And a little info on that. There was a group of us, and we hired an attorney and met with a lot of the surf community in Hawaii, and we did submit an application to the IOC, and they're still chewing on it.
Yeah.
So, because it's it'd be risky, but here we go.
I believe that is Alonso.
I mean, on their part, it'd be a bold move, but in my opinion, it'd be the right move.
Right.
To recognize, like, well, okay, technically speaking, by the history of Hawaii's background of being recognized as an independent state previously. Here we go. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Joaquin del Castillo.
Come on.
Oh.
Oh.
The whole beach was trying to will him through that exit.
This is a wide teepee over here. Woo.
Oh, man, our photographer is just getting mowed. See them all swimming and scrambling right there.
They're trying to fish up the photographers. Hawaiian Water Patrol, the finest in the business.
Yeah. Wow, what a set of waves. That one kind of swung out pretty wide and ended up catching everybody by surprise. Now the lineup has to kind of resettle itself and reorganize. This was the previous wave of Cristobal de Col. And, excuse me, that was Joaquin del Castillo. Excuse me. And Joaquin had a chance for most of that wave, and then it just kind of swallowed him up and spat him out the back.
Speaking of Olympics, of course, great representatives from Hawaii in the Olympics. Of course, with Duka Hanamoku. A lot of people don't realize his siblings were also medaled Olympians as well.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just Duke that was the only Hawaiian that was winning gold medals and silver and bronze medals in the Olympics, but there were several others. Pua Kealoha, and there's a whole crew of Hawaiian watermen that went to those Olympic Games in the early 1900s and dominated. And of course, Carissa Moore. I remember watching when she was surfing in Japan, and it was clear that she was gonna win. That I got that old kakala too, that chicken skin.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember, there was a rainbow that came
Kakala.
out of nowhere. That was like, to me, it was, we call ho'ai lona. Ho'ai lona is a phrase for like some kind of deeper sign, like the earth recognizing something happening. And at that moment when she was winning and I saw that rainbow, it was just amazing. It reminded me of Laie Kawai's rainbow that followed her everywhere she went, another surfer from Hawaii's past. And that oftentimes rainbows will chase great people. And that moment I got that kakala, chicken skin.
Yeah, I like that. Well, the Peruvian team has got a couple more chances here. You can see those waves stacking up beyond the competitors. They're stroking out to try to see if they can have a chance at more high scores before this heat is over.
Look at these waves
Oh
coming.
boy.
Come on, Peru.
Oh, that one, there's just a little too much wall where they were at. If they were just, maybe 10 feet over to the right, they would have been in position. Well, you had your mom come down and pay you a visit, which is pretty cool. My mom's been watching all day long on TV. And so cool to have the family support.
Yeah.
Essential, crucial.
Although I love about our families that they're usually the most honest with the feedback.
Correct.
Every time they're like, Dad, you're saying too much. Stop saying All right. We'll drop in on Rocky. Stop cutting off Rocky. All right.
It is quite interesting. We're commemorating the overthrow, or at least remembering. I don't know, what the correct, I guess, remembering or memorializing might be a more appropriate word. But I would also like to, memorialize. There's an actual holiday happening tomorrow, Dr. Martin Luther King, and the things he stood for and did during his lifetime. So coincidental that they are occurring on the same day, but it is as Ezra Rodriguez going hard on the beach announcing. Mahalo, Ezra. Excellent work. His first year joining us at the shootout. Happy to have him part of the team. But yeah, so I mean, there's just so many things to remember about history and about the past, that keeping it relevant and being able to continue to learn from it and about it means that we have to talk about it.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Had a profound impact on human rights, and the form of resistance, which is essentially nonviolent resistance. And it's interesting because that some of that is inherited, that strategy of resistance through nonviolence even stems back to Mahatma Gandhi.
Correct.
And Mahatma Gandhi even kind of traces some of that strategy to the way that even people like Jesus and others would resist through nonviolence, but yet still a form of resistance. So, when the civil rights movement was protesting injustice and violations of human rights and stuff, they held their ground. But there was violence that took place, but the violence was taking place not on their end, right? So the key to that was showing the atrocity of the aggressor, and in so doing, you become sympathetic to the cause because you realize, like, wow, this really is unjust.
Right.
And you watch people getting blasted by fire hoses and dogs sicked on them. You realize, like, whoa, this isn't cool. And that was a strategy that was important to
And-
this whole
yeah.
civil rights movement.
Right, and it was I think, as we end that heat for the Peruvian team and get on to Snap 4, I think that was important for anybody that was looking on to see, like, wow, they're not even doing anything, and they're doing all those things. So we'll get back to more of that as we check out replays of Team Peruvian Tubos as they wrapped up their final round 6. Man, they've had some amazing waves. These Peruvian guys have made the most of every opportunity. They have not squandered anything. They've left nothing out there. They've put it all out, and we'll be right back with more action from this the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. We'll be right back.
I can hold this smile on my tongue. I'm walking on the light wire, electric, and I don't feel the pain. I'm walking on the light wire, electric, and I don't feel the shame. I'ma be, I'ma till the day.
Oh, yep. There we're looking at Tower 27 right there, rock pile. Shout out to all of our city and county lifeguards that are taking care of the daily duties of beach and ocean safety for our beachgoers, surfers, and swimmers. You guys are heroes in my eyes, gang. And we got a lot of great wahine and kane taking care of our beaches these days. So mahalo, lifeguards. Thank you very much. We are back at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, where we are taking care of the commentary action of our surfers that are in the water right now. This team snapped 4 one of the teams that has been consistently performing at a high level with Baron Mamiya, Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, and Parker Coffin. And we've seen all of those surfers get really good waves. We've seen Mason get some excellent scores. And they're in the water right now for their final round. And, you know, looking at the conditions, there's our Wahine team right there. Moana and Bethany hanging out. But we had the wind make a little bit of a threat early on in the day, but it has seemed to back off, and it's been kind of, you know, almost turning a little bit too to make it even more contestable.
Yep.
Backdoor shootout standards, as you know, are very high, and it was discussed earlier in the day, maybe if we run around 6, if it gets too blown out, that we'll do like an expression session. And then, you know, I think about 5 minutes after we said that, those exact words, Kala Grace gets a 12. So
Yeah.
it was like ultimate timing of, you know, us, you know, having any little doubt or question of the conditions. Kala just reconfirmed that we should keep this a scoring round. And yeah.
And the fact that the conditions kept, stayed with us, maybe Uncle D was holding the wind back so his nephew could keep that 12-point ride, because we were talking earlier about if the conditions deteriorated, out of fairness to all of our competitors, we would turn this 6th round into an expression session, which would negate that 12-point ride. But we're already, halfway through round 6, and waves are still good.
Yeah, it's still looking good. You know, the coconut trees are telling us that it's only light winds. We saw a glimpse of Tower 2-6 at Ehukai. Our lifeguards taking care of that very busy stretch of beach. Mahalo. Thank you very much. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker back with you live here to take you through the rest of this round. You know, we are experiencing, like a lot of you around the world, the nation, you know, this very high surge in number of cases that we're seeing with the COVID that's running around rampant. Thankfully, the strain seems to be something that is a milder version, but still, it's keeping a lot of people aware and away. So we're short a couple staff members here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So Isaiah and I will be powering through the rest of this round and bring you to the end as we watch Baron, my man, Mamiya.
Come on.
And he's still going. Oh, that wave spit like 3 times. Oh, my gosh.
Mace.
Ho Mason, as his name would read at the DMV. Ho! Yeah.
Sick.
Ho Mason, as his name would read on a classroom roster. Oh, man. People are
Mason.
dancing up here and high-fiving. It is ultimate good vibes at the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku.
Love it. Oh, Mason. Brother went poo in. We've seen that Mason can ride pretty much any length of board here at Big Pipe, but he's stuck with the longer board throughout the entire event. So pretty cool. Most of our competitors are riding shorter boards, but not Mason. There he is, deep behind it. Spit, throws the air. That was Baron Mamiya. Man, I thought he was going to come out of that. So Team Snapped 4. If you haven't seen the surf film Snap 4, go check it out. A lot of action. Mason is one of the last in the the progression of the film. You know, usually they save the best for last.
Yeah, that's
And he
the theory
doesn't
anyway.
disappoint, man.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Also looking forward to the film, Through a Doggy Door, Through the Doggy
Yeah,
Door, that the
yeah.
Mason's been working on for many years. So
Yeah, one of those. I think he's just continuing the pursuit of perfection. Here we go. More opportunities. We'll see Benji Brandt go back door. Yeah, he's going to take that back. Down to Hawaiian Water Patrol, get a ride back out. Possibly a little disappointed with his wave selection for himself, but plenty of time here. He's got a lot of good rides in this event so far.
please. Oh, look at this bomb. Parker Coffin on a late one makes the drop.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Not
Parker
coming out of
was
that. In the belly of a
so
beast. As
steep, deep,
explained,
and
but yeah, I agree.
underneath.
That was heavy. He's still alive somehow.
Right. It looks like he's frothing to get back out there for some crazy reason. Look at that. Bruh, he's hanging tough. Just disengaged the fins for a second, and that's all it took. Had he been able to stay engaged and keep everything in line, that could have been another double-digit score.
We see a lot. Our competitors paddle back out and do just what they're doing right now, checking their board to make sure it's not cracked. There's a replay of Mason Ho's late drop in the pit. Pops out.
Oh.
And more waves in the horizon. Ooh,
Oh,
mine
beautiful
surfed that one.
conditions. Yeah. There's Billy Kay, Kala Grace.
Oh, Baron Mamiya on a foamy one.
Yeah, his board is so small.
Oh, just heard from the judges' tower that Mason Ho's wave earned him a 10-point ride.
Wow, here's Barron's last wave, just a quick one, but would love to see the Mason 10.0 if we get that queued up, because, you know, he's been kind of tickling the surface, or, you know, the upper end of the scale with the 8.5s and the 9s. And we'll watch Benji Brandt first and foremost, tucked into a beautiful pipe barrel.
Oh, man. This is a real treat, you know, not only for us, but of course for the competitors out there, just having pipeline, just being consistent, beautiful light winds. Parker Coffin paddling for this one. It's going to stand up steep.
Oh, wow. Parker.
Slows down, comes out with a spit.
Just amazing conditions right now. Wave after wave. It is just turning on. Baron Mamiya not able to come out. I thought he was going to be able to force his way through, but
a replay of Benji Brandt pumping through that one. Disappeared, gone, comes out. And
Beautiful replay there of Benji Brandt. Oh,
No.
sorry, Parker Coffin, excuse me.
Yep.
More waves coming in. You see them on your screen right there, stacking up. Mason Ho, the furthest surfer out on his little bit bigger board. He might have, in this team snapped for, he might have the guy on the smallest board, Baron Mamiya, and our surfer on the biggest board, Mason Ho, in one heat on the same team.
Right.
With two different theories and approaches to surfing this wave. Equally accomplished, or I should say, talented and adept to doing what the mission requires here, which is to get barreled, get deep, and come out.
Yep.
A couple different ways to operate here.
Yeah, it's cool. Everybody's just stoking around Claude. Oh, Claude Grace is kind of the celebrity up here today.
Yeah, he's the man of the day. That's for sure. You know, that's the beauty of this surf break and you know, the wave here is itself just such a proving ground and can make a hero out of, just a crazy place to surf, an amazing stretch of beach to be a part of and to witness, and so many people come down here just to even watch and consider themselves lucky and fortunate to come and be able to spectate. But then you have the surfers that paddle out there and, surfers that aren't necessarily going to be, vying for world titles anytime in the near future or, doing anything of huge competitive accolades on that kind of level, can still come here on any given day that pipe is going off and get a sick one and be the hero of the day. It's kind of what it's all about when it comes down to being able to just do your thing, find your zone, and be recognized for it when all is said and done.
Yep. And that's what makes this event so awesome, because you have competitors in this event who wouldn't normally be competing against each other.
Right.
So you wouldn't normally have John competing against Ivan and his brother in a heat like the. But there's a platform here that allows for
There's
good
Baron.
surfers like Baron Mamiya to join with guys like Kala Grace and folks like Jack Robinson, and so it's a mix of talent that doesn't normally compete on the same stage. So
we'll check out a replay of the 10-point ride just turned in a few minutes ago by Mason Ho, and oh man, that was just a fierce drop with such a deep barrel. He's disappeared from that view, comes flying out, and then continues his flying with an aerial attempt on like a 710.
and we got word that was a 10-point ride.
Yeah, so he's going to add to his total. Man, this thing is going to get really jammed up at the top with all of these guys throwing down huge scores. The waves still providing. We've got Team Quicksilver still to head out, Team the Hui Japan, as well as our Wahine Surf team.
Another rider, Benji Brandt. Too deep.
And more waves pouring through. Team snapped 4, plenty opportunities
So earlier, Rocky, you missed Ezra and I's conversation. We were talking about these dragons in Hawaiian history.
Okay.
So we call them mo'onui. Then we're looking up in the vehevehe.org, which is our Olelo Hawaii dictionary online. And one of the words for defining our mo'onui is the word dragon. So
Huh.
we're using that one.
Yeah.
But so many cool stories of
Basically a big lizard.
huge lizard. Godzilla kind.
Yeah. Wow.
But kind of cool. So many different layers of history, because the mo'onui actually preceded humans in the history of Hawaii. It's sort of like what was going on before and who was here before. Even in many ways, some of these mo'o are seen as like the creators of some of the Hawaiian gods. And so Mokoli'i is the name of the island that we call Chinaman's Hat,
Right.
which is actually the tip of the tail of Mokoli'i, with the large mo'o, this dragon, that is up at Kualoa Ranch.
That is a actual rescue in
Oh.
action with our city and county lifeguards, water patrol helping out. I believe that is down towards Rock Pile, and water patrol happened to be in the area to assist. So a bit of teamwork right there that we see quite often with city and county and Hawaiian Water Patrol. And of course, Hawaiian Water Patrol has a lot of its team also dueling as city and county lifeguards, or as former city and county lifeguards. So just caught up with an actual rescue going down, I believe, towards Rock Pile and that area. Somebody could have got swept in. I did see, when we came back to that opening shot, I noticed those people standing quite close to the shoreline.
Oh.
And just, in that area right there, that's where the water really comes over the road too. So it's a kind of a high surging area up there by Tower 27 at Rock Pile. And not sure if someone got pulled in that wasn't supposed to be out there, or if it was a surfer that might have got injured surfing Rock Pile. But regardless, I believe that is the profile of Brother Cliff Botello on that ski, doing some assistance with ocean safety down there. So mahalo, and just precisely what we've been thanking them for the whole time we've seen them. There's team the Hui Wax. They're all powerful today, but
There's
still,
our 12-point surfer,
Yeah.
Kala Grace.
they're hanging around to check out the rest of the action as the last 4 heats of round 6 hit the water. And Billy's been up there in contention for individual accolades.
Yep.
Kala got the highest point wave of the contest. There's a lot that we have to sift through when we talk about numbers, amounts of waves that are counting, and the rest of the day with scores still coming in. I mean, Mason just threw down a 10 a couple minutes ago, so that's going to factor into, he at one point we thought could have been in the lead, with counting 4 waves, and then you take it down to 3 waves and it shifts around. So just to figure out who the top 6 performers are is going to be a lot of crunching of numbers.
Which is kind of old school. This is how people get swept out to sea.
Yeah, that's, dangerous shoreline where anything can happen.
And so for those of you coming guests to Hawaii and aren't ma'atu or comfortable around the ocean, especially on the North Shore, when you have a big surging wave that comes, first step, it sweeps you off your feet, right?
Correct.
And then the next one is it drags you out.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Waimea Bay is notorious for doing this, right? So lifeguards like to be preventative. That's what they tell you. When you see the flags on the shore, don't go in the water, don't get too close. Here we have a rider, Parker Coffin.
And Parker Great opportunity for him to get some knowledge at Pipeline. And, I was talking with Kainoa the other day of 6 sessions. One of them was an hour. The rest have been 30 minutes. So you're talking multiple hours of surfing Pipeline with no one else out, able to catch, almost any wave you want. I asked him, what do you estimate it or, calculate the amount of time or that would take, over a lifespan of just surfing pipe on regular days? And he was like, it's like 10 years
Wow.
crunched into these 6 sessions. And especially for, our Wahine competitors who, going out on a real crowded day, it's difficult to find the waves, find the spot. There's almost, kind of no mercy in the pipe lineup, if you will, that the experience are international competitors or guys like Parker Coffin, our younger competitors, our Wahine competitors. The kind of experience that they're getting by being in this event and being invited to this event is kind of incalculable because it's extremely valuable.
Right.
And I got to say, not any one of them are squandering their opportunity as well.
Beautiful shot from the drone here.
Looking down to your upper left part of the screen is where that rescue was taking place, just to give you some context. Down up the beach there towards Rockpile. That outcropping of rocks there, that's Keiki Point and Keiki Shore Break area. That's where you can check out keikibeach.com and stay in that beautiful Keiki Beach bungalow or the host of bungalows they have there. Our great sponsors that have contributed, and there's Hawaiian Water Patrol and our lifeguards heading back from that rescue. Hopefully everybody's okay. Haven't heard any sirens, so that's a good sign.
Paddle, Baron
Oh.
Mamiya, eject.
Yep, that was straight up, Maverick, Top Gun style. Pulling the eject button, bailing out.
Free fall, pencil dives. The idea is to get under the wave and pop out the back. Just the sparkle on the water. Beautiful day here. Looking out the back. I don't really see any signs of a dropping swell.
Yeah, this is definitely got a lot of energy with waves that are capping out beyond third reef. It is still pumping. It's not dropping. Here's Mason. He's dropping in, somehow getting around this.
Oh,
And going for the reverse grab, layback, coming out with the conventional grab. Are you kidding me? He is just an animal. Here's Benji Brandt. Oh, wow.
frothy
Oh,
one.
he got blown up in that barrel.
What I noticed is as soon as our ladies entered the water, that set just came in, and I noticed throughout the event, every time our wahine went out, they brought mana with them, and it's like the ocean seemed to perk up every time they hit the water.
There's Parker Coffin paddling for this one. Parker's up and riding. And finds it right on the end section, but gets blown off his board or slapped off a little bit. That crashing lip. Falling right on Parker, and He's unable to make that exit cleanly anyway. He made it to the exit point. So we watch a replay of Benji Brandt from a moment ago in that frothy, crazy pipe tube. And then he just got blown up. Mason with that reverse grab, just leaning into it.
3, 2, 1.
That was the end of team snapped 4. And we'll go right in to the next heat. Baron Mamiya getting a wave at backdoor to bring it back to the beach. There's the beautiful scene here at the Bonsai Pipeline for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Mason with a 10.0 on this ride, adding to his total, cracking the double digits. He's had some 8s, some 9s, those kinds of scores, but that's his first score in the double-digit range. Parker Coffin had a couple. He had a wipeout prior, but then he found a beastly, beautiful spitter. Benji Brandt stayed busy, was able to thread through this beautiful pipe wave. And Team Quicksilver will be up next as Parker Coffin for Team Snapped 4. Got another pipe barrel. We'll be back with more action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Team Quicksilver on their final attempt coming up next.
Hone ana ko leo e urilie o kahi manu noho ai kai ki ai makalai a o ke kaha o ia kai ualana mali ulili e ulili hoi ulili
We are back here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout for the round 6, heat number 6 of Team Quicksilver. And Reef McIntosh out there with McCoy Rothman, Joey Johnston, Cody Young, Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, and we had a team snapped for the previous heat with some great rides, and the conditions continuing to provide amazing surf. And no doubt we're going to get all the way through round 6 with great conditions, Isaiah.
Yeah, beautiful conditions. Very light winds. We were a little concerned that it'd be onshore, but stayed real light and still clean. Lots of high-scoring waves going down. This is a replay from when we're on break. Look like Joey Johnston.
Yep.
It's funny, my wife always trips out. She's like, how do you know who that is on the wave? Especially if there's no jersey and stuff. But if you surf enough and you know what people look like, everybody has their own style, right?
Yeah.
And you can see it, and so it's nice how surfers can make their own identity based on the way that they ride the wave.
Yeah, there's a lot of, ability to just introduce your individual, maybe your style or the way you use your hands, the way you position your feet, all those little nuances that make up your individuality on the board, on the wave. And there's guys, there's people that look similar to other folks, and sometimes you're like, oh, that's the kind. Oh, wait, no, that's the kind.
Yeah.
And then, all these guys that are sponsored, they got the stickers on their board, so we always look for those kinds of indicators too. But it is such a cool sport that is kind of a mix of a sport and an art. That's why I said sport. And, sometimes you wonder, the lines get a little blurred of sport versus art when you talk about surfing.
Here's my personal feeling. The goats of our sport have their own distinct style.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Joey Johnston.
That's Joey again. Yep.
I mean, guys like John Florence, for example. Nobody would have, come up with the idea of standing the way he stands. It's very unique. He's got his arms down on his side.
Yeah.
Whereas for years, most of the, especially, in the era of, say, Tom Curran and even Derek Cole,
right,
it's kind of the signature, hold that back, elbow up a little high, and you kind of like had certain ways of holding your hands. Joey on the replay. But then you have individuals that, talking about John Florence, how his style, letting go of the rail too. That's something that becomes a little more popular recently, and guys like Andy Irons, Bruce Irons, and of course John others and others picking up and building off of that. But I love Mason Ho because he definitely has a unique style. The way we saw on these waves in his last heat, leaning forward, doing laybacks, definitely contributes to your personality translated into that art and your expression of the wave as your canvas.
Yeah, I got to tribute another Hawaiian surfer when we talk about backside no grab was none other than the goofy foot Marvin Foster doing no grabs right here at Backdoor was really instrumental in that type of surfing and the
Good
style. Very recognizable as well.
Right, love that. Also, we're talking about the backdoor shootout, but for years, most surfers didn't really want to go right out
Correct.
here. To me, guys like Dane Kealoha stand out as pioneers of not just going right, but pumping.
Yeah.
You watch these old Wave Warrior videos of Dane Kealoha pumping through these backdoor drainers and off the wall. Really just set a new standard for what it meant to go right out here.
Yeah, and most guys at that time, and we talk about tube riding in general, most of those guys were just point and shoot, which means you pull in the barrel, pick a line, and you don't deviate off that line, if you will. Whether it was equipment or skill level or whatever was contributing to, the inability to pump in the barrel, as you were talking about. But I feel like, Dane and those guys were like, other Hawaiians were the ones that were introducing the concept of maintaining or potentially building speed while inside a barrel, which was not really done before.
Yeah.
There's Keala Kennelly psyching before her final round 6. The Hui Backdoor Shootout performance. Team Quicksilver had one of their team members have to bow out due to injury on a day there was no contest. It was just a day that was called off, and Zeke was surfing. We're talking about Zeke Lau, and kind of got the fin right back under his eye. So he's taking a break, gearing up for the next pipe contest on the 29th. And we hope he's getting well.
Look at this wedge paddling deep. Oh my goodness. That was Cody Young from Maui. Going for it. Dive under
that
this
was pretty intense.
Tombstoning. Replay on that late drop, pulls in, doesn't get his line high enough to project himself toward the exit, and it's just so fast and deep.
Oh man, that was going to be a hard one. Beautiful angle looking into the barrel from that jet ski camera.
So Team Quicksilver we have in the water. Then after that, Rock, we have...
It'll be Team Hui Japan.
Right.
Yep. And then we'll wrap up with our WSL Mana Wahine. And check these waves out approaching Koa Rothman. I bet he was watching Kala Grace's 12-point ride and thinking about his 12-point ride he got a few years ago and probably wanting to try to repeat that. And Koa having a look at that one, but says, no way, I don't want that one. I'll wait for a better one, but that one, wow. Looks like it offered quite a bit. On the outside, that looks like Big Reef, McIntosh. And Reef is slotted, coming out clean. I want to say Reef McIntosh at some point in his career had either been victorious here at the shootout or quite close to it. I think he did win one year, and it's because of tube riding skills like that. He's been at the top spot here. I remember when Reef first started coming over from Kauai, you know, way back when we were 14, 15 years old, and you know, prior to that, it was the only guys we really knew from Kauai were Andy and Bruce. And then, you know, all of a sudden there was like this Kauai contingency that started to show up and blow up. It was like, you know, Braden Diaz. You know, prior to that, it was guys like Meja Balmores, a couple of the, you know, the more conventional competitors. But then you had Reef showed up, like this guy is like 6'2", age 16, and just like ready to take off on any wave that you could put in front of him. And you know, and then, you know, Scion started coming over, and, you know, all these pipe chargers and Kamale and Kala Alexander, and just a ton of Kauai great surfers.
Yep. Another tall surfer from Kauai, a young guy these days, Kainehe Hunt.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably like 6'6" or something.
He is 6'6". He just made the finals at the HIC Pipe Pro just last month. So he had his, you know, maybe his biggest finish or his biggest, you know, competitive presence here recently as we watch Reef at Backdoor.
Kaine is good friends also with Ku'io Young. I don't know if you know Ku'io. But I used to go to Kamehameha schools and was on our surf team. Reef backdooring that one.
There's
Rory
a-
Russell, there's a name.
pipe legend. The dog is here.
That is Rory Russell.
That is Rory.
Oh,
Sporting the Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt shirt.
There's
Oh my
some
goodness.
great images right there. And Rory Russell, Willie Grace.
If you don't know, Rory Russell, in the era of Jerry Lopez, it was Jerry and Rory.
Yeah.
And both with the lightning bolts and charging here at Pipe, and showed us all how to do it, really.
Definitely laid some groundwork and what was possible, you know, on these waves. And then also getting to the equipment design to even further what was possible. You know, just so much pioneering, and I believe that surfing in itself has just come so far from when it started. You know, might possibly be one of the fastest evolving sports or recreational activities. Even the Groms are stoked. The Groms are frothing. Look at them. They're just so happy to be out and about, hanging out. The Volcom House. We call that an all-ager rager.
Although as a historian, I do have to say this. We sometimes, you know, we like to glorify the present by talking about how far things have come, how much better we are, and how much things have improved. But we don't want to diminish from, I mean, the raw talent and the sheer skill that these guys have.
Getting shakas from Rory right now.
And so, I mean, even though it is different today, some of the techniques, these guys still charged and pulled in proper pipeline, especially guys like Rory and Jerry in that time. Especially consider the equipment they were riding.
Yeah,
Koa Rothman.
for real. Koa.
Come on.
Oh, beautiful. Great ride from Koa Rothman.
Amazing.
Yeah, just beautiful waves, great positioning, technique, skill, all there. Look at the beautiful shimmering light coming off that. And here's the late drop for Koa in there. And even though he disappeared for quite a while, I feel like with the amount of speed he had, it was not enough doubt to reach into that perfection mode of 12 points, but still a great ride for Koa. And, you know, that's going to be potentially getting into the double digits, as we saw Cody Young just wrap up a ride right there.
Right.
Mick O'Brien checking out the action here. Uncle Tim Shanley cruising over here too. Got all the elders hanging out with us. Cody, very nicely negotiated there.
Yeah, it's cool. We got all the uncles and aunties and kids. It's definitely Ohana Day today up here at on the porch and in the yard at the Volcom House. Here we have some waves approaching the lineup. Competitors.
Yeah, they're on the move. They see these waves. They want to get in the right position. It looks like could be Cora Rothman again. Might have been Joey Johnston. Little tricky with this angle looking into the sun. A little bit backlit. All you see are silhouettes.
Oh,
So Cora Rothman gets into the double digits. You know,
10-point
prior to
ride.
that, he had 6s and 7s, so that'll definitely help his campaign. Getting a 10-point ride.
so here's my question that I'm trying to think through, and maybe you could help me out with this. So I'm guessing when we get a 10-point ride in this event, it's kind of like almost a normal 10-point ride. You know what I mean? Like that wave that Ko had could have been a 10 in a regular event. He was gone. It was impressive. And then if you get something that's spectacular beyond a 10, then that's when we start going 11s and 12s.
Right.
Or is a 12 a 10? And then it's just, I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. You know, and I feel like it probably is more of the former, because, of course, Kala's wave would have been a 10 at any other surf contest here at Pipeline. Koa's wave, this is the tricky thing. If Kala got that wave before and that was a 10, and Koa got his wave after, and we're talking a regular contest, they might have to adjust the scale and bring Koa's down to like a 9.5 or something like that. So it is a bit of a sliding scale when you get into the conventional competitive judging criteria and judging styles and scales. Here's Koa just on a big drop. Couldn't quite set the rail to get into that one, but you know, I think this Hui Backdoor Shootout scale lines it up pretty appropriately.
Yep.
You know, where you can still have a double-digit score that's not perfect.
I mean, that scale is interesting because let's see the replay here.
I think this might have been Koa's last wave where, you know, he must have seen or felt something that wasn't going to allow him to,
Come on,
to
Cody.
get in that barrel as we watch Cody Young.
So it's also a little tricky as you're talking about scale. So usually in most surfing competition, they set the scale in that heat.
Right.
Replay of Cody.
You know, there are times as we watch Cody thread that pipe barrel almost to the end. You are scaling to what the conditions are doing and, you know, what division, obviously, that you're watching. But if we're talking, you know, another similar, like, pipe contest style, as we watch
Joey.
it's a little tricky because, you know, if the conditions change dramatically, obviously you have to kind of, you know, adjust. But in this setting, the scores from the morning and the afternoon are competing against each other.
Yep.
In a conventional event, you surf that heat, you advance, it's on to the next. And so the same scores aren't necessarily being counted for or against you from a previous heat. So it is quite different, and you raise excellent points.
And I think that's why it's important, like, when they run the event, that the waves are good.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Spectacular. Because if you have one day where it's like spectacular and you hold the next day where it's like, there's replay.
He's kind of on a roll right now.
Yep.
Yeah, and especially in the particular round where, you know, we have 8 teams. You know, it would be unfortunate if, like, the first team goes out and the waves are epic, and then the last team goes out and the waves are crappy.
Yeah.
You want to try to prevent that as much as possible, and that's what's always, you know, being monitored are the conditions, heat by heat, to make sure each heat has, for the most part, as much as we can control, the most equal opportunity.
Yeah.
But, you know, Kala's wave was incredible, and Koa's wave was quite incredible. But I think it was, you know, Kala being a little deeper, disappearing for a fraction or a second longer. Hank photo right there. And also Kala's drop. When he was off balance, you know, going into it like just so steep. Koa much more casual into it. So I think that was, you know, some of the slight subtle differences between those two rides in comparing a 10 and a 12, you know, both by frontsiders. We did see Mason get a 10, you know, on his backhand, and our last 12 we saw was by a backhand surfer, Keito Matsuoka, a couple of years ago. So, you know, there's a couple of, you know, many different ways to get a 12. And, you know, we've seen a majority of our 12s here at Pipeline. Not so much the back door.
Great drone shots looking down at the reef. You can see where the sand and the reef differentiate themselves, and you can see some of those holes in the reef, those caverns or caves. Notorious reef here at Pipeline. Got our drone operators doing a great job.
I think they prefer pilots. Drone pilots.
Pilots, sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. Doing the expert flying overhead. We got MJ and Pat doing the pilot to co-pilot drone operation. So one of them has to fly the drone, and then the other one operates the camera.
Oh.
That's something I'm learning as we go along here.
That's
pretty
cool.
interesting. That's why the shots are so good. I'm like, oh, how can he fly, do the camera, all that? But it is a two-man operation. Great job, guys. You guys are killing it. As Reef kicks out of that wave. Not one of his best waves of this heat, but he has some really good rides. Couple at pipe and one at backdoor. Just about 6 minutes remaining in this Team Quicksilver heat.
Oh, beautiful waves.
Great conditions. I mean, just the ocean is beautiful right now. Kind of that deeper, darker blue. No white caps. Really calm. The winds have been very forgiving.
Indeed. So I just remembered something. Sorry, here's a wave up and riding. Joey Johnston in the barrel still.
Oh, well
comes
done.
out.
Good job.
Whoa. Rodeo.
But it's not Buffalo Big Board Classic now.
Cockroach.
But you can still have fun doing that.
So I'm sure there's many stories that I left hanging, but one of them that I just remembered, I was talking about in Waikiki, where Duke Hanamoku grew up in Kalia,
Yep.
Waikiki. How my grandmother, Abigail Kaeho Kalani, when she was a little girl, she lived right there in that corner on Kalia Road and right by Duke Hanamoku Park there. 4.5 acres beachfront property.
Oh, nuts.
It was condemned by the army, and so if we still had that land, I'd be a much richer person for sure. Oh, but sadly they gave her $2,000
Oh, man.
for 4.5 acres
Some land.
beachfront property, which she ended up using on just attorney fees to try and fight it in the courts. But so I have some sympathy for our Kanaka who have generations of struggle with trying to remain on the land.
Yeah, it's hard.
I know sometimes we have folks who want to come and, stories of guys like our Facebook friend Mark Zuckerberg and buying up large tracts of land and stuff, but
Yeah.
our Hawaiians just trying to hold on to what little we have.
Yeah. Try to stake a claim, find it, and hold on. Right here, holding on. That is Reef McIntosh grabbing the rail, and oh, man. Cody Young on the outside. He's going back door. And he's going to eject, flying out the back there.
Love that shot of Rusty Keolana, that flying Hawaiian. I saw it on Instagram, and that shows him launching off of the back of the wave. No leash, swan dive. Beautiful.
Hey, now we were talking. We were talking prior to, about the reason the Kahanamokus moved away from Honolulu because of all of that overthrow activity going on.
Right.
And we watch backdoor. I think that's Joey Johnston. Could be winding down the last minute or half a minute of this heat.
Sorry, Rocky, you were saying?
And we'll probably pick up on this in the next heat. But we were just continuing to discuss the events of the overthrow and how it just wasn't that one single act, but there were multiple acts of that. And I was going to ask you, I think we were still we hadn't really got to what, you know, the actual like imprisonment of Liliuokalani in her palace and stuff like that. And it was kind of, we were leading up to the point of, you know, okay, it was a new president who wasn't as sympathetic, or it was
Right. War.
kind of still talking about the actual overthrow itself. Some of the events that transpired on that day in particular, which is tomorrow, January 17th, which we recognize as the actual date
Yep.
of the act of the overthrow.
Yep. Yeah, so, I mean, Liliuokalani was ousted in this coup, but she wrote a protest against it, clearly saying that she would not resign or surrender her kingdom to this coup that had taken place, but she temporarily yielded her authority, and not her kingdom, but just her authority for that brief moment, to the United States, until which time they would restore her to power. And we talked earlier, Rocker, that the United States president agreed to that, of restoring her. So sometimes some people would erroneously assume that means that she surrendered to those who were overthrowing her in this coup, and that is incorrect.
We'll get back to that and more as we check out a recap of this Team Quicksilver Heat. Joey Johnston got a couple of nice rides. He's been pretty consistent in his performance here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We've seen him get some amazing waves in the past, and he continues to impress. And Reef McIntosh performing well. We're going to take you to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with Team Japan and their final round here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. We need a 60-foot face at an exposed spot.
I can hold this smile on my tongue.
Check out the drone shot right here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Welcome back. Those of you watching on surfline.com or thehui.com, we thank you for joining us. It's been a great 4 days of competition, 10 days of being on call, getting up, checking it early in the morning, waiting for that on or off, go or no go, and check it out. Here we go with Team Hui Japan. Little backdoor wave there for Ryaru, but this was Daiki Matsunaga at pipe. And I believe I might have heard correctly as he goes for a spinner dolphin kick out. The Hanapa'a Mahi Mahi, but Daiki Matsunaga, I believe, got a 10. So we've been seeing some 10s go down. It's been double-digit Sunday for us here on the final day.
Oh,
And Daiki Matsunaga again. Great work by the Japanese Goofy Foot. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker bringing you this live action from Banzai Pipeline. If you're on the East Coast, thank you for staying up late with us. It is almost 9 o'clock for you guys.
ah.
And if you're on the West Coast, just a couple of hours ahead of us, we'll say good evening to you as well. But check this replay, Isaiah.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, he's got 2 good waves in this heat. That one was cool. You see how he had to ride over the foam wall, the last part of the section, climbed up, almost lost his footing, but stays in there. He's got the Magneto helmet on.
That's what it's called?
No,
Oh.
but
Oh, yeah.
you know, Magneto from X-Men.
Okay, yep.
Has the helmet. Anyway,
Yeah, it's kind of got that, that also like the cheek protection, I feel like, you know, full
yep.
total head protection.
Which is smart because to get knocked out, you know, somebody crack you in the jaw if you hit the reef, so maybe it protects your jaw from that impact too.
Yeah. Daiki Matsunaga, he threw down a 9 earlier in the rounds, and then he was backing it up with a couple of 7s, but you factor in his 10-point ride that he got a moment ago and pretty good score on his last one. He's making a good charge here in the last round. Everybody kind of knows this is their, and I feel like the waves have provided for one, but also that the surfers starting to feel that sense of urgency a little bit, you know, being the last round, last chance to perform. There's Daiki Matsunaga's 10-point ride, and just beautifully done.
It's the spinner twist.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a few 10-point rides today.
Yeah.
And a 12-point ride.
And a 12.
No 11s, so it's 10s and 12s.
Yeah, we keep it even. That is just an amazing thing to watch, how the kahanalu, the body surfing. The most pure form of wave riding.
So you'd mentioned earlier, Rocky, about the imprisonment of the Queen, and
Oh, yeah.
I was talking to Kainoa McGee the other day. Sometimes people get the misperception that the Queen was imprisoned when she was overthrown, and that's incorrect. So in 1893, she wasn't in prison, but what happened was that these insurrectionists that called themselves a Committee of Safety used U.S. Marines that were stationed in Honolulu Harbor, and that was their way of kind of showing force.
I was going to say,
And-
you know, because there had to be some entity or some soldiers, if you will, on the island to carry out this.
But they're
this
real
act.
sneaky about it because they knew that legally they didn't have the backing to use the United States military in this coup of theirs. So what they did was they said that, well, American lives and property are at stake. So here we have a rider going backdoor, Shinpei.
I think that's Shinpei Horiguchi. Cody
Because-
and Joey.
They had a good heat.
Yeah.
So they justified when the Queen made this announcement that she was going to restore, her authority, her executive authority by writing this new constitution. These guys got so threatened, and then they, to justify asking the U.S. to come in and get involved. Here we have Shinpei on that last one. So to justify their actions, they said, oh, well, American lives are at stake. Like, because she was trying to promulgate a new constitution, that somehow they were at risk and they were threatened, so they needed the U.S. to intervene on behalf of American citizens' behalf. But in reality, they just wanted to show force and intimidate the Hawaiian monarch and their forces, their security. To here we go, rider up.
That might be Ryaru Ito.
Or
Possibly Gai Sato. It was.
good. Hello.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so when she was arrested, sorry, we'll finish up the story real quick. So when she was arrested, that was in 1895, and it was for something different. We have a paddle here, deep one,
Oh, wow.
not coming out of that one. So in 1895, they arrested her for this attempt to restore her to the throne. We talked, Rocky, about how the President of the United States agreed to restore her to power. Here we have that last one. Oh, believe
Oh, yeah. That was
would
that
be
was
Gai
really
Sato.
well done, yeah. Gai Sato had that great wave earlier, too, a 9.5 in round number 5.
Oof. Some white water. A double up. He's going to go for this whitewash
whoa.
roll-in. Oh, my
Is he
goodness.
really going on that? Look at this outside wave, too. Pounding.
My goodness. Whew.
Carnage. Boards are being bailed. Guys are diving deep, trying to escape pounding.
So in 1893, when this annexation, or this coup took place, they were, the United States government, through the president, as we talked earlier, didn't sanction this. The admonition was to restore the Queen, but these guys refused to back down. They called themselves the Republic of Hawaii, and then they were the acting government, so-called acting government. It was these insurrectionists. But 2 years later, in 1895, some Hawaiians like Prince Kuhio were like, why are we just waiting? Like, let's do something. So they attempted to, restore the throne through force. So they tried to sneak in some guns from San Francisco. The plot was fomented. Somebody blew the whistle on the incoming cache of guns, and so it wasn't as successful as they had hoped. And as they arrested these Hawaiians, they eventually arrested the Queen and said that she was like committing treason against her own government, because you gotta imagine the mindset here that the game they're playing is that they wanted to position her as the insurrectionist, and it's clearly the other way around.
Yeah.
So they threw her in prison as an insurrectionist to the government, which is bizarre, and where she was placed in house arrest. So it's kind of a crazy story, to be
Yeah,
honest with you, the
it
way the
is.
whole thing comes down. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we're gonna,
step in. Think we have a guest.
Yeah, we have a guest come in from Defend Hawaii, and he's going to come talk story with me.
Okay.
Yeah. And as we check out this team, the Hui Japan Heat right here, we got a special guest from Defend Hawaii. What's
Hello,
up,
my
bro?
brother Rocky.
How's it, bro?
Hello, my brother. How's it?
Oh, man. Hey, thank you guys so much for being a part of this event.
Thank you
And,
guys. You know, I think it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Local companies supporting each other and coming together for a greater good for the local economy and sustainability. So it's really good.
Yeah, and you sporting the shirt, which I love, and
Yeah.
I have mine too. And everybody can get these shirts online. They go to support the Hui Club membership and all of the great events they do around the community here on Oahu and around the state of Hawaii.
Yep.
And, how did you come up with the concept of Defend Hawaii?
Well, back in the day, it was a friend's concept, and for us, we kind of grew over the years. You know, we came from a mixed martial arts kind of background, and we've evolved, and we're just more community-based. Our focus is Defend Hawaii. That means everything we do, everything we sell stays right here in the community.
Right.
Whether it's a T-shirt, a hat, or whatever. I have local employees, local designers, local printers. Everything we stay is local. So if you come in with a concept and you buy a shirt that says Aloha or Hawaii on it, you really need to do your educational and let the buyers know, hey, because it says Aloha or because it says Hawaii on it, doesn't mean it's from Hawaii.
Correct.
Doesn't mean it's locally grown right here.
Correct.
So that's where we're at. Mahina and Eddie reached out to us and said, hey, let's do a collaboration for this event. They sent me a design. You know, I thought it was cool, and I said, you know what? I'm going to go old school gangster on this thing. And we came out with this design, and it's been firing. Everybody loves it. It's kind of like the Backdoor Shootout, two strong local companies coming together, and we'll thrive. If we stay local and we thrive, this is our economy. This is where our keiki are. This is where our kapuna are. We have to stay together and support each other.
Yeah. And then how about some of the surfing you've been watching, bro? You've been
bro.
pretty
That's
impressive,
crazy.
man.
Of course, we're going to support our Hui guys. But,
Yeah.
hey, the waves today have been unreal. The first couple of days we came out were unreal. This is Backdoor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's synonymous. You know, you come out here. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at
Look
this,
at that.
that
Look at that.
pipe. Hole in the barrel coming
Oh!
out.
See,
Woohoo!
that's what I'm talking about. You sit right here and you see waves like that, and it's like, that's how we go. It's
Bruh,
like this is
inspiring,
Hawaii. There's
bruh.
no other place like Hawaii. Yeah.
So
That was-
where can you guys got like brick and mortar stores? You got spots where you sell?
a lot of our
or-
local. We have Town and Country.
Okay.
Town and Country is one of our biggest supporters.
Okay.
Ryan Sugihara.
Yeah,
over
I
Town
know
and
brother
Country.
Ryan, yep.
You know, they're locally owned. They're locally operated. That's the kind of people we want to work with.
Yeah.
And you can find our stuff over there. You can find us on Oshima's on the outer islands.
Okay.
Big Island Oshima's. Maui Oshima's, Foam Company, and then we have a local store in Kaneohe called No One Store, and online, defendhawaii.com.
That's where it is,
And
defendhawaii.com.
2022, we're getting together and we're doing more local stuff like this with Daniel Mana'ai, sustainability, all that kind of stuff. We just want to partner with the right local people to provide that economy that we need. You know, we're not sustainability over here. We everything comes from the mainland, right?
Yeah, I was in the store the other day, and I'm like, I got tomatoes from Mexico and like Argentina, but then I got all these lanai tomatoes, and bro, why can't we have all local tomatoes? We grow them over here, like buying, bananas
the
from
sugar cane
Venezuela.
and the pineapple came and went.
Right.
Now we have all that land that needs to be farmed, and it can be if the state gets involved and, just supporting local. That's what we're about. Our hashtag is buy local, buy locals.
Buy local,
Yeah,
buy
yeah.
locals. I seen that on the tent on the
Yeah,
beach.
yeah.
They're showing the drone shot. I'm like, hey, that's a good slogan right
Well,
there.
we're so stoked to be here, happy, we're blessed. We want to create this La Hui with a bunch of companies and everybody come together and just support. I mean, when you talk about surfing,
Yeah,
you cannot, Hawaii is where it's from.
Yeah.
Hawaii is where it came from. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, you cannot, that's where it is, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
no, and we, are the ambassadors of that.
Yeah.
And pretty much, with Duke and in the honor of this contest, it's because of him sharing it with the world that, all these other places had found out about it, learned about it. And, Duke went out and spread it. And there's your
did.
defendhawaii.com
Yes.
right there on the beach. But, and then all these folks, they're making the return back to Hawaii, coming here to surf. And it's great to have international competitors coming. We got Team Hui Japan out there right now. And then we got the Peruvian team also. But it's that, appreciation, the respect, and
The second one,
Yeah,
the respect.
yeah.
The respect for Hawaii and respect for where the surfing community came from. And as long as you respect and you come to Hawaii and you show respect, you get that same respect and aloha back to you. If you come in here and you mistake aloha for weakness,
Yeah.
it's not good.
Yeah, not good. We were just discussing also with Brother Isaiah tomorrow, commemorating the overthrow of Queen Liliuokalani and the importance of remembering that event, and just all of the things we've been talking about have
That's tomorrow.
brought us to this
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
And we'll be out at Wednesday in Kahana Valley with Daniel, Anthony, and we'll be out there. We're not going to the state capitol this year. Defend Hawaii will be supporting Daniel. We're going out to the Kalo Fields, and we're going to work out there on Wednesday. So if anyone wants to come out, get your toes dirty.
Oh, right on.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
bro.
Yeah. But stepping back on the Duke thing, Duke, Eddie, all these famous people who paved the way for Hawaiians and our community and stuff, it's hard because even the Duke name is not owned by the family. And I'm going to talk about it because I don't care. I feel like all that stuff should be staying right here in Hawaii.
Yeah.
The Eddie Aikau should be run by Hawaiians. The Duke should be run by Hawaiians. Everything should be like that. And it shouldn't be outside money or influences coming in. If they want to come in, that's fine. But give
And
back.
be a part of it, right?
Give back. Yeah.
Yeah, but coming, taking over that seems really awkward and not right in a lot of ways,
But thank you. Even everybody goes out there, buys a shirt on defendhawaii.com for the backdoor shooter. We're giving a percentage of the sales back to the Hui.
Oh, there you heard it right there.
That's how it is. We back support each other, jump on each other's back. Hey, let me carry you, you carry me. That's all it is. Yeah.
Make sure you guys go to defendhawaii.com and make a purchase there. Hey, bro, so
Aloha,
good to
brother.
see you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming inside.
Thank you, Rocky, for having
And,
us. Yeah.
Awesome to have you guys a part of this event.
Aloha, my brothers. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, bro. DefendHawaii.com. You guys heard them right there, straight from the sauce. Choke action out there. DefendHawaii.com. You guys go check out the website. Make sure you purchase some apparel and get some stuff for you and your ohana, because it's for a good cause. And you heard it right there. The message is all right there. It is for the community, keeping local money in the local hands, and buy local, buy a local. B-U-Y and B-Y. So those two different definitions of buy right there, or ways of saying that word buy. But mahalo to the Defend Hawaii team and all the great sponsorship they've brought this year for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And we just saw some epic barrels. Team Japan, they're kind of getting that same blessing that Team Peru got the other day when it just turned on for a solid half hour.
Yeah, I got to sit down and just watch, and I couldn't believe some of the waves I was watching. These Japanese surfers getting some bombs, making it out of some sick barrels.
Yeah. I mean, we said it a little bit earlier. People are, knowing this is their last chance, they're making a charge. Some slow-mo from Ipple Films, Eric Ipple, getting some epic shots.
I think this one's Guy Sato.
Yeah, that was from our previous day of competition. Maybe from round 3 the other day. Those water shots just make the wave look so incredible. The size, the intensity. Looks like Billy Kemper on that one.
Steep, deep underneath.
Oh, yeah. Billy opting for the no grab. Just enjoy these images. Thank you, Eric Ipple and our Salt and Air Studios team. Great work. Next time maybe on those real slow-mos, maybe we'll just be quiet. Let the music and the image speak on its own. But really great to have the Defend Hawaii brothers here sponsoring and being a part of it. Go to defendhawaii.com. Check out some of their shirts, hats, apparel, but mainly the Hui Backdoor Shootout t-shirt that goes to benefit the Hui Ohe'enalu and all of the community events that are put on throughout the year through the Hui.
Yeah.
And it's been a little scaled back for obvious reasons, but we're hoping that by coming into this new year, everybody somehow gets their immunity through various means, and we can start having the great events like before. We have these awesome beach cleanups, have these incredible kid-friendly, kid-driven Easter egg hunts, at the park over there the Hui puts on, and of course the epic paddleboard race on the 4th of July, including another paddleboard race over on the Big Island. So adding to the calendar as we are allowed to, the Hui Ohe'enalu is putting on some great stuff for the community.
Yep. And Hui Ohe'enalu, talked a bit about that before, the significance of the date 1976 in Hawaii. I think our opening day, that was kind of the theme of our conversation, was around that year. And then today, of course, we're focused more on 1893.
Right.
But it's interesting as a historian. Oftentimes, when I'm speaking in front of groups, or like the other day, I gave this speech in front of the entire university, and I was always nervous because whenever you start a sentence with a date, you see people that are triggered to go to sleep. So in 1893. So trying not to put people to sleep, but
well, it's very
1893
good and worthy information. And I think we were, where were we?
I think we're talking about the imprisonment of the Queen.
Right.
1895. And so she was placed in house arrest, and it was really just an attempt to embarrass her, also to try and show their validity as a supposed government that the Hawaiians didn't recognize really as legitimate. So it was kind of a chess move to show who was in charge, placing her in house arrest. But it wasn't until 1898 that, so I mentioned that they didn't get the votes that they needed, right, in 1898 to pass the annexation bill. So the annexation bill never passes, and a lot of that has to do with the Hawaiian dignitaries, Native Hawaiians, who went to Washington, D.C. to petition against it. And they brought signatures thousands. In fact, 90% of the population in Hawaii was opposed to it, over 90%. So they delivered these signatures, which is really cool because researcher and Professor Noinoi Silva found these petitions in Washington, D.C. And for years, we didn't really, we didn't know that they existed. I mean, there was reference to them here and there. But when Noinoi Silva in Washington, D.C. archives discovers these, thousands and thousands of signatures petitioning against the annexation treaty, and then she later publishes a book called Aloha Betrayed, which in many ways really redefines Hawaiian history, showing that there's this story that that's been kind of hidden from us for the last several decades, and it is this story of resistance. So how did Hawaii then, what did they decide to do? Instead, there's a senator from Nevada who decides to put forth this idea, like, well, let's instead just pass a joint resolution. The joint resolution is a domestic bill that didn't involve international community. And so, speaking of international, though, Team Japan was out at pipe scoring.
Yeah, that was Ryohei Ito, and he joined on that same wave Daiki Matsunaga, who got the 10-point ride with the beautiful spinner dolphin exit. I believe this was Gai Sato getting another good ride, backing up a 9.5 he got earlier today. So Team Japan came on strong. They came to play today. They're not messing around. There's Guy once again, kind of carving through a Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski remnants. No harm, no foul, all good. Daiki Matsunaga was that's Ryohei Ito. And we'll be right back with our final heat of the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. All right, we are back live on the beach right there. Ehukai Pipeline, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Flying in over that beautiful shoreline. Bethany Hamilton kicking out right there. This is our final heat of the 2022 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. 4 days of competition. We had team surfing, women's surfing, international surfing, longboarding, stand-up paddleboarding, all right here for this great 4-day event. None other than the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker bringing you the final heat here, the final day of this the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and the crowd has come to check it out. They're here.
Yeah, Rocky, we've seen so many good waves ridden today. Got a bunch of 10s. We got a 12-point ride from Kala Grace. Well-deserved, amazing wave. We're in the water with the Mana Wahine, and during the break, I saw Keala Kennelly pack a smoking wave. So hopefully we can get that replay to you.
For those of you watching on Surfline, just be sure you guys stay tuned, because Surfline will be bringing you some potential live free surf sessions next week. We got swells potentially on January 19th that are headed our way. That's next Wednesday. And subscribe to the Surfline YouTube channel. Hit the like button, and you can be treated to all of the sessions that are possibly upcoming from right here in the North Shore and from different locations around the world. But also make sure that you become a premium member. That is the best way to stay on top of the individual forecasting for your particular surf break. Planning a trip here, planning a trip there. Always want to try to get the week's forecast. So join surfline.com premium membership to get all of that right at the tip of your finger and your computer screen. All good stuff. Know before you go with Surfline.
There's our 4 Wahine, or women surfers, in this heat. And this is their 6th time surfing. So each of our competitors, this is a no elimination event. So instead of being eliminated, you get to surf 6 times. And at the end, everybody gets equal opportunity. And then they tally up scores, and we're still not sure. That I think they're still determining how many of the top waves they're going to include into their final scores. But great drone shot here of our Wahine.
Yeah, and you can, just from looking at the lineup where they are, and you see the beach, in the background, it's very close proximity. That's what makes Pipeline, such a spectacle, is because you can actually spectate and see what these surfers are doing pretty up close, as we see Malia Manuel, late drop, almost getting barreled, but kicks out. Other surf breaks around the world that are really big wave or world famous, they're, the guys are so far out, they're tiny, you can't really see them. So that spectating ability has been, the ultimate draw for Pipeline as not only a media spectacle, but just the fascination with this wave from surfers from all over, but also surf enthusiasts and spectators from all over the world. They can't believe people are out there risking their life for this wave, and they get to watch these people risk life and limb. And, as much as it's great and amazing to see 10 and 12-point rides, a lot of people get entertained or enthralled by the carnage that's, on tap regularly at Pipeline. So it's one of those risk-reward things, and, all for the glory. But, man, sometimes you really pay a price.
And we do have an extra award that was just announced this morning for the hardest charger of the event today. So that'll be part of our award ceremony, and that comes with an additional $5,000.
Yeah, that'll be courtesy of Keiki Beach Bungalows. Go to keikibeach.com and check out the units they have for rent, all on the beach right there, beachfront.
See some sets in the horizons. Looks like Keala's turning around, taking a look at this one. Opts not to go. But again, while we were on break, she scored a big one. We're going to cue that up for you in a moment. Here it is. Taking off steep, deep, underneath.
Oh,
Is
wow.
able to engage it. Traveling. Oh,
So close, man. That would have been double digits for sure.
almost looked like she wrapped the camera guy or something.
Yeah, that was the thing too. Is like you said, she got the rail engaged, and then keeping it engaged is also the, part of the task. And just because you can knife it from the takeoff doesn't mean that it's going to stay in. It's a really hard work to keep that rail set into the wave, into the wall, and engaged it. And Keala did really good work on keeping that rail engaged all the way to the end. She nearly came out the other side.
Here comes some more waves. Just non-stop action today, Rocky. Malia was looking at that one, chooses not to go.
All right, looks like could be Moana Wong on the move for this one. Sees it early. She knows she wants it. She's up and riding and going in the barrel, coming out. Woohoo! With the spit. Just gets blown out. Everybody's cheering. She's smiling. She's got a little extra speed in that stroke right there. She's getting back out. But really well done. Great wave selection. Good positioning.
Watch
Check it
the
out.
replay on that. Late in the barrel, spits her out.
Epic water shot right there from the Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski.
Oh, that's insane.
Oh,
Love the smiles.
yeah. Stoked. Yeah, it would be great, just as the last heat for these Wahine, the last heat of our 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Let's try to arrange it so for the waves that all the girls at least get one or two good ones. And, there's husband Tehotu Wong. It's right here beside us on the porch. He's happy for his wife Moana. Here's Keala. And Keala. Just a little too much fading on the bottom turn there. Drew it out and extended it a little too far. Here's Moana again. She's on a beefy one and cruising in the pocket. Oh, these girls are charging, brother. They're not holding anything back.
Yeah, I mean, she caught two decent scores in what seemed like a 30-second window.
Yeah, and check out Moana's second wave of this final round 6. And, the previous wave we saw of her, we were looking in from that jet ski cam, and, Larry Haynes puts in tons of hours on the back of that jet ski, getting so many classic images and priceless shots looking into the barrel. Fluid vision. Larry Haynes, he's been doing it for decades too. He is just, puts in so much hours not only filming but checking out his stuff, editing. There's Larry right there on board with Hawaiian Water Patrol. You know, he wears that life vest not only for flotation and for, you know, buoyancy, but anytime he's riding with Kavika Foster, he's getting elbows, you know, because he's trying to do the backseat driver. Go over there. And then Kavik is like, hey, never mind. So it's a dual purpose life vest there. Just kidding. Love
Padding.
you guys, bro. You guys know what we're talking about. We all have fun, whether
Wait.
we're up here, out there, wherever we are.
Oh, here we go. Paddling. Oof. Wait, so does Larry not have anybody that he switches with?
No, Larry is 100%, man. That guy is like a fish. And,
Wow.
you know, he's
Good
committed, man.
Good thing he's in the water, because Shishi in the water.
Yeah. He'll eat a burrito while shooting off the back of the ski.
Oh, my gosh.
And getting the shot, staying on the ski. You know, of course, he knows when to bail out and jump off. He's a really talented waterman. But Larry Haynes, thank you for the work that you do.
Mahalo. Oh,
Oh, that one just spit its guts out. So hollow.
yeah, that's amazing that he's out there all day.
Yeah.
And I was
He's one of a
starting-
kind for sure.
I was starting to feel like kind of like I have it hard here because there's just two of us and we haven't really had many breaks today. But Lisa not out on the ski for 7 hours or whatever.
There it is. Defend Hawaii. Buy local, buy locals. So good
There's our
advice there. Make sure it's actually local. There's the Groms. There's Charlie and her gang checking out the action. Oh, they were so stoked when they saw Moana flying out of that barrel. They were just jumping up and down, cheering. They're excited to see all this action. There's Koa and Nate. Watching something funny.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of footage to review from this
Oh, I
event.
know, man. For real. Yeah, it's Mahina. That is wife of Nate Florence. Fiance, wife. They pretty sure they
Oh, okay.
secured it.
Is she the
That's-
daughter of Kai Garcia?
Yeah, so Kayan Kanoe
Right.
is her mom and dad.
Bethany.
Hamilton. Come on, Bethany. Yeah, she got in, got out. Well done. Okay.
Maybe we could see a different angle from that. We were watching from the back of the wave, which was cool. But the beach was pretty excited, so we'll see how deep she got on that last one. But meanwhile, look at this stacking up waves.
Oh, wow. We're going to end this heat with a bang as we're approaching down to a few minutes remaining, I believe.
Kiala turns around on this one, giving it a good paddle. Gets into it.
Get in there.
Oh.
Oh, man. Just kind of feel like she used so much energy to catch it and to get into it. And, you know, it's happened to all of us before. We're just scratching for a wave. You barely get into, and then you're like, oh, I'm so tired. And then when
Now
you
what?
stand up, you're like, oh, I look, can stand up now. Check out the replay of Bethany's wave from the beach view and slotted right in there. Well done, Bethany. Nice to see Bethany able to get a couple of good waves in this final round, and conversation looking a lot deeper now with John and Cole and Nate.
A lot of beards on this shot.
Yeah. All different kinds.
Red ones, brown ones.
Yeah. Chin music, full side cheek action. All varieties. Oh, look at that wave just peeling off left and right. 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, surfline.com, Salt in Air Studios. Want to say mahalo to our sponsors, Keiki Bungalows, the Hui Wax, Odom Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing Hawaii, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel, Himiko Organic, Kinui Kitchen, Konos Hawaii, Pupukea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo, just to name a few. Thank you to all of our support and sponsors that have been part of this year's The Hui Backdoor Shootout. It's been historical. It's been one to remember. We've had the first time our Wahine competing with us here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and first time we've had a husband-wife combo with Tehotu Wong slated to compete in the SUP, and Moana Wong in the Wahine competition, and two international teams that are very well deserved for their invitation. The Peruvian Tubos team, I believe they had a historic session in round 4 with that 30 minutes of pumping pipeline, and also Team Japan answering the call and showing up big time in this the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
They kind of had a super heat today in this last round 6.
They did have a great heat. Yep. And the ever-present Team Quicksilver, always job well done. Team Volcom. Volcom, thank you for the hospitality. The Volcom house right here has been our studio and presentation point for the Backdoor Shootout. So mahalo to Volcom, all of the team riders. Mahalo to all of the folks that help keep these Volcom houses nice and clean and orderly. You guys know who I'm talking about. Mahalo. Thank you so much. Ippo Films bringing you this slow-mo, and we'll let you enjoy.
Here we go. We got a
All
rider. Look like Malia went Manuel.
Oh, going backhand.
Okay. That was a nice wave. It's a big one. Didn't get super
You
deep.
see
but was
the
nonetheless going for it.
crowd heading out for the post-session, post-contest session. It is a fierce crowd that regularly surfs here at Pipeline, and there's Brother Cliff Botello and Foster Bloomfield two incredibly talented Hawaiians. Malia Manuel grabbing the rail. There's Bethany Hamilton pulling in, just charging into a pipe closeout. That was a replay that
I don't
occurred while we were watching those slow-mo clips.
I don't know if she realizes that she does have the option of straightening out on a closeout. She seems to just pull into every wave that she goes on.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not going to straighten out. Why would I do that?
Yeah, she does not want to waste any opportunity, and she shows it by, pulling into every closeout, making the best of it. I heard her even talking, up here on the porch earlier. She's like, the safest place to be is in the barrel. So that's where I want to be.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So that's the shoulder right now. Next heat, 25 guys.
Yeah, I think maybe double that number, quite potentially,
Yeah.
when it comes down to it. On a day like today, man, it's still pumping, and the conditions have held. So it's been a very worthy final day here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Whoa, KK.
Oh, KK thought about it for a moment and realized that lip was coming down quite fast.
Oh. Whew. So. Well, Rocky, as this heat is coming to a close, I just want to mahalo you for spending time with me in here, allowing me to join you guys. And mahalo to Mahina and all those who make this event possible, to all of our sponsors, of course. But yeah,
Always a pleasure, Isaiah. Yeah. Thank you very much, and always appreciate the knowledge and manao and ike that you share every time you come on with us. And I think it's very important, the stuff that you do and the stuff that you talk about. So I'm glad that you are able to bring it here to this platform and share with, maybe a little different audience than you're used to speaking to daily down at the university. And folks that have chimed in and gave us great feedback of the items and information that you present has been really worth it. So I thank you, and we'll hopefully keep it up.
Yeah. No, it's something I really look forward to doing, and it's cool that I'm able to kind of combine my research interests and my surfing interests.
Yeah.
And having been surfing for most of my life, that it gives me the chance to kind of combine my passions. And
right.
So my privilege of being here at this event for sure.
I'd like to thank all of you watching on Surfline and thehui.com. Remember to subscribe to the Surfline YouTube page, YouTube channel, and like all the stuff there, and also to join that Surfline Premium membership. It is totally well worth it to know before you go, and get your immediate forecast, get your extended forecast, all that great stuff. Surfline, Salt and Air Studios, thank you guys so very much. As we wrap up this final heat, historic performances from our Wahine competitors, and it's going to be a great year next year. Already looking forward to it. But man, we have scored in the way of surf, conditions, waves, all of it coming together to give us a great 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku and some great sponsors that we've had this year to make this possible. It's been awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, mahalo nui loa to all of our listeners. And man, it's been, 4 days, a lot of action. We've had good surf each of these days, and It took a lot of wisdom to make those calls. I know there were a lot of mornings where we came down here looking at the waves and thinking, nah, it's pretty good, should go. But they knew which of the 4 days in that window to pull the trigger on. And so we're very blessed with 4 really solid days of surf. And this heat isn't over yet. We see some sets approaching.
Yeah, we might have a last opportunity. We could see just an amazing ride here to end the Wahine Heat. I know all the free surfers are frothing, waiting, standing by, but here we go. We're not pow yet. Moana Wong off the bottom, tucking in, getting slotted, coming out. The kids are going wild, cheering on Moana. And that is the end of this year's the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Lots of rounds of applauses going out to all of our competitors. I'm sure you're at home or in front of your screen clapping as you watch on surfline.com. And there, the 50-guy Heat.
Release the hounds.
Yep, they are on it. All the baby turtles paddling over to attempt their fate at Pipeline. So you see that beautiful drone shot looking in at a excellently ridden wave by Keala Kennelly. Just couldn't quite make it to the end. Moana Wong got maybe one of her better rides of the event. Actually, that was her other ride. This is the one I was talking about, getting deep and coming out with a fierce force of spin. Moana Wong held on.
Yeah, that water angle, beautiful. Just shows you how intense that barrel is. And Moana keeping up with our male competitors.
Hey, stay tuned. We'll be back with more shootout action after this. All right, there it is, bruh. That's the post-contest session right there. Everybody getting pumped up, inspired by what they saw from the Hui Backdoor Shootout competitors. Now they're trying to get their piece of the pipeline as the sun goes down here in Hawaii. A beautiful afternoon. And Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker bringing you the day number 4 action. We had 6 rounds of team shortboard surfing. It's a pretty exciting spectacle.
Yep, 6 rounds over 4 days. On day 1, the waves were massive, and we had longer heats, so they
Right.
had like 55 minutes. But then for the rest of the other 3 days, 30-minute heats, we're able to get off 2 rounds in each of those days. Today was a beautiful day, and we were a little nervous about the conditions because we have these variable winds in Hawaii that could mean onshore breezes, but the ocean provided for us today. We had amazing rides, including a 12-point wave by Kala Grace.
A 12-point ride. I just got to shake Kala's hand finally just a few minutes ago. And you'll hear some background. So there's some Ohana filling into the space here. So you guys will feel immersed and like you're being a part of the crew and a part of the community right now.
Yep,
We're going to throw through some daily recaps. There's some
sounds good.
action that we got to relive because it was so epically entertaining that we want to show all of you these things again, Hanaho, with all of those cool clips and waves that we got. So this was starting our morning. Sun filtering in. Team the Hui Wax getting us started. Kai Lenny,
Yep,
couple of backdoor waves.
Kai had a good showing, but he also had some rough moments with broken boards and little injury. That was Kala Grace in that early morning heat.
Jack Robinson, yeah, he was just on fire for a Team Volcom, getting a couple nice pipe waves, slotting in that one and looking quite comfortable.
And this looks like
That was,
Eli
Eli, yep.
on Team Florence, who's been actually leading our rankings throughout the event. John let go of the rail. We got another 10-point ride in this heat. Brother Nate straight.
Oh, Nate had to go straight. That was a straight Nate.
We got our Team Dahui Japan.
I think that's Ryaru Ito.
Had a real strong showing throughout this event. Of course, Moana Wong
Oh, wow.
pulled into some big bombs today.
Yeah, great showing for Moana. This was early on in round 5. And more of Moana here in round 5. Posing for selfies, the ever gracious Bethany Hamilton. Pretty good beach crowd amassing here today. That was J.O.B.
Yep. Jamie O'Brien. This is the 12-pointer.
That's the 12.0 gem from Kala Grace. Just barely making that drop, getting in and getting exploded out into the flats. I still don't know how he even accomplished making the drop, then getting in the barrel, and then staying on it and coming out. Might have been one of the best pipe waves I've seen in a really long time, maybe ever. That was incredible. Balaram stack charging for Team Volcom. And there was
Jack Robinson.
J-Rob doing great work at Pipeline.
Speeds
So
up,
comfortable.
speeds up, slows down. You can see how much control he has over the throttle on his surfboard. John Florence stalling on this backdoor gem. Deep, stays in it, sneaks out. Big smiles, a lot of smiles today at Pipeline. Brother Ivan standing up tall, paying tribute to the likes of Jerry Lopez and others. Eli Olsen
Eli Hanai surfing with the Florence Ohana. That was one of our Peruvian surfers. I believe that was Alonso Zoco Correa. Kaimana Henry, or excuse me, Reef McIntosh. 14 Quicksilver sliding into a couple pipe barrels.
We were blessed with great weather today too, Rocky, and watching all these amazing waves. I believe this one was Cody Young.
Yep.
Mason Ho.
10.0.
The air.
Oh, big boost.
Joey Johnston. It's our team Hui Japan.
Matsunaga.
That was your favorite, the spinner
I
dolphin
love that
exit.
spinner dolphin kick out. Kai Sato.
Moana Wong on a
Moana
bomb.
on her more recent campaign. And we're going to take you to some slow-mo Eric Ippel footage that is just going to mesmerize you for a few minutes while we get our awards set up down there with Ezra Rodriguez and the gang. So stay tuned.
Aloha.
Check out these epic water shots.
Ahui ho.
Stop, look up, reach out, pass the tone, let's beat the box with a fist. Listen to the hiss, screams from the ground. Electric panoramic makes a sound. Get up, you've got the strength, you're alive. In every imperfection, let it drive like a bull. Use it as a tool to fix your canopy. Turn the engines on and go beyond. You've got a ride, panoramic. Turn around, look through the widest lens and twist. Listen to the hiss that screams from the mouth. Electric panorama goes even out. kai uala na mali ulili e ulili hoi ulili
Stop, look up, reach out, pass the dome, let's beat the box with a fist. Listen to the hiss, listen to the hiss screams from the ground. Electric panoramic makes a sound. Get up! You've got the strength, you're alive, in every inch. Listen to the hiss that screams from the ground. Electric panoramic makes a sound. Get up! You've got the strength, you're alive. In every imperfection, let it drive. Like a bull, use it as a tool. Use it as a tool to fix your canopy. Turn the engines on and go beyond. You've got a ride, panoramic. Turn around, look through the widest lens and twist. Listen to the hiss that screams from the mouth. Electric panorama goes in and out.
Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout Awards Ceremony. Welcome and thank you everybody for being patient. It takes a small village to run an amazing event like this. All our athletes have surfed 6 times from 55-minute heats, 35-minute heats to 30-minute heats. Okay? Definitely raise the bar of pipe surfing. That's what it's designed for. All these guys are pipe specialists and the wahine. Okay? So we are live on Salt and Air Studios. This is a live ceremony. Thank you so much. And we're gonna start with the girls. Okay, we're gonna have the special awards for our Mana Wahine. As you can see, the 4 right there: Keala Kenley, Moana Wong, Bethany Hamilton, and Bianca Valente. Great job. Give these women a round of applause. As Pua de Soto and her gang are gonna come and present the Wahine their awards. Head on out, ladies, and you're gonna do. So once the girls get to the deck, you guys remove your hats and shades, and you're gonna hear the young Pua de Soto do an amazing Hawaiian chant, okay? Okay, everybody, shh. Okay, that was the amazing Pua Makamai de Soto, an aspiring professional athlete. Watch this girl's career go. This is the special award for our team Mana Wahine. First time ever. These women made history since last week Thursday. No joke. Massive pipe. 15-foot bomb. So proud of you, ladies. Awesome. Can take pictures and then they can go, but I'm gonna show you guys, and I'm gonna tell you guys we got something very special and we got a very special guest. So yeah, Mana Wahine, come off the deck. I wanted to introduce an amazing man from our headline sponsor, Keiki Beach Bungalows, my friend Ilan. Good job, brother Shaka, so everybody can see you. And first of all, he's gonna be presenting the 2 hard charging awards, okay? So in second place, the hardest charger of this event. Give it up for Mana Wahine, and Ilan's gonna meet you up there. Bethany Hamilton, $2,500. Thank you, Keiki Beach Bungalows. She took second place. Hard charger, Bethany Hamilton. Her technique is spot on. There's Brother Elan with that check. Thank you, Keiki Beach Bungalows. And hey, so awesome. Take your pictures. Bethany, great job. Good to see you and your ohana and your legacy. Whew, okay, we got one more hard charger. And thank you, Elon, for doing this. The #1 hard charger of the event, getting granted $5,000. Kala Grace, number 12. The only 12 of the event. What a humble young man. Man, this guy emulates the Duke. This guy is humble in Hawaiian. That's ha'a ha'a. Look at Kala Grace go. I've been talking about this guy over the last 3 years, slowing it down at Pipeline. Kala Grace. Woo! Well deserved. Elon, thank you. Mahalo, mahalo to Elon. You guys make friends. This guy is one cool brother. Okay? Keiki Beach Bungalows, one of our headline sponsors, dropping the kala for you guys. Okay. Now, we're going to move on. Okay, also, you know, during this event, don't leave. The main award is coming up. But I just wanted to talk about last week, Friday. The Hui implements a lot of disciplines, and they involved longboarding and SUP, stand-up paddling. And I just wanted to award those guys. If you're here, just give a holler. Has anybody seen longboard champion the Hui Backdoor Shootout, Kaneala Stewart? Just give him a round of applause. He might not be here, but that guy got the Covenant title of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and that is big, you know? Longboarding, putting on sideshow and stuff, not the Hui. They put him right here at Pipe, right on this reef. Okay, the guy standing out in the stand-up paddleboard was Zane Schweitzer. You hear? Congratulations. You were packing it on that thing. That ain't no joke. And if you guys aren't here, right on. I just wanted to commemorate you because that is a big feat. And we are moving on to the main event. And I'm just going to call out the main team. Okay, so we're going to move to the main part. I'm going to grab these new papers here. Sorry about that. Okay, we had 8 teams, okay? Team Florence, Team Quicksilver, Team Snap, Team Dahui Japan, Team Peruvian Tubos, and Team Volcom, Team Dahui Wax, and WSL Wahine. And before I get started, I just wanted to thank John, another headline sponsor from Dahui Wax. Brother John, wave your hand, you and your wife. Amazing 10 days with you guys here at Pipeline. And if you guys didn't know, I told you guys a ton of times, all these athletes here in this yard, they wax their boards with Dahui Wax. So come on, let's get on board. And these teams had 10s, 9s, 8s, 7 5s, and I'm gonna tell you the team that won it, some of you guys might know, but there's so many awesome athletes. I'll tell you right now, this is the team to win and beat next year, and they have a video out. It is Snapped 4. Give it up for Snap 4. Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Baron Mamiya, Parker Coffin, and alternate Ethan Osborne. That is your Dahui Backdoor champions. And I just wanted to say, good job. Runners up was Team Volcom. Kaimana Henry, you guys were the runner-up team. It was Kaimana Henry, Jack Robinson, Makana Pang, Balaram Stack, one of the highest scores of the event, an 11. Mikey O'Shaughnessy and Kanehi Hunt. Great job, gang. Second place, the Proving Grounds Volcom House. In third place, and you guys know these guys well, they work very hard. So just wanted to shout out another team that was amazing. Team Florence, nice hard work. You guys came in third place. That was world champ John Florence, Eli Olson, Ivan Florence, and Nate Florence, and Mama Florence on their alternate. Awesome job, guys. So this year, first place, Team Snapped. Great job, congratulations. Another round of applause for Team Snap. These guys put it under the hook at Beastly Pipeline. Okay, you guys, heads up. I got Uncle Eddie here.
Okay, I want to thank our judges again. We have the best judges that I've ever seen in a contest. We have a world champ, Martin Lynch. We have Dingo Morrison. He surfed on the CT for years, one snapper rock. He's now into the big waves at the Terror Vault and the Right. You can see him on Australian TV all the time. And also, a guy that's sitting here judging that could be surfing and maybe winning this contest, Flint Novak. I want to thank all of them. All of us want to thank you. What a good job. These guys, after they judge, they go and watch the videos over and over and make sure they were right. And I'd like to thank Hawaiian Water Patrol, Terry Hui and his gang. They are the best water patrol in the world. I want to thank the Hui Club and Mahina Chillingsworth for everything they've done to put this thing together, and especially Mahina for having to deal with me. Tough shit. Anyway, I want to thank all the contestants. You guys did a job on these waves that we couldn't believe. So, we're stoked. We want our contest to live on. Have a good time. Let's go.
Yeah, Uncle Eddie, and I'm not done yet. There's still the individual. Yeah, the individual. Okay, let's go. I'm going to start back from third place. The Hui Backdoor Shootout. And thank you to our sponsors, Ilan, Keiki Bungalows. Go check them out. And the Hui Wax, okay? Thank you, Odom Corporation. And in third place of the Hui Backdoor Shootout is the infamous John Florence. Give him a massive round of applause. This guy was slamming 10s and 9.5s. When the ocean is busy and scary, he seems to just make it go. Look at that check. Brother John Florence. In second place, coming Proving Grounds of the Volcom House, Balaram Stack, Ball Stack. Second place in the individual. Great job. Big fan of this guy. This guy packs some real dark pipe barrels along with John. These guys are always elevating pipe surfing just alone. I mean, these guys are next level. And I got a special treat for you. It is the Hui Backdoor Shootout champion. And he's a frothy guy. Mason Ho. Woo! Good job, Mason Ho. Slamming it down with some 10s. But you know, Mason was trying to go for that 12. Switch hand grab, pig dogs in the tube. The whole legacy. Hey, and I can't believe it. You just won $50,000. Somebody from Hui Backdoor escort this young man to his car. That's why Uncle never gave you cash. It's a check for now. $50,000 for the frothy Mason Ho. Thank you to Defend Hawaii. You can still go to defendhawaii.com and check out these amazing shirts that you see all the Hui Nalu members, okay? And never mistake aloha. Never mistake aloha for weakness, gang. You are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout. History in the making. I love that. You kahana moku. All the winners, please join Mason Ho to the deck. Yeah.